my home. The clock keeps moving forward, but my mind drifts back again. Every memory turns to smoke and fades into the end. And the woman knew my name. She touched me like she loved me, but I couldn't feel the same. Her eyes were full of history, mine were empty as the rain. She said we spent our lives here, but the walls felt strange again. There were footsteps in the hallway of children fully grown. They wrapped their arms around me like I should have known. They showed me faded photographs, birthdays, Christmas trees, a lifetime I can't remember that doesn't belong to me. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name. Dreaming, is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? On the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking? Am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? Sometimes shadows feel like people. Sometimes people fade away. Sometimes voices sound like warnings from a life I can't replay. The television speaks in silence, the curtains seem to breathe, and faces in the window are watching over me. I hear footsteps in the ceiling, whispers through the floor. I ask them who is calling, but nobody's at the door. Someone says you are safe here, disappearing. Tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking? Am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? There's music on the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger, hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking? Am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? There's music on the radio, a song they say I knew. I listen like a stranger, hearing something I once knew. They say I used to sing it with the windows open wide, driving down a highway with my family by my side. But the road feels unfamiliar and the melody feels new. How can something I once loved disappear without a clue? I hear voices in the distance talking softly about me, describing who I used to be, like a man I'll never be. I've been here before, or so everybody says, but every door I open leads somewhere I've never been. Yesterday is disappearing, tomorrow has no name, and everything familiar feels brand new again. Am I waking? Am I dreaming? Is the world still what it seems? If these are all my memories, why don't they belong to me? There's music.
Good morning, lovely people. What is going on? How is everybody doing today? Welcome back into the courtroom that never starts on time. We call this short court. It's not for the short people, though. I don't think you guys can see me. There I am. What's up? How's everybody doing this morning? Once again, we're waiting on the judge and the jury. Sure, they're still filing in, so maybe they'll get going before 9:15 this morning. We shall see. We shall see if they do or if they don't. In the meantime, sit back and relax. We'll listen to a couple of songs and got another trial that I'm looking at over here that I came across last night. State of Georgia that I may share with you guys. Caitlin Goebel, like Noble, but Goebel. She's a little bit freaky, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, like crazy. Another one. So into some. But y'all see if we decide to go there. I might play opening statements from the trial. I think yesterday. They're in there for day 2 of that trial today, so may try to get caught up with that trial, and it's also here in the state of Georgia. So we'll see how it proceeds. But in the meantime, we'll wait on our first sidebar. Hope everybody's doing good this morning. Hope you're having a great morning. Hope you have a great day today. They tell me that it's hump day. I believe them. Hump day. So, still on a little bit of a wee baller. And listen to that for a minute and chat it up. The link is in the comments. The link is in the chat. Come on up if anybody wants to talk.
Yeah. We investigate. Wayne on the live. Whole crew checked in. You ain't gotta hear about it tomorrow. We watching it happen tonight or in the early morning. Turn that up. Wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Have to watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Wayne hit live, here come the notification. Another long night with we investigation. Could be at the courthouse, could be out on location. Could be watching testimony with the whole congregation. No polished TV with a commercial every minute. If something happens live, everybody right there in the courtroom on screen. Wayne letting that thing breathe, check, catching details while we watching witnesses speak. Then unique angel sliding like, what's up, Dad? Whole chat knows that's Wayne's little angel in the chat. Family in the building, now the room feels right, but somebody better tell Wayne. We might be here all night because a 10-minute update turns 3 hours deep. Some of y'all got work, but ain't nobody gonna sleep. Wayne says, one more thing. Yeah, we've heard that before. Next thing, the damn sun coming through the door. See the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Angel Eyes got the wrench, keeping watch on the side. Truth Warrior checking chat when the comments get wild. Faradow's name in blue comes in and provides the grooves. Mine's holding down the room while Wayne stacking watch hours and miles. Pretty little clues came through. What's good? Rhythm and clues in the house like you knew we would. Army vet checking in, Misty came through. Graham in the building, doggy fresh there too. That's the part outsiders probably never understand. It ain't only Wayne talking with a camera in his hand. His names you start knowing, personalities you learn. Somebody misses 2 names. Yo, when they coming back, I'm concerned. Check got jokes while the courtroom takes 5. Then the judge comes back and the whole room goes quiet. 1 second, everybody laughing, emojis getting tossed. Next second, testimony hits and the joking turns off. From the chat to the court to the street, we there. If Wayne's boots hit pavement, you know that camera going with him. Unique angel, what's up? Minds, hold it down. Everybody checked in? Good. Let's investigate. Good. Let's investigate. Boots on the ground, ain't sitting behind glass. Wayne taking everybody where the story actually at. Walking those locations, letting viewers see what looks different in person than it did on TV. Then it's back to the live when the courtroom starts. Watching real proceedings, now somebody's chopped up parts. No narrator telling you what you're supposed to believe. We're sitting through the hearing, watching everything we can see. And that's why the watch-alongs hit different at night. Everybody sees the same thing and the chat comes alive. Did you catch that? Running back. What did he just say? 100 people caught 100 details, different ways. That's Wayne's lane community mixed with the case. Sometimes from the screen, sometimes physically at the place. And the crew keeps growing every time he hits live. Another notification and everybody can ride. Story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch watch alone begin. Fat redoubt, truth warrior, angel eyes too. Pretty little clues, and the rest of the crew. Rhythm and clues, army fed in for the ride. Mr. Brand, doggy fresh, checking in the night. No, wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Unique angel pops in. What's up, Dad? That's family right there. And the whole chat glad. Real-time cases, everybody inside. From the courtroom to the street, word along for the ride. When that with notification lights up your phone, pull up a check, you already know. We investigate Wayne and the crew. Wayne and the crew. Courtroom. Open panels. Boots on the ground. In that chat, that's a whole different investigation. Yeah. We investigate. Go Bulldogs! Go Bulldogs! Yeah. We investigate.
If you didn't know, now you know. Good morning, Jessica. Good morning. Good to see you this morning.
Late night case files on the desk, names on the page, blood on the vest. When his record starts to run, he chases the truth, gets the job done. Old court notes, cold phone calls, crosstown rumors, broken walls. One clue, one step, one locked door. He keeps digging, wants the core. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the trail. Every lie he cuts, every cold detail. We investigate. We take a case. Never lose a taste. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go down. Bring the truth back. Chest, let the hunt begin. Bleeds that red and black. When the suspects talk, he talks back. A timeline breaks, a witness folds. Paper cuts, secret stories sold. He wants the facts, not the smoke. Every episode, another rope. Kick the dust up, light that flame. Follow the clues, say the name. We investigate. We take the case. Never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go Dogs! Bring the truth back. From the first call to the final hour, he pulls the truth out of the shadows. No cheap talk, no empty heat, just the evidence and the heartbeat. We investigate. We take a case. Go Dogs! Never lose a chase. What's that coming down the line? It's a mean machine in red and black. Go Dogs! Bring the truth back.
Almost that time, ladies and gentlemen. Almost that time, y'all. Well, good morning, Bash. Yeah, ready for another day in court. Thumbs up. I know that's right. Did you get the email, Badash? Yeah, the email for the direct link, so you didn't have to get up on panel first thing in the morning if you didn't want to. Yep. My daughter's already sending reels over this morning, y'all. Love her. Love Unique Angel. I already got them going on this one. Facts of the matter. I think breaking point seems to be fitting for this case. Got another case, y'all. Got a Georgia case.
I've had enough.
Well, thank you, Carol. Probably I got too many
I've had enough of the sleepless nights and enough of the shine.
Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council.
You ready for a sidebar?
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start, can I see everybody at sidebar?
I don't know why he feels that's necessary, but it is what it is, y'all. It is what it is. Well, looky there. Good morning, Michelle. Top of the morning. Good to see you. I hope you got your coffee in your hand and starting your day out with some nice bright sunshine. Everybody have a wonderful day today. Is that microphone still breaking up or no? Is it sounding better now? Testing, 1, 2, 3 on the microphone. Breaking up a bit. Interesting. Let me got a little bit of buffering happening. Of course, y'all.
Court, all rise. Governors entering.
Stand up, chat.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. All right. It's nice to see everybody once more unto the breach, as they say. We're going to continue with this trial. So I appreciate everybody being here. I'm going to ask those questions, and I'll go a little bit into today's schedule and kind of where we're going to go on this. So first question.
Come in. You don't
has
even
any
have to
member
get
of
on the panel.
read, seen,
I
heard,
just
or overheard
come in and grab that
from any
link and
source
share it to your
about any
audience, and you
aspect
drop
about
it.
this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Second, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case anybody needs to address at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do, as I said yesterday, we're going to continue with the testimony of the doctor who was on the stand yesterday. And it's anticipated that that is the last witness in the trial. And then we will then take a break, because before we go to the next portion of the trial, which is the closing arguments and the legal instructions, the court has to make some arrangements. They've got to speak to counsel. So it takes a little while. So I'm going to excuse you at that point and have you come back tomorrow. All right. So we're going to finish the evidence today. We're going to excuse you. I'm going to then deal with counsel. And then we will do, hopefully, arguments in charge tomorrow. All right. So again, I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody's dedication and
Y'all see Brian Enton anywhere in
those
there?
instructions and being here every day. So that's kind of where we are at this point. All right. And so with that, I'm going to ask the Commonwealth if you could have the doctor retake the stand, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
That there.
All right. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning. All right. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we left off, you were testifying about the decision-making process of the defendant and what she told you about that. Going to what she told you about the voice and what it said to her, did the defendant tell you if the voice told her where to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her how to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her what to use to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what order to kill the children?
No.
Did the voice tell her where to try to kill herself?
No.
Did the voice tell her in what way to kill herself?
No.
The fact that the voice, according to the defendant, the voice didn't tell her any of those things, but instead just said, kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is that significant in your evaluation in any way?
Yes.
How so?
Well, in the small amount of time that Ms. Clancy had in the home without her husband, it was important, in order to carry this out, as well as her suicide, to do this quickly, methodically, and the like. And so this is having no instructions as to how to do it, but being able to execute those decisions, including being able to get a phone call and and then return it to her husband in the process of all of this. Certainly the phone call was not expected. That is surprising that she was able to accomplish all of this without any other kind of direction or plan.
Does that indicate to you that she was making decisions about those things, about where and how and when?
Your Honor, this is, again, for the record, direct examination. It's leading by objector that have a standing objection.
Yeah, if you could just rephrase that.
What does the fact that she was able to do all of that indicate to you, if anything?
Well, it indicated that she had control of the sequence of what she was doing throughout.
Doctor, you talk in your report about interpersonal psychological theory of suicide. What is that?
Well, that has to do with the decision-making process or the capability for someone who attempts suicide.
And are there 3 parts to that theory?
Yes.
And what are they?
Well, one would be called aloneness, or the sense of isolation, people not understanding. So that is a real difficult challenge for people to face. They feel that they can't fully share with others. Another is burdensomeness. If someone feels that they are a burden to others, that is also something that we find is a component to those who make serious suicide attempts and completions. And third is what I would call capability. So you can have that sense of aloneness. You can have that sense of burdensomeness. But if you don't have the capability of taking your life, you can be very suicidal, but not ultimately accomplish the suicide. It does not mean that you're not suicidal. But that issue of capability is one that's very difficult, because we have a natural will to live. And that is the most difficult thing for people to overcome.
The thing that's the most difficult thing to overcome, that's the capability of actually committing suicide. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
And this theory in the 3 parts, did you compare what Ms. Clancy told you and what you saw in the records to this theory, and have any conclusions about that?
Yes.
And what were they?
Well, certainly, the documentation from the medical and mental health records demonstrates that sense of isolation she felt, even in the company of others. That sense that she was just having a problem that was difficult for her to understand, difficult for others to understand. And of course, the suicidal feelings that came about, and then ultimately those feelings about harming her children. This is not something that she could share. The sense of burdensomeness, she had planned to go back to work, as she had for her first 2 children, Cora and Dawson. And the time that she was expecting to go to work kept extending, because she just did not feel mentally healthy enough to be able to return to work and to function. And so in some of the documentation where she filled out concerns and was asked about the kind of stressors in her life, she indicated that financial was one of the stressors that she was encountering. So to believe that her brain had been damaged, that she was not able to do what she loved, which was labor and delivery nursing, but also not in a position to help support the family, really was a would be a burden for anyone, and certainly that sense of burdensomeness was something that I believe she was experiencing. And then the last component, capability, I truly believe that her suicide attempt was very, very serious, which is why she employed 3 different methods. The fact that the use of the knife and the lacerations were not deep doesn't mean that she wasn't intending to kill herself with a knife. But oftentimes that, as I mentioned, is the most difficult thing. I think the employment of the 3 different avenues, locking the door, and also not being dressed for the cold, indicate to me that this attempt was very, very serious, despite the fact that the use of the knife was not successful in cutting her arms, cutting her neck.
And so, doctor, in terms of the cutting on the arms and the neck not being sufficient to cause death, is that what you're referring to? Is that as someone faces difficulty or an inability to be capable of actually following through to commit suicide?
Correct.
So in this case, it's your opinion that she was trying to commit suicide, but struggling with that 3rd capability issue?
Correct.
Now, you testified yesterday about the intrusive thoughts that Ms. Clancy was having about harming herself in the fall leading up through December into January. And those thoughts at times, would it be accurate to state that Ms. Clancy reported at times that taking Ativan helped with those thoughts?
Yes.
And was there anything significant in your review of the case in terms of her reporting that Ativan helped her with those thoughts?
Yes.
How so?
So Ativan is lorazepam, a benzodiazepine. This is a medication that is very helpful for treating anxiety. It also can help relax people, help them sleep, which was very helpful to Ms. Clancy. And she stated that when she had the intrusive thoughts, taking the Ativan resolved those thoughts. And I think that's significant because it's not a medication. Ativan, lorazepam is not an antipsychotic medication. It's not meant to treat psychosis, to make people feel more calm. And sometimes it's used for people who are having significant symptoms. But in terms of actually treating psychosis, making a voice go away, it's just not designed to do that.
And doctor, did the fact that the intrusive thoughts went away when taking the Ativan, according to Ms. Clancy, give you further evidence that it was in fact internal thoughts and not an external voice?
Yes.
Now, if someone is experiencing psychosis and is experiencing command hallucinations, can that person still know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
How so?
Well, hallucinations, even command hallucinations, when they occur, do not propel an individual to automatically obey them. And in fact, many people will engage in behaviors to stop the actions that the voice is claiming. That's something that makes sense, particularly when the command is just so serious and so against someone's values. So it's possible, and common for people to engage in behaviors to avoid doing what a command hallucination is saying.
And doctor, is it possible for someone who is experiencing psychosis and command hallucinations to conform their behavior to the law?
Yes.
And how so? Is it basically what you were just telling us?
Yes. If someone is having a command hallucination to do something out in public, but there is a police officer nearby, it certainly is possible for that person to choose not to engage in that behavior because of the consequences. Even though a voice might be saying this, there's other decision-making going on based upon the environment.
Now, doctor, in your evaluation of Lindsay Clancy, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not she was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I believe that Ms. Clancy was suffering from a mental disease or defect, and I felt that based upon the presentation, a bipolar II diagnosis seemed to make the most sense given the symptoms of insomnia that she had that were precipitated by the Zoloft. And this was just very, very significant. And while it didn't fulfill all the criteria or many of the criteria, if she were a patient of mine, I would diagnose her as bipolar II, because I would want to make sure that any doctor who saw her afterwards would be very wary of using an SSRI antidepressant in treating her.
And doctor, you mentioned the drug effects, Zoloft had an effect, and SSRIs might have an effect. Is there a difference when you're treating someone and they're taking medications between being over-medicated and having an adverse reaction to medication?
Yes.
And what is the difference?
Well, when we think about side effects, that is an example of a medication having a response. Now, sometimes we have side effects when we're not necessarily over-medicated, but we put up with those side effects. When there is too much medication, certainly we can experience those side effects. For example, over-sedation, or there's some medications that can cause stimulation, so people are not able to sleep. An adverse reaction is much more serious. An adverse reaction could be, for example, an allergic reaction that could cause death, or some type of reaction that you don't see in most people, but has been reported. So there is a difference between side effects, no matter how difficult they are, and what we would call adverse effects, which can be extremely serious.
And in your review of the records of the medications that the defendant was prescribed from September through December, did you see any evidence of her having adverse effects from the medication?
Well, the insomnia secondary to the Zoloft was very concerning to me, and it would mean not just cutting the Zoloft back, but stopping it. I would say that the Zoloft was in precipitating insomnia. I mean, she reported 48 hours straight of not being able to sleep, that was an adverse effect. And an adverse effect really requires one to stop the medication.
And that is what Dr. Jennifer Tufts did with Ms. Clancy, correct? She had her stop the medication?
Correct.
And in reviewing those records again from September through December of 2022, did you see any evidence that Ms. Clancy was over-medicated?
She experienced some significant side effects from some of her medications. She was given, I think, nurse practitioner Paul gave her clonazepam, which is also a benzodiazepine, and she really had an uncomfortable reaction to that. Just woke up and felt quite confused. So she stopped that medication, understandably. Seroquel is a medication, quetiapine, that at high doses can cause some significant side effects. At lower doses, it generally helps treat insomnia. At higher doses, it can have more significant effects. And in terms of just ability to think and organize one's thoughts. However, Ms. Clancy, in December of 2022, chose at that time to continue on Seroquel, a combination of Seroquel and Valium. Nurse practitioner Gelada had suggested another medication, olanzapine, Zyprexa, which she's taking now. And Ms. Clancy asked that she continue on the Seroquel at that point and the Valium. So, it's a challenge. One has side effects, but one also sees benefit in the medication. And certainly that combination at that time, I think it was around December 7th, December 9th, that was really helping her sleep. And so she asked to continue on those two medications.
So I guess when I ask about over-medication and you talk about the side effects of the medication, there seems to be a disconnect between maybe what a lay person calls over-medicated versus what the medical definition of that is. So is what you're saying that being over-medicated medically means having side effects to the medication?
Well, no, not necessarily.
So what does over-medicated mean to you in your profession?
Well, if someone were to prescribe a medication that was beyond the limit that safely can be prescribed, for example, it's possible to be toxic on, say, lithium, which is a medication that she took for a while she was at Tewksbury. And if I were prescribing, say, 1,200 milligrams of lithium twice a day, and her lithium level was toxic, as it would likely be, that would clearly be an example of over-medication.
And did you see any evidence of that scenario in the defendant's records, that she was prescribed too high a dose to make her be at a toxic level of any medication?
I think those who were prescribing for her were responding to the symptoms that she was bringing. There was a kind of a rapid increase in the dose of Seroquel, and that higher dose of Seroquel was She did not, I believe she was ultimately prescribed at 400 milligrams, and she ever ended up taking that. But as a clinician, we do our best to
Good
try
morning,
to
Ann.
prevent,
Good morning.
symptoms.
So doctor, did you see, doctor, did you see, other than the Seroquel, any medications that the amount that was prescribed you would think would be over medication?
No,
And then the Seroquel itself, you said she was prescribed up to 400 milligrams, but she reported that she never took that amount, correct?
correct.
And after her stay at McLean Hospital, she had been weaned off of the Seroquel, correct?
That's right.
And the only medications immediately after leaving McLean Hospital were trazodone and Valium, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Tufts added a medication as a result of her appointments with the defendant in January. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what was that medication?
That was amitriptyline, also known as Elavil.
And you saw that what the initial dose of that was, correct?
Correct.
What was that?
The initial dose from Dr. Tufts was 10 milligrams.
Is that a high dose for an adult?
No, it's the very smallest dose possible.
And then did Dr. Tufts increase that dose?
Yes.
And when was that?
After a week, she increased the dose from 10 milligrams to 20 milligrams.
And is that a significant increase in the dose?
No,
Is 20 milligrams a significant or large dose for an adult?
not at all.
10 milligrams or 20 milligrams of amitriptyline, is that something you could even prescribe to a child?
Yes.
Now, doctor, based on your review of all of the records and your meetings with Ms. Clancy and your collateral interviews, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 could appreciate the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
My opinion is that she did have the capacity to appreciate right from wrong.
And what do you base that on?
Well, on a number of things. Ms. Clancy had just met with her psychiatrist, Dr. Tufts, the day before. And in that discussion with Dr. Tufts, as documented, she denied suicidal ideation, and she also denied thoughts of harm to others. And also there was an ongoing conversation regarding future possible treatments, esketamine or TMS, which I spoke about yesterday, that could be employed to help her. Also, with regard to the appreciation between right and wrong, the planning involved prior to the strangling of her children, I thought was significant. The searches for distance of 3V, the searches of CVS, all done prior to her sending fairly late in the afternoon a text asking her husband if he didn't mind takeout from 3B and then adding on. So that planning, that preparatory planning, I thought was significant. The avoidance of witnesses. You know, a witness during a time when one is committing a crime can intervene, not just report, but also intervene. And so the fact that this was done without any witness present during a time where she had asked the potential witness to go on a longer errand, also I thought was significant. Concealment is another thing that I think indicated an understanding of right and wrong. I mean, the children were strangled all in the basement. And
Good morning, Jim.
Mr.
Good morning.
Clancy's door to his office had been closed when he arrived to the basement. Timing was really, really significant in this. There was a window of time that Ms. Clancy was aware of in which she would need to kill her 3 children as well as to kill herself, which she expected would happen. She was conscious of time and told me that she had mapped out the distance, et cetera, because she didn't want her husband to be gone too long. But in this case, I think the issue of time and her husband returning, rather than being a solution for her, was a problem. And so to accomplish all of this in the course of that amount of time that Mr. Clancy was gone, I thought was significant, really showed an awareness of time. In terms of the weapons used, now these were exercise bands, but they were all near where the children were strangled. They were placed there. That's where they kept those exercise bands. And the exercise bands were nearly identical. I mean, very similar in terms of what they could do as ligatures. And so that use of weapons that were readily available and nearby also was significant to me in terms of her understanding of and planning. I did not see any evidence that she had delusions about her children, delusions as to something wrong with them or something that required them, because of a delusion, that they needed to die. I don't recall that she ever spoke about her children in a delusional way. Now,
We have a question.
Sure. Next question.
Were there other factors that influenced your opinion that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
yes.
And what were they?
Well, the phone call at 5:34 in the afternoon, I thought was significant. So Mr. Clancy was at CVS and he called his wife, and she did not pick up. She did not answer, but she called him back and had that ability to deviate from what she was doing to be able to respond, and so had the presence of mind to do that, but also to conceal from him what was going on. Locking the door is another example. I mean, certainly Ms. Clancy was aware of time and the limited amount of time to accomplish this, but by locking the door, it kept her husband from being able to enter the bedroom and therefore being able to see what had happened. So delayed that time. On arrival, her husband asked her what happened, and she did not confess. She did not tell him what had happened other than, I tried to kill myself. She also did not report auditory hallucinations, but rather said that the children were in the basement. It's my belief that she expected to die, and that by the time Mr. Clancy arrived, she would have successfully been able to take her life.
And sir, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023 had the ability to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Well, if we look at that day, we know that in the morning she took Cora to a pediatrician's appointment. And all physicians receive training in psychiatry, no matter what specialty they go in. That's part of medical school. And so, like other doctors who had seen her who were not psychiatrists at appointments and whatever, the pediatrician also did not notice any unusual things about her. She did not, she was able to conform, right, to the type of behavior that a concerned mother would engage in. She was able to drive to the pediatrician's office and then back. And the day was really one of significant control. The activities that she engaged in that day, spending time with her children with Play-Doh, taking them outside to build a snowman, sending photographs of the children to her mother, to her husband on Instagram, fixing lunch and also fixing dinner for the children. So the activities of that day were controlled, as were the activities in terms of the planning that we already mentioned. So throughout the day, I mean, she was methodical and quite controlled and organized, even in that space of time that was short. There was a lot to do in terms of killing her children and also killing herself. And I would say that the last point with regard to conforming to the law is that when she received the phone call from her husband, she did not report to him that she was in distress, that she was having hallucinations, that she needed help. So with that phone, by calling her husband back and reassuring him by the fact that, yes, she knew the medication, whatever, that helped guarantee that he would continue on the errands. Had she not called him back, it would likely, or it certainly was possible that he would be concerned enough that he would return home. And so I think the phone figures in just in terms of her awareness and conforming her behavior such that the strangling of her children could be concealed.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, when she strangled her children, was criminally responsible?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Yes. It is my opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was criminally responsible.
Move to submit Dr. Satoff's CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection, counsel? All right, that may be admitted.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Hold on a second, Ms. Reddington. Exhibit. Thank you. All right, counsel.
Morning.
Good morning.
So, Dr. Sartoff, as I understand it, you conducted your investigation or examination of Lindsay by Zoom, correct?
Did you say by June?
Sorry, Zoom. You know,
By Zoom, okay.
Television.
I thought you said, because it was the 4th of June. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us when you were first engaged by the district attorney's office to assist them in this case?
I first was informed about the case, I think in January or early February of 2026 of this year. The final contract with the university was not completed, as I recall, until April.
And is that a matter of significant import when you're engaged in evaluating a young woman that's charged with triple homicide and you're hired by the government? The fact that there's a contract that wasn't signed by your school?
Well, sometimes it's a long process that I don't have any control over.
Sure, I understand.
I've seen those kinds of things take a while, take longer than one would necessarily want.
So the contract with your school that you're talking about would be the contract for your compensation, for your opinion?
Well, I would never be contracted for an opinion.
Okay.
But
you're getting paid, right?
No, I'm getting paid a salary.
Yes.
The university is getting paid.
And the university is deriving a benefit monetarily from your testimony or working on this case for the DA, right?
That's right.
All right. And how much did the university get as a result of your involvement in this case?
I don't know what the hourly rate is that they charge.
So you don't know what the hourly rate for your time is, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money was paid by the district attorney's office to the university, right?
Correct.
You don't know how much money will be paid for perhaps yesterday, today, whatever, balance billing. You don't know that either, right?
That's right.
You were retained or engaged in January of 26, right?
Yes.
This is an incident that occurred on January of 23, right?
Yes.
In January of 23 to January of 26, 3 years.
That's right.
To being engaged on the case, right?
Correct.
And when you were engaged on the case, at some point, the university must have been out of the picture and you must have started to communicate with the DA's office, the police, or whoever.
That's right.
And you knew about this case. It had a significant amount of publicity, right?
Yes.
Did you know that other doctors on behalf of the district attorney's office were being hired to also evaluate Lindsay?
I didn't specifically know that, but that's usually the case.
Is it important to see someone, to evaluate them as close in time as the incident is alleged to have occurred to your evaluation, or does it matter? In other words, is it better to see someone like, you know, within a month or two after an incident, or 3.5 years later?
Well, what's most important is the collateral information that was gathered at the time to understand what was going on at the time. Ms. Clancy's behavior during her hospitalization and the like, there are records, but certainly there are benefits to an examination closer to the event.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you actually saw and questioned or interrogated Lindsay, what, 2 months ago?
May 29th and June 4th.
Okay. And when you went to interview her in purposes of your evaluation, you had already accessed the collateral information, sir?
Yes.
Before I go there, let me just review a few things here on your CV, which the jurors will have to examine. You indicated to us your present employment. You have a private practice as a psychiatrist?
No.
Okay. So where do you see patients?
I see patients in the prison system.
They're your patients?
Yes.
What do you do for those people that are in jail?
In prison, within the Virginia Department of Corrections, we have inmates within the prison system who suffer from mental illness and require assessment and treatment.
I see. So you don't have, when you said to the jury a little while ago, if I'm treating my patient and I would prescribe a particular prescription for my patient, and I wouldn't tell my patient to do whatever it is you said, it's not people that go to an office or see you or even on the television to be treated. These are people that are in jail, right?
Prison, yes.
So there's a difference between jail and prison, right?
Yes,
And this would be in Virginia, is it?
correct.
So you're dealing with people that are serving hard time in the Iron Mansion, as they say. It's not a house of correction down the street, right?
I see patients who have different varying sentences. Some have life sentences. Some are scheduled for release, in the coming month. So that really varies.
And you work on behalf of the state to evaluate prisoners to determine whether or not they are fit, if you will, to be released into society, right?
Once someone's sentence is over, the only way that they could be continued within a prison system would be to be committed to a psychiatric hospital. And I would say that in the 34 years that I've been treating inmates who are patients, I can only recall 2 times where when discharge came up, their condition was such that they required to be civilly committed because of mental illness.
And when you are talking as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator, would that be on behalf of the BOP, Bureau of Prisons?
I have consulted with the Bureau of Prisons on just a few occasions, but
Okay.
Bureau of Prisons is federal, and
Yeah, I know that.
most of my work has been with the state.
Okay, but on your resume, sir, you indicate from 2019 through the present, that's a number of years, that you have been employed or engaged as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator on behalf of the United States Bureau of Prisons as it relates to probation or parole. Is that in your resume?
Yes,
And that means, sir, that you evaluate inmates that are trying to get out of jail, and you would evaluate them to determine if they're appropriate for parole, right?
no,
Okay. So when you indicate on your resume from 2019 through the present, you're employed as a forensic psychiatrist evaluator for the United States Bureau of Prisons. How many of these evaluations did you do in the years from 2019 through 2026? 7 years.
I think I've done 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Yes.
Okay. 2016 through 2022, you're engaged as a consultant psychiatrist for the Elson Student Health Center. What is that?
That's the Student Health Center at the University of Virginia. So that serves students who are at the university.
And like what? I mean, do you evaluate them? Do you treat them? Do you analyze them? What do you do for college students?
My work with the university and the health center really had to do with students who were having difficulty and had left the university and were interested in getting back. And so I was part of a 3-person panel to evaluate the students to see whether or not it would be appropriate to bring them back to the university.
And what, were they like thrown out of the university or they were disciplined or something? Why would you bring them back? What does that mean?
Well, if there was an event that caused concern, potentially was a threat, for example, then just for the student safety and the safety of all, they would leave the university in order to get the type of care that they needed. And then if they want to come back, then I was part of a panel that would evaluate these students and make a determination about whether it was safe.
So these
for
are
them
your
to come
students.
back.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's all right.
Okay, these are students, right?
Correct.
In college, right?
That's right.
That have been thrown out or disciplined or suspended or something, and they're trying to get back into school, right?
That's right.
And when the parents of the students come, they retain you to advocate on their behalf?
No,
No, you work for the school, right?
correct.
You evaluate them and then back the school up so that these kids can't get back into the school, right?
Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right. 1999 through the present, you work for the United States Department of Justice, the United States Department of State, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the United States Attorney's Office, the prosecutors. Like they're the state prosecutors, you get federal prosecutors, right?
Well, federal prosecutors and defenders. I've worked with both.
Well, the defenders certainly don't work for the United States Department of Justice or the United States Department of State, do they?
I was under the impression that federal public defenders were under the umbrella of the Department of Justice.
No, that's called the CJAC. That would be a totally different group of people. Those are people that defend people to try to have them not be abused by the system, if you will.
Yeah, that question be stricken.
2015, you're a psychiatric consultant for the Virginia Office of the Attorney General. Another prosecuting arm, right?
Yes.
2013, Virginia Department of the Virginia Department of Corrections, least restrictive measures for segregation. You evaluate people to determine if they should be in max or disciplinary unit as opposed to general population. Is that what you do?
Yes, I've been asked to do that.
Okay. And you certainly don't advocate on behalf of the prisoners that are being placed in seg or being placed in those closed units with higher security, right?
No, that's not true at all.
The National Security Expert 2007 to the present, Oak Ridge United Associated Universities. What is that?
Yes, that is a group that does research with the Behavioral Analysis Unit and the National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, and I have done work with them.
Okay. Critical Incident Analysis Group, CIAG, University of Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Behavioral Analysis Unit, as you told us yesterday, for the FBI at Quantico, right?
That's right.
Psychiatric consultant to the Virginia Department of Corrections, medium, maximum, and supermax facilities, right?
Yes.
Continuing on with your experience, sir, as a witness in this case, you'd agree with me that you were involved as a psychiatric consultant with the Macro Task Force on-site consultation for the Australian Police Service.
Yes.
Former Soviet Union project, Republic of Georgia, TBILISI, Georgia. You're involved with that, sir?
Tbilisi.
Tbilisi, yeah. Critical Incident Response Group for the U.S. Air Force, you're in the assessment unit.
Yes.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support for Operation Gray Sunset, Jordan.
Correct.
Crisis Management Unit, investigative support unit, critical incident response in Montreal, Quebec.
Yes.
FBI, National Center for Analysis of Violent Crime, Operation New Hope.
Yes.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation, that's BCI, for the Department of the State Police. Would that be Virginia?
Yes.
You also have an interest in and have studied or written about various topics in your career, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hostage negotiations course, crisis management unit. You were involved with that, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a number of years ago, though. I guess that was like 1996.
That's right.
But you've been involved with the FBI for a long time, right?
Yes.
Fair to say that you're a government man?
Objection. No, sustained.
Hostage negotiation course. How about Virginia Department of State Police? You involved with them as well, sir? Yes?
Yes.
Advisory positions. You deal with Islam in prison is one of your interests, right? That was a TV program or something?
Correct.
Talk about National Institute for Justice, Standing Committee to advise the Department of State on unexplained health effects on U.S. government employees and their families overseas, right?
Yes.
Analysis of pre-attack behaviors of the Las Vegas shooter behavioral analysis unit for the FBI.
Yes.
Skipping ahead, papers published. Now, when a doctor or a psychiatrist, or any doctor really, I guess, publishes a paper that's of interest to other doctors or people, that's called a learned treatise, right? Peer review?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is peer review? What does that mean when you're dealing with a person's focus and interest?
Good morning, Crystal. Welcome
They're
in.
focused on.
So a peer
in here.
review journal is one in which once an article is submitted, a paper for publication, that goes to qualified people within the same field who review it and make determinations about the quality and whether or not it should be published. Oftentimes, there will be some edits or suggested edits from those who have expertise. It's a blind process. So if I submit a paper and it's peer reviewed, I don't know necessarily at all who is reviewing it, but it's a way to ensure quality of articles that are published. And that's just an important standard.
So it's kind of a rigorous standard to make sure that what you're writing about is reliable and would be helpful to others that are interested in it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, also it depends on where you're publishing it. You could put something in the National Enquirer, or you could put it in International Psychiatric something or other, right? Which would be a better
I don't think the
publication.
Enquirer is peer reviewed, but.
So you certainly would agree with me that the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry is a respected source for learned treatises, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you've been in here telling this jury all about Lindsay and how she didn't hear voices or did hear voices or exaggerated and lied. Have you written any articles at all on the concept of auditory hallucinations?
No.
Have you read any of them?
Read any articles? Yes.
Yeah, okay. You certainly have heard of Dr. Philip Resnick, yes?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, and tell me if I'm wrong, is he literally a world-known authority in your field for filicide or the killing of children by their parents?
Yes, he's well known.
And is he also well-written as far as auditory hallucinations, same stuff you've been testifying about?
Yes.
And he published an article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry, which is considered to be, if you know, a landmark article about, and I captioned, listening to voices, the use of phenomenology to differentiate malingered from genuine auditory verbal hallucinations. Now, did you read that article?
Yes.
So it is a peer-reviewed article published in a recognized journal, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would offer this under Commonwealth versus Sneed for the jury, if they wish.
Objection.
Counsel Garcia at sidebar.
Little sidebar, guys. Bear with me. I'm trying to figure out these mic issues. Thank you. Testing the mic with the headset. 1, 2, 3.
Your Honor, well, that copy is being made for the district attorney. Could I continue?
Sure.
Thank you. Leaving aside peer review article and the article written by Dr. Philip Resnick, sir, for a minute, papers that you published, and you have in your resume, it says peer reviewed. So that's just what we were talking about, right?
That's right.
All right. Using the moral situational action model of extremist violence to assess fluctuating levels of risk in women, the relevance of risk promotive and protective factors. What does that mean, levels of risk in women with extremist violence?
We're looking at risk assessment in terms of violence and what may be mitigating factors. In other words, decreasing the risk or the threat, or increasing, that would be enhancing factors. But this is looking at a group in terms of research.
And it's research about women that are involved with extremist violence?
Yes.
Okay. Assessing, strike that. Using the moral situational action violence risk model for assessing women involved in extremist violence and empirical study. Is that similar article?
Yes.
Operationalizing theory, a moral situational action model for extremist violence. That would include guys plus women, I guess, right?
I'm sorry.
That would include men plus women, I guess, right? Because it doesn't say women. Suicide, terrorism, performance, violence as a public plunge. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
It's another interest. Crisis leadership and military community resilience. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Painting by numbers, capturing the pathology of socio-political conflict, dealing with depression amongst Palestinians. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Psychological challenges of bioterror. You wrote that, right?
Correct.
Trauma and intergenerations transmissions in Kuwait. You wrote that, right?
Yes.
Recognizing borderline personality disorder in the family practice setting. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
Mortality among elderly patients discharged from a state hospital. It's one of your interests, right?
That's right.
Postpartum psychosis induced by bromocriptine. That's the one that you told the jury about originally that you published 40 years ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. Morality and the radicalization of women. What is that? What is that? What was that all about?
Could I be refreshed with that? I'm
Sure. It's just, I mean, you can look at your resume if you wish. I'm just going through it. It's under B, books and chapters. This one is the first one, and it deals with radicalization of women. A handbook, I guess, for terrorism studies. You remember that? It's only 4 years ago.
Yes.
Okay. Application of big data for national security, a practitioner's guide. You wrote that, right?
Correct. I was one of 4 editors.
Crisis guide of psychoactive drugs and poisons for the crisis negotiation unit. You wrote that, right?
That's right.
International handbook of threat assessment, right? Yes. Protection of children during armed political conflicts, a multidisciplinary perspective, right?
Yes.
The negotiator's guide, like when somebody's locked in a building and they're threatening to kill people or something, the negotiator's guide to psychoactive drugs, 2nd edition. You wrote a chapter on that, right?
That's right.
The negotiator's guide. And it goes on and on with the negotiators and things like that. Terrorism negotiators, right? It's fair to say that's your focus.
Correct. Well,
Okay. Well, I know you can talk about postpartum, but I mean, I'm asking you if your resume that you prepared, I imagine, well before you were hired by this DA's office, sets forth your interest, right?
yes.
Okay.
The characterization of negotiation as trying to stop killers is not accurate.
I'm probably wrong.
Comprehensive.
I apologize. You see it on TV, the negotiators, and they're, trying to help people that are being kidnapped.
On a bridge,
On
in
a bridge,
crisis,
yeah,
something like
okay.
that. So
Just a few more, Dr. Panels and symposia. You'd agree with, let's see, national security implicate. I just want to run through a quick attachment theory, mental wellness as it relates to threat management, threat assessments, corrections, psychiatry presentations, substance abuse and misuse in prisons, perspective on providing medical support during conflict and chaos, targeted violence in the media, lessons from history, the profiler of poisons, understanding the female extremist, crisis operations, leadership, how to fool doctors by injecting chemicals into muscle to obtain opioids, a prison inmate comes clean. Did I read all those topics correctly, sir?
correct.
Invited lectures, talk about extremism, terrorism, the future of policing, children in long-term abductions, how to prevent terrorism, mass shooters, U.S. prisoners, religious rights, religious radicalization, terrorism and the unknown enemy. Basically, that's what your focus is, sir, correct?
No.
And that's coupled with your experience of the 2 people or so that you recall dealing with in your, it's not a practice, but working for the Bureau of Prisons or the state for Virginia, the people that are in jail. That is the sum total, to be respected, of Dr. Sadoff, correct? I mean, you treated 2 people. You've written a lot about terrorism and other issues that we went through.
That's not at all a correct
Oh,
characterization.
I'm sorry. Because I read your resume, right?
Yes,
Okay. And I related what you indicated to the jury, your experience when I asked you about patients or treating people. I said that right?
I've been treating patients and I continue to for the last 40 years.
Now, in all of your experience, sir, have you ever treated a woman suffering from postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
When?
In the late 1980s and also during the 1990s when I ran a unit in a state hospital.
So this would be women, 1980s, about 30 years ago or 20 years ago, depending on which one, in a prison that you were.
No,
Oh, it wasn't.
in a state hospital.
State hospital. Were they
Correct.
committed? Were they there because they wanted to be there, or were they committed by order of the court?
Yes,
Yes, what?
usually committed.
Okay. So other than that, sir, do you have any interest, writing, knowledge about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis?
Well, it really is a requirement when you assess and treat women to be aware of their histories and making determinations. So that has continued really throughout my career,
What did
men
you
and
do?
women.
What did you just say? Can you repeat that again? You're treating women with what?
Treating women with psychiatric problems, serious illness, psychosis.
So when you defined for the district attorney the concept of, let's say, psychosis yesterday, were you referring in any degree to a woman who has had a baby and is in a period of postpartum depression, shall we say?
Yes.
Okay. And when and how were you treating those people?
That was during the period of 15 years when I ran a unit of men and women who came in with serious psychiatric symptoms.
So what would you do? Would you analyze them? Would you talk to them, counsel them? What would you do while they're in the hospital?
Well, do a full assessment with a multidisciplinary team and make determinations about proper treatment, proper therapy, medications, and the like to treat the symptoms.
And generally, what would the symptoms be, sir, in your experience?
Symptoms of postpartum depression. Okay. Well, certainly within that period of time around birth or after birth, the DSM has a 4-week period. Others expand that to as much as a year. But certainly depressive symptoms postpartum are similar to the symptoms that you see in a regular depression. You can have suicidality, you can have guilt, changes in appetite, changes in weight, changes in concentration, changes in physical activity. You can also have significant problems with sleep, either sleeping too much or not enough. So these are depressive symptoms that come in the postpartum period and require assessment and treatment.
Are you aware, sir, in your practice or studies of the number of women that commit suicide during the postpartum period? Are you aware of that?
I can't quote you a figure.
Do you have any clue at all?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that one of the unfortunate components of a woman who has had a baby and is suffering from postpartum depression and living with it, that can, on a dime, turn into postpartum psychosis very quick, right?
It can be rapid.
And you indicated, sir, that there, according to the DSM, is a 4-week cutoff for symptomology. And then you mentioned that there are others. Is it the World Health Organization that you said that talks about a year?
Correct.
There are some other psychiatric organizations that talk about different periods of time, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, right?
Correct.
So when a woman is dealing with these symptoms and goes to a doctor, or even you, when you're treating, as you indicated 15, 20 years ago, you were treating, is it important to take a blood test?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry, my bad. Is it important to take a blood test?
Is it important to take a blood test?
Yeah, you just went through the whole thing about we're going to have the team and they're going to evaluate and we're going to prescribe. I'm just asking, is it important to take a blood test of the patient?
It can be.
Based on what?
Based on the presenting symptoms, based on the history, based on medical history. For example, if someone has recently been in a hospital and been treated, there may not be a necessity for drawing blood again, depending on the types of symptoms that you encounter. It's not a standard that everyone who presents to a psychiatrist requires blood tests.
So if you're a psychiatrist who's been practicing private practice for about, I don't know, a month, maybe 2, and is prescribing antipsychotic medications, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor medications, benzodiazepine medications to a young woman who is complaining of what the young woman perceives to be difficulties postpartum. Is it important to take a blood test to find out what, if any, prescription drugs they have on board in their system?
To check and find out, did you say what drugs are on board?
Yeah, I mean, you're treating this patient, right? And they're coming off the, hypothetically with you, but they're coming off the street to see a psychiatrist for help, right?
Yes.
And if they're already been prescribed drug after drug after drug by a particular doctor with their 2 months of robust experience, is it a fair statement that you should take a blood test of that person?
Well, it really depends on the medication. There are some medications that really require blood tests because of levels and the like. Many psychotropic medications are not easily, there's not an easy test for the amount of medication in the system. So it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the medication. I mean, for example, lithium or carbamazepine or valproic acid, those are all mood stabilizers. Certainly taking a blood test would be very important. So it depends.
Depends. Can I just ask you to spell those 2 drugs that you just pronounced for the stenographer, please?
Carbamazepine.
Yeah.
Carbamazepine.
Okay.
Valproic acid, Valproic acid, also known as valproate, Valproate. And did I mention lithium?
That's not a hard one. The record has to be accurate, that's all.
Understood.
Okay. Now, doctor, are there other tests in your experience that are or can be or should be administered to a young woman or a woman who's had a baby and is coming to a doctor, like Dr. Tufts, for example? Are there other tests that can be administered to determine?
Jody Woo, good morning. Good morning, Jody Woo. Good to see you.
I'm not aware of any specific test that specifically diagnoses depression years and years
Oh,
ago.
postpartum depression, sir.
Pardon me?
Postpartum depression is my question.
Correct.
Depression. I know you want to say it's the same thing, but postpartum depression is my question.
And you're asking if there's a blood test for postpartum
I'm
depression?
asking if there's any tests at all that a psychiatrist can or should administer to the patient coming to them for help.
Well, there's the Edinburgh scale, which is a self-report that patients fill out for who are postpartum.
You looked that up last night?
No.
Well, you knew about the Edinburgh scale?
Yes.
You administered the Edinburgh scale?
Pardon me?
Have you administered the Edinburgh scale?
No. It's a self-report, usually given by nurses.
Nurses, okay. In any event, it's a scale that is a useful tool to determine the level or degree of depression that a person may be expressing that is suffering from postpartum depression, correct?
That's right.
And do you know what the numbers are on the scale? Like, is it 1 to 23 or is it 1 to 50? Or do you know what it is?
It's a 30-point scale.
And when you say
So 1 to 30, as I understand it.
And when you say a self-report, the patient would then advise what symptomology they're suffering at that particular point in time, right?
Correct.
And then the doctor would then determine whether or not there is a risk or an extreme risk or a deadly risk of this person committing suicide, harming someone else, whether it's a baby or anybody else, and determine what the level of their postpartum depression is, right?
Yes, it can help.
And did Dr. Tufts administer Edinburgh test to this young woman?
I know that Ms. Clancy, there were a number of Edinburgh tests that were given to her, so that there are some scores in her record. I can't recall which practitioner gave her the Edinburgh test, but I do recall that there are a number of scores within her medical record.
Right. And what was her highest score?
The highest score that I recall was 23.
23 out of 30, right?
Correct.
And over 15, the patient is in pretty serious trouble, right?
Over 15 is concerning, definitely.
Right. And she was 23. Right?
Yes, I believe so. I think they ranged from 19 to 23, just
Right,
from my
they
memory.
increase as time went by, right? She was getting worse,
Correct.
right? Yeah. All right. And in addition to the regular blood test, which costs like, I don't know, about $100 to administer a blood test to see what somebody's got in their system. It's not a lot of money, right, for the insurance company.
I just didn't hear you.
Blood test. It's not a lot of money for an insurance company to pay, right? To cover.
Correct.
Okay. So do you feel that it is reasonable medical procedure for a psychiatrist dealing with a woman who is expressing under the Edinburgh scale off the charts or serious trouble, who is on medication, as we went through? The antipsychotic drugs, the SSRI drugs, the amitriptylines are at the end of the period of treatment with these people, the benzodiazepines. It's helpful to take a blood test, right?
It can be.
And is that, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a step that should be taken by a competent doctor?
That taking blood tests can be appropriate, yes.
And then there's an additional blood test that you can use when you're dealing with a woman who's suffering from postpartum depression or coming to the doctor for help and they have significant narcotics or prescription drugs in their system, and that would be an enzyme test, right?
I'm not aware of an
Okay.
enzyme test being typically available or used.
Well, it costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Like it costs a couple of grand.
I don't know.
All right. In any event, sir, are there any other concerns that one would have if they're competent and they're treating somebody that's come to them for help in addition to a blood test and perhaps enzyme test to determine the metabolizing aspect of the person's system, metabolizing or processing these drugs that are in their system, the enzyme test? Are there any other tests or concerns that you have with a woman whose postpartum depression complaints come to your doorstep?
Well, depending on the presentation, sometimes it's helpful to check thyroid function. That can certainly be a cause of psychiatric symptoms.
Did they do a thyroid test on Lindsay?
No,
That's not a lot of money that the insurance company would complain about, right?
correct.
One of the things that I just don't want to forget, sir, is that the district attorney asked you, while we're talking about the drugs, about the Lamictal, otherwise known as lamotrigine. Did I pronounce that right?
Lamotrigine, yes.
Lamotrigine. And she said that Lamictal, it has a side effect of a rash, right? You recall that, sir?
I think I said serious rash.
No, I think she said rash. You may, it's up to the jury what their recollection is, but you may have said serious rash, but we both agree it's a serious rash, right?
Yes,
In fact, it can be fatal, right?
in very rare occasions, yes.
It can be fatal, right?
Yes, in
Okay.
very rare occasions.
Well, if one person out of 1,000 gets Stevens-Johnson syndrome or prurigo nodularis as a result of taking that medication, that's something that we should not tolerate as doctors, right?
Risks and benefits are something that every physician, every prescriber needs to think about.
So you've heard of, as it relates to Lamictal as a prescription drug, what's called 10. You've heard of that, right? As a side effect?
Yes,
And that means what?
it is a pretty severe reaction of the skin, as I recall, causing blistering. I mean, it's very significant.
So if you have a young woman who is a nurse, an RN, who worked for 7 years in a very prestigious hospital's labor and delivery unit, who was so nervous about drugs that were being prescribed to her that she would at night sit in her kitchen on her phone and Google all sorts of side effects of narcotics, the drugs, the Seroquel, lamotrigine, all of these drugs. Is it an unreasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take that drug, in your opinion?
It seems like you're asking, is it reasonable to decide not to take the drug?
Yeah, that's what she did. That's what you told us yesterday. That's what the DA asked you yesterday, right?
It was a decision that she made.
And in your opinion, sir, after we just went through all of this with the TENS, with the toxic epidural necrolysis and all the rest of that, and she's a nurse, and she's looking up these drugs that she's being prescribed and says, I don't wish to take that drug, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty based on your experience, is that a reasonable decision for her to say, I don't want to take it?
The benefits of that drug are profound, and millions of Americans take that medication and find it to be very important for them.
Doctor, you're an intelligent man, you're a doctor, you've got a lot of experience dealing with the prison system. We've already gone over all of that. You understand my question, don't you? Just
Yes.
asking, is that a reasonable decision for Lindsay to make, to say, I don't wish to take that drug? Based on all the side effects, whether or not it's rare that people die, whether or not it's rare that they break out on their skin with these permanent lesions and bleeding pustules, is it reasonable for her to say, I don't want to take it?
In her mind, it was.
Yeah. And certainly, we don't want to leave it with the jury that she's so vain that she just didn't want to take something that she might get a little rash. In any event. Now, have in mind, there's no blood test, there's no enzyme test for metabolite test, there's no thyroid test, but we still have the pill factory through Dr. Tufts and then into Dr. Gelada for that period of time. You're telling this jury that that is, in your opinion, reasonable little drug doses that she was prescribed? Is that what you're telling this jury, sir?
That it was reasonable to prescribe?
Yeah, the drugs, one right after the other, and then stopping the SSRI, not weaning off, stopping it flat out. Is that reasonable?
Objection.
Sustained, just says to form.
Is it reasonable, sir, in your opinion, to tell someone who's on an SSRI, such as Zoloft or Prozac, just stop it and we'll put you on something else, or should you wean it off?
In the case of the Zoloft and the severe insomnia, in my view, it was reasonable to stop it.
And then prescribe new drugs?
Well, insomnia was a significant problem, so as I recall, Ativan and Benadryl were prescribed to assist her with those symptoms.
Now, if somebody, is nervous because they have an exam coming up, or they just can't sleep because maybe they're worried about their job, there's a big difference between that and serious insomnia. Is that true?
Yes.
And Lindsay was suffering very serious insomnia, according to the medical records and her statements to her providers, right?
That's right.
And in fact, when Tufts increased the SSRI 25 to 50, she went 48 hours straight without being able to sleep, right?
That's in the record, yes.
And she went pretty much immediately to Tufts and complained about that and said, I can't sleep. It's 48 hours. I just can't sleep, right?
Yes, I think that was around the 21st of October.
And in your experience with dealing with terrorism and terrorist threats and things like that, would you agree with me that sleep deprivation is used as a torture?
It can be, yes.
And in fact, the side effects, if you will, of a person who's suffering from serious insomnia can actually lead to psychosis, can it not?
Yes, it's possible.
You're aware that while she's living in her house with her husband, Pat, and their 3 kids, that by all accounts, she was a happy mother, wife, friend, daughter, all of the above, right?
No.
So as the summer progressed, is it your understanding from Dr. Sadoff's investigation in this case that Lindsay Clancy and her husband, Pat, and their kids during the summer of 22 were not living their best life, enjoying life.
The summer was very good from Callan's birth really through much of August. Through the time that Patrick Clancy was at home, that first 12 weeks was really quite good.
And then it went sideways, right? She started having some concern about anxiety, right?
She did.
That brought her to Dr. Tufts' office. Oh, brought her to talk to Dr. Tufts on the telemedicine, right?
Correct.
And then she started getting her prescriptions, such as the SSRI at 25, SSRI increased to 50, 48 hours without sleep, went back to Dr. Tufts, more medications prescribed, right?
Yes.
Was she in rough shape in October of 2022 after dealing with Tufts for about 3 weeks?
She was certainly having difficulty, although the Benadryl and the Ativan were very helpful for sleep.
Okay. I'm just going to grab this item here. I'm just going to kind of hold it. In your investigation, you did look at the text messages and all the stuff that was on Lindsay's phone. Right?
Yes.
Her life was pretty much turned inside out, right? I mean, government got access to every text message she sent, right?
Yes.
Every email that she sent, right?
Yes.
Every memo that she wrote on her phone or on her computer or whatever, right?
Yes.
Every journal entry that she ever wrote during this period of time. We have it all, don't we?
Yes.
And in October 20th, sir, did you see this text where she texted her mother and said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me a bit? I'm really sick. Something's wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night. I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started to take medicine the doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary. And I don't." Did you see that?
Yes.
So she wasn't doing well in October, was she?
Correct.
And continued to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Gelada, right?
Nurse practitioner Paul and then Gelada. Yes.
Okay. Now, in your investigation of the medical records, would you agree with me that Lindsay was not running around from doctor to doctor to try to physician shop to try to get drugs so that she could get high or use the drugs? That's not what she was doing, was it?
Ms. Clancy expressed concerns that she was not following a plan and that it would have been better for her had she tried to stick with a plan.
Is that one sentence in all of the medical records where it makes reference to the fact that she said something like, I should have stuck with the plan? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. My question, sir, was Dr. Tufts, Dr. Paul, Dr. Gelada.
Nurse practitioner Paul and Gelada.
I apologize again. That's
right.
My bad. Nurse practitioner Gelada. Up to that point, bringing us into November, these people and other emergency room visits that she had. She was not going out looking to score drugs off of drug prescriptions. Is that fair?
Correct.
And she, in fact, looked up Tufts, but she didn't even know who Tufts was. She went online and Googled postpartum depression and found an expert. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
But she was only practicing for like a month or two. Was she, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty, an expert?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the amount of training that she received, not just as a physician and a resident, but also in the area of women's health.
So the young lady goes online, Googles, trying to get help, goes to see the expert, Dr. Tufts, ultimately deals with nurse practitioner, Gelada, and counselor that works in that medical field business. Letitia Dukes, I believe is her name.
Right.
And then she had the need to go to an emergency room and went to Mass General Hospital, right?
That's right.
And she was with her husband, Pat, right?
Correct.
And she had been complaining about lack of sleep, insomnia, right?
Yes, as I understand.
She had been complaining about inability to emote, feeling hollow, not myself, right?
Correct.
And a number of other complaints that were brought to the fore. And the hospital made a recommendation that she go to McLean Hospital, which is a locked ward mental institution in Massachusetts. And she chose not to do that, correct?
That's right.
So then what she did is went back to her home and immediately hooked up again, if you will, with Tufts, right?
That's right.
In December, one of the people at the South Shore perinatal unit advised her to go to a hospital that specializes in postpartum women. That would be Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, right?
That's right.
And she went there like the next day, right after they called, right?
Yes, I think they fit her in pretty quickly. Was it maybe the 20th of December?
And her husband dropped her off for that day program, right?
That's right.
And she participated with the coloring, with the conferences or with the discussions, and evaluations with the doctor, right?
Yes.
For about 8 hours. It was about an 8-hour day, right?
Something like that.
And on that day, in December 20th, she was turned away, basically, right?
I don't know that I would term it turned away.
Did they help her?
By Dr. Diaz's notes, but.
Did they help her?
Pardon me?
Did they help her?
They felt that another program might be more appropriate, either inpatient or partial hospitalization or outpatient, just based upon her concerns about medication.
And her concerns about the symptomology of postpartum depression, right? That's why she was there.
She was having depressive symptoms, yes.
Right. And that's in addition to, everybody wants to say GAD, 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 general anxiety, depression. This woman was there for treatment of postpartum depression, right?
She was there for treatment of depression. I was under the impression that most of the women who were in that program were much closer to had given birth to their children. And so in that respect, it was not the group that they served were much closer to that postpartum period, as I understand.
You're not going to say to this jury that because Lindsay was outside of the, let's say, 4-month cutoff, that she was not a good candidate for postpartum depression treatment? Is that what you told us, Jay?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said because of the time frame from giving birth to the time that she went to see them.
I was just speaking about my understanding from the note from Women and Infants in terms of their decision making.
Okay. And Women and Infants basically discharged her after about 8 hours, right?
Yes.
And her husband was up skiing, and then she contacted him, and he had to come down and pick her up and bring her home, right?
That's right.
And the reason that she was discharged from Infants Hospital in Rhode Island included a statement, RO, rule out issues regarding prescription medications, correct?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And she indicated that she was going to go right back to TOPS, right?
Yes,
And she did, didn't she?
yes, as I understand.
And would you agree, sir, that every time a doctor said to Lindsay to do something, whether it was to make an appointment somewhere, whether it was to take another drug, any advice, that she was on it immediately? Is that fair?
She attended her appointments, yes.
Well, not just that, she attended them right away. She was told, for example, at McLean, you read those records, that she should hook up with her provider, and she did the very next day, right?
Yes,
Okay. So she wasn't avoiding seeing healthcare professionals, was she?
no,
And she was continuing to express concern about her state of mind. She felt that her mind, her brain was being damaged. Isn't that right?
that's right,
Those are in the records, right?
correct.
And she felt that her brain being damaged was permanent and she was never going to get better, right?
Yes,
She was complaining not just to her physicians, but she was complaining to people in her community that she was having intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, suicidal thoughts, and homicidal ideation. She said that, correct?
the homicidal ideation, as I understand, was just voiced to her husband and her mother.
Just voiced? Is that what you just said? Just voiced? Is that like talking about the Red Sox? She's talking about homicidal ideation of her children.
Sustained. Next question.
I asked you about her complaints of intrusive thoughts, complaining to doctors, complaining to friends, complaining to neighbors, family about dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide and homicidal ideation. Didn't she?
I just don't recall that she complained of homicidal ideation to
Okay, so-
healthcare providers.
Finish answering.
I think, Doc, you finished? Did you finish the answer? Doctor, did you finish that last answer?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next question.
So we'll put homicidal ideation aside for a minute. Would you agree that for that period of time, short as it may have been in her life, November into December, that she was reaching out to people that would listen to her for help?
Yes,
Would you agree, sir, that she would tell, for example, neighbors or friends with the Learning Sprout School, her family, her doctors, that she was having these dark, intrusive thoughts of suicide? Yes or no?
did you ask whether or not she was telling her children's teachers at Learning Sprouts?
Anyone that she would come in contact with at Learning Sprouts, whether it's another mother, whether it's a friend, whether it's a teacher, whether it's an administrator, whether it's somebody that just watches the kids in the playground, did she tell anyone that she had dark, intrusive thoughts? To your investigation?
Those people that you named, I wasn't aware that she informed them about that.
When someone says, with her history up to this point in December, that they're having dark, intrusive thoughts to a professional, in your opinion, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does it make sense that the professional should ask the person whether or not these are voices that they're hearing in their head, or whether or not they are just thoughts that they're having?
certainly exploring that is important.
And would you agree with me, sir, that when you have a young woman that, again, by all accounts, done nothing wrong in her life, exemplary citizen, has these issues and sees the doctors that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, a physician should do a little bit more than asking, do you have a plan? I mean, is that accepted practice, just to say, do you have a plan? And if they say no, you're okay.
I wasn't aware that that was the only question.
Okay. She was also told that counsel had asked you yesterday about other recommendations that were given to her by women and infants, and that you said that she did not follow through on that, but she did see Dr. Tufts pretty much the next day, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and she said that she was going to go see Dr. Tufts the next day, right?
Yes.
And just to mention, before I forget it, the Lamictal, I think you mentioned to the jury that she had a prescription for Lamictal that she was able to fill, right?
Correct.
But she didn't take it, right?
That's right.
And then Tufts told her that she was going to, she meaning Tufts, was going to give her a script for Lamictal, and she said, no, I already have one, right?
It was Nurse Gelada.
Okay, sorry.
She had gotten the prescription and filled it from Dr. Tufts. And Nurse Gelada, when asked about the Lamictal, was very favorable about it and said, yes, that's great. That would be great.
Sir, I know. You want to tell me that it's a wonderful drug. Did she tell nurse practitioner Gelada, I already have a script, I don't need it?
Yes.
Among other things, when people are in trouble and they're having dark suicidal thoughts, whether or not it's voices in their head, whether or not it's thoughts that they can't go on anymore, they can't live life, they have to kill themselves, many times they're told to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes, Aspire.
Aspire. What is Aspire?
I don't know what it stands for, but it is a hotline that Ms. Clancy called twice because of her suicidal ideation.
When did she call Aspire saying that she had thoughts of killing herself?
I can't recall specifically.
But she did call them not once but twice and told them. So she complained and told them that she was going to kill herself, right? Twice. Right?
She spoke to them about suicidality.
So here's a young woman with all of what she's been through who now is to the verge of killing herself and reaches out to people that her health care providers told her to call for help, said that she was going to kill herself, and what did Aspire do?
As I understand, they redirected her to her provider. They did not make a decision to hospitalize or to recommend hospitalization.
They didn't make a decision to do anything.
Objection.
Yeah, so you could form that as a question, please.
Did you read the records dealing with Aspire? Did they do anything other than tell her, no, you're not someone that we can help?
I know that they were not responsive to her suicidality because she did not indicate that she had a plan.
And did you read a transcript or listen to a tape, or how do you know that?
I recall it someplace in the documents, it being referred to, but I can't tell you exactly where.
So this, sir, obviously is a murder trial, and you are a witness for the government, and you've indicated that you've read the records. You just told this jury that in the conversation that she had with the people from Aspire that she expressed suicidal ideation and was asked if she had a plan. Where are you getting that from?
I can't tell you exactly within the records.
How about the second time she called Aspire? Why would she call Aspire again if they wouldn't help her the first time? In your opinion, as a psychiatrist, looking for help?
Continuing to seek help.
And yet again, she didn't get any, did she?
That's my understanding.
To a reasonable degree of psychiatric certainty with treating the patients to the extent that you've told this jury that you have, what kind of a devastating effect would that have on a person who's ready to kill themselves that's called Aspire hotline twice and has been turned away?
Objection.
Overruled.
It could have a very serious effect.
And after being discharged from Women and Infants Hospital and reaching out to Aspire, you'd agree with me that one of the concerns that the doctor at Women's Hospital in Rhode Island had is the medication that she had been prescribed by Thompson nurse practitioner Gelada, right?
Correct.
And that's one of the reasons that they could not treat her. It wasn't just that, no, we don't think that you're postpartum depressed. We just think that there's a complicated overlay involving the medications that you've been prescribed, right?
Yes.
And these medications obviously included selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right?
Yes. Prozac and Zoloft.
Right. And one of the things that a doctor would be concerned about, especially with a woman who's had a baby and has stopped breastfeeding the baby, is the effect that that may have on the woman, physically, mentally, emotionally, when they stop breastfeeding a baby, right?
Yes.
And you've heard of gamma aminobutyric acid, otherwise known as GABA, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us, please, what that is, sir?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell us, please, what that is, sir? What is GABA?
I believe that you're referring to Lyrica.
No, I'm asking about the actual acid in the person's system, their blood, that is gamma amina bulyc acid. It's got nothing to do with lamictal. It's got nothing to do with Seroquel. It's got nothing to do with the drug industry. This is in the body. When a woman stops lactating, a woman stops breastfeeding.
Yes.
There is a physical effect on the person, the body, right?
Yes.
What is that effect?
It depends on the individual. There's variable responses postpartum, and as I understand, she stopped breastfeeding around October, by October 21st or so, when the Ativan was started.
Would you agree with me, sir, that the GABA, make it easy to type, is basically affects, its primary effect is on the neurotransmitters in the brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. That sounds pretty complicated. Neurotransmitters, I mean, is that like where you have a spark plug on a motorcycle and you can actually gap it and get it to kick over? It's a neurotransmitter in the brain. That sounds like it.
Well, yeah, it's more complicated than that.
I figured.
Obviously.
But nevertheless, it's still basically, you're talking about the actual organic matter of the brain, right?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that when a woman is pregnant, that there are progesterone hormone surges during that pregnancy?
Yes, there are hormonal changes.
Their hormone doesn't just change, it can actually surge, and it can be quite impactful to the person, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me, sir, that one of the metabolites of progesterone, which has been unleashed when a woman is pregnant, with the progesterone hormone surging through their body, that you have a metabolite that actually enhances or increases the GABA activity of the neurons in the brain, right?
It can, yes.
And what is that metabolite, sir, that increases that activity in the very organ of the brain?
I can't tell you.
Is it a allopregnanolone? If you know.
No.
No, it's not, or no, you don't know?
I don't know.
Immediately after a woman has a baby, would you agree, sir, that the progesterone that we just talked about and the allopregnanolone that you don't know about drops precipitously according to the medical treatises, right?
If he knows, he can answer that.
Yes.
And what does that mean, sir? Tell me, when it says that the progesterone and the allopregnanolone in the body drops precipitously. What does that mean, precipitously?
That means rapidly.
And a sudden drop, sir, you would agree has a significant potential of causing serious GABA dysfunction, right?
That certainly would be possible.
Do you know that, or are you just agreeing with me?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. Do you want me to keep going?
Want to take a short break?
I don't care. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, why don't we take the morning recess at this point? All right.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, kindly close your notebooks. Take on the chairs. This way, please.
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right, Counsel, can I see your sidebar? Just
I think we all do, Jessica. They're going to have a sidebar. Is the microphone still breaking up? Is the question. Is there any way I can get a co-host here with me? Possibly Angel Eyes. Is there any way I can get Badass? I think you said you were calling the insurance company. I know one thing the judge ain't had enough of, April, and that's sidebars and breaks. He's doing better today. I got to give credit where credit is due. It's a little bit better today, so thank God he's finally getting back on focus here. I have some what? Doug, would you like to come up here and tell me how to pronounce that word? I think uranium might be easier. Sounds good now, Wayne, on my end. Thank you, April. What, you don't want to talk to me, Wayne? LMA. Yes, I want to talk to you, sir. Oh, you want a link? I got you a link, dog. Don't you worry about that. I always want to talk to my Dougie Fresh. Dun, 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 dun. Swam spikes. I'm gonna have to call Nolette to cipher that out. What's wrong with your microphone? It's a great question, Jody Woo. Trying to figure that one out. I might go out and come back in. That's why I'm waiting on somebody to pop up on the panel, and then I might exit out and come back in. It's break time, Angel Eyes. Break time, not no sidebar. Sorry. Thank you for the thumbs up, Jody Woo. If I could please hit the like button. Oh, I see you now, Doug. My bad. Thank you for the thumbs up.
There we are. What's up, Wayne?
What's going on, bub?
Oh, another day in the trial. Your microphone is breaking up quite a bit. And it was some static spikes was the word. It was just missing a god dang space. But now it's breaking up pretty bad.
Okay, can you talk to the audience? Let me try to go out and come back in, please.
Yeah, I'll try to talk. What's up, everybody? Marianne, Carol, Jody, April, Unique, JK, Crystal, Justine, if you're still here, and Jim, and Badash, and Angel. Good to see you all. So how was Reddy doing on this witness today? What are your all thoughts? Hey, Michelle, welcome in. I knew he had an uphill battle today. But he, in my opinion, did a pretty good job. In my opinion.
All right, Doug. What do you think about that? Yeah, you sound like a robot. You hear me? Now Doug sounds like the robot. Let's see if I do. Give me 1 second, everybody.
Actually, yeah, ready.
Hey, Doug, I think you may have to go out and come back in now. I think I may have passed it over to you. Do I sound good? Chat. Do I sound good? Let me know in the chat, please. Hello, Venomous Truth. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're straight up robot now, Doug. You are straight up robot, dude. I'm gonna remove you and then add you back. All right, chat. I need to know if I sound good now. Sounds great. Yes, all good now. Wayne sounds good now. Perfect. Doug went all the way out. I just removed him and was going to add him back, but he went all the way out. Maybe he can pop all the way back in. I'm going to mute the mic for just a second and listen to myself. Okay, it seems that I sound good now. Let me get rid of some of this light so I don't look like a hologram. Be back in just 1 second. Hey, Cast Runner, good to see you. Be right back, guys. Can you hear me now, Doug?
All right, I'm back. And yeah, you sound better so far. Yes.
You do too, my friend.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. It's been a little challenging today on the technical side of things, man.
Yeah, it be like that sometimes. When it works, and when it don't, it don't.
Yeah, I didn't think I was ever going to find my PayPal. I was like, oh my God. And then it kept sending me a code and sending me a code and sending me a code over. And I was like, my God, dude, I just want to be able to share this real quick.
Right.
Hell, I don't ever go in there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess I'm back in there now, though. That's for sure. And that, of course, they want you to download the app, and now you can do crypto, and please allow cookies. And all right, can I get the link, please? Can I just have the link? That's all I'm asking.
Give me the link.
Right. Sign up now. You can donate blood. No.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I just need the link. That's it. So what you thinking, boss? How you feeling today? You feel like he's shredding him away a little by little, or no?
I do think he's picking away at him. Yeah, I don't think he's quite shredding him like he did all the other witnesses, because
he don't want the FBI on his ass.
this guy just has a very stellar education. Like,
right.
He's a different breed than the other doctors were, in my opinion. And he's showing him a lot more respect.
If you're a lawyer, the last thing you want is the FBI on you. So you're gonna, that he's got connections inside there. They all stick together. So you're gonna ease up off the throttle a little bit when you see those 3 little letters right there. I don't care if it's FBI, CIA, whatever. You're gonna be like, okay, let me ease off just a little bit.
Slow down a little bit here.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're gonna have dragging me. I'm gonna be on the stand next. Yep. Hello, Mary Ann. Welcome in, Mary Ann. Everybody say hello to Mary Ann.
Hi, Mary Ann.
Reddington's billable hours are measured in minutes of people regretting their decision. That's my daughter came up with that one. All right, then.
It's the truth.
She thinks that he is like he is like Hank Hill's dad.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, now that I think about it. I'll be doggone. I finally put those 2 dots together. It took me like 4 days. Hey, I've been busy. I do have an excuse. Let me see if I can fix this screen a little bit. We don't have to look at me as much. Oh, you know what? When I left the stage, I think it kicked the courtroom out. And that might be why we're sounding better.
Probably.
Yep. That's most likely the case. Let's see what happens when we add the court back in here. So that may be what I had to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's see what happens here. Dun, 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 dun. Man, that's been stuck on my head for like a week and a half now. That breaking news sound.
Oh yeah.
You still
You got
yeah.
stuff in my head now.
Every time I add it, like if there's any like awkward silence or anything, I feel it with that. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Gotta add it to the stage now. It's amazing how you start navigating this. There we
The
are.
famous Massachusetts seal.
Bam, there it is. What does that say, Doug? Also, chat, do we still sound good, chat? Can you let us know, please, if we still sound good with the courtroom back up on the screen? Thank you, chat.
Massachusetts Sigillium Republica.
Easy for you to say. Let's see. Let's see here. Get us over to the side. Might be better to read it. Boom, boom, boom. Coming up. It takes it a minute. There we go. All right, then. I could turn my camera on. I don't know if anybody wants to look at me today. It ain't about the Bulldogs today. It's about the Atlanta Braves beat. Who did they beat last night, Doug? The Dodgers.
Who'd they beat?
They beat the Dodgers.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Now they're 3 games away from having the best record as opposed to the Dodgers.
That's good. I don't really follow baseball that much, so.
I
But
haven't been.
that's pretty good. I mean, beating the Dodgers is always a good thing, I guess.
Yes, it is here in Atlanta.
They're division, right?
They're not in our division, but they're in the same like
Conference?
the national. Yeah, conference. Thank you. That's it.
Gotcha.
National League. And they got Freddie Freeman from us, which killed me there. I was so mad at the Braves for letting Freddie Freeman walk. And of course, they've got everybody out there because they got such a huge market. Mookie Betts and the whole 9 yards. You know what I mean?
Not really. No, I don't know who them people are. I don't follow football, so I'll take your word for it.
Right.
Well, football, I
Just
meant baseball.
for it. They're stacked over there, so it's hard to beat them every single year. It's hard to beat the Dodgers because they're
I'm pretty caught up. You're in trouble now, Wayne. I hope you don't come for me because I'm going back towards the defense, man. He's pulling me back in.
He's pulling you. He does that every day. You know that, by the way.
He's pulling me back in.
I know that you're a fan. Did you see? Oh, I got one for y'all. I wish I could pull it up, but I may do it at lunchtime. So y'all know John DePietro?
Yes.
You remember he was out at Nancy's and stuff and hanging out with JLR and all them guys?
Yeah, the DePietro show.
Shreddington tore him a new ass yesterday.
Did he?
Outside the courtroom. He did. He called him a weasel, all kind of shit. Told him to stay away from him.
Oh.
I kid you not. I gotta go. Or maybe somebody, if they come up on panel, can already have that pulled up and can come up here and share it with us. Would be great. Thank you, girl. Hold on just a second here. Crystal Scramble says, she said she may come up today. So if you come up at lunchtime or something, Crystal Crimeboard, see if you can have Reddington talking to John DePietro outside the court yesterday. Oh, yeah, he was giving him hell. But John was actually coming back pretty strong, surprisingly. It tripped me out, man. I was like, wait a minute, that's John. It's like, stay away from me, you little weasel.
I did see this short, but I didn't realize that it was DePietro. So
Right.
I know the interaction you're referring to. I was unaware that it was John.
Yeah, it's him. It's definitely him. I couldn't believe it either, man. I was like, whoa, because I caught his voice pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? And I think it was on his page is the reason I know that. And he popped up, in my feed. And I was like, what's John up to? And sure enough, he was, I know what he's up to now. He's getting his ass chewed. Kind of funny, I thought. Sorry, y'all. Let me get rid of some things. I got a lot of things going on around here with telephones and this and that and the other. Somebody keeps sending me links. I'm not going to say no names, but she may be kin to me.
Boy.
And she may be here with us today.
Is she unique? A unique
She could be
rabbit?
a very unique person, if you know what I'm saying.
How do you catch a unique rabbit?
She's got a better working brain than I do. She can follow like 10 cases at one time and stuff. I got to stay focused, y'all.
Oh, man.
Oh my goodness, what did John do? So what he did was gave the bald guy some credit for holding his own with Reddington, and Reddington did not like the fact that he was complimenting him. So he tore into him a little bit.
Which bald dude? The dual colored eye guy?
Did he have dual colored eye? I didn't even get a chance to look at his eye, but
Yeah,
you know,
two different colored eyes. The first psychiatrist or psychologist,
Yeah.
whatever he was.
Yeah, he was on Stand Friday, and then he come back virtual. What was that? Yesterday or day before yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
I'll let it slide because you hyped me up. Thank you. I appreciate you letting that slide right there a little bit. And also, you're going to want to borrow $26.
So like Muse or something, Muse or Mose or name or something like that.
What's that? Oh, his name? Yeah.
The first guy, yeah.
It's hard for me to pay close attention, bro, to everything because, man, when you run in a show, it's there's a lot happening behind the scenes. People don't see it, but it's telephones, it's TV, it's microphones, it's guests, it's clips, it's emails. I got an email yesterday that made my mouth fall open. I can't share it right here with everybody, but the Jews started talking about it last night. So if y'all want to go over there and see, see right here, check your email, Wayne. She shouted at me.
I have an idea. I know what it is.
Yep. So that was like right in the middle of everything else. I was like, well, wait, what?
Same thing happened to me. I was on a live and I was getting emails about it. It got me very distracted.
Yeah, that's a very distracting topic, is it not? It's like, wow. Then I started thinking about people running my background. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got it. You know, Justine is on her game, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, for real. Who is
Absolutely.
Jessica? Jessica's on it too, by the way. Both of them are on it, doggone it.
God dang it, they are.
She already had it queued up yesterday. They're working in them offices, man. They know what's up.
Oh, they know what's up.
They know what's up. I'm going to copy that link right there. Wait a minute.
Which link? Which link am I copying?
Oh, I was just talking to myself.
Oh. Okay. You can let me know next time. You're gonna do a sidebar with yourself, Wayne.
I will let you know.
It'd be much appreciated.
Myself, no.
You got a little crackle back in your microphone now, too.
Yeah, it's because I got this other link pulled up. My daggone.
Yep. So it's the live stream.
I'm sharing this. Yeah, I'm sharing it with 2 other people. So it's like really, really pulling some data out of this little Chromebook I got going here.
Gotcha.
So anytime I open another tab, the laptop's like, what exactly is happening right now? It's trying though, guys. It is definitely trying. That's why I need somebody that can jump up here and share the screen with me a little bit. You know what I mean? But we're going to get there. Just a minute to pull up, guys. I promise you it's playing right now, but y'all can't hear it yet.
I can't hear anything.
No, you can't hear nothing yet. I haven't even shared the screen yet.
Yeah, and now you sound better instantly.
Yeah.
Matt Redial, what's up, my man? Good to see you.
What's up, Fat Redial? In the house, y'all. Now, Fat Redial's a guy who can share and share a lot. Share the screen. One more again. Share the screen. Okay, here we go. Come back and add it to the stage right quick. Try to tell y'all what I'm doing so it's just not an awkward silence. I don't know if this is going to show the whole thing, but shout out to Jessica and Justine for sharing that.
About that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That doctor
You said that
yesterday-
he was, the jury was eating it up.
They
love
were.
him.
They were. You sit
Stay away
outside. He
from
was
me.
a nice
Stay
guy.
away from me.
Kevin, you sit outside. That
Wrong
he was a
guy.
good guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was a good witness, Kevin. You said it yourself.
I don't want to talk to you again. Why?
Yeah, that was just part of it too.
Yeah, he was a good witness for the defense for sure.
Go read what you say about my case. Go read about that guy with the bald head yesterday.
That
You
doctor
said that he
yesterday-
was, the jury was eating it up.
They
love
were.
him.
They were. You sit
You don't
outside.
have
He
too
was a
much
nice
hair
guy.
for yourself there,
You sit
Kevin.
outside. That he was
Wrong
a good
guy.
guy.
Wrong guy.
Why?
I was talking about somebody else.
He was a good witness.
Stay away from me.
Kirk was
Stay
a
away
good
from
witness,
me.
Kevin.
He called him a weasel too. That's only part of it.
That's awesome.
But yeah, that was John DePietro, everybody. Your boy John coming in hot. That was totally awesome. No Humana Healthcare. We're not talking this morning on the telephone. Thanks for asking though. And then we'll take ourselves back inside the courtroom now. I'll share my screen one more again. What's going on, Fat Redal? You want to come on up here and say hello or anything to that effect? Just let us know. Let us know. Bam. I'm going to add that to the stage now. We rolling now. We rolling again, y'all.
Roll Tide.
Hey. All right.
You
Everybody say
said the
goodbye.
word, man.
Say goodbye to Doug. Thanks for joining us today, Doug. We appreciate it.
Oh man, I don't even know what it means. I just know that it bothers.
Hey, if you ever want
want
off my panel, you know what to say now, right? That's the safe word. Let me just throw that out there. He'll kick me right off the panel.
Yeah, or TB12.
Hey, Doug, you think you could talk for just a minute?
I can try. Yeah, I can try.
I
don't know really what I'm going to talk about, but
I'm going to throw the link in here for Fat Redal too, right?
Sure, yeah. Come on up, Fat. Come give us something.
Anything. Another song would be nice. Here's the link for that video for John DePietro. Like I said, shout out to Jessica and Justine. Both shared the link for that video. So that was awesome. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. And there's the link for Fat Redal. If you come up here, just hang out. I'll be right back, guys. Right back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's got some Dolly. Yeah, he's got lots of songs. The Dolly songs were great last night, Fat. Always great. And Tyson makes us music. Kind of like his niche. So what are you thinking, Pretty? How did Reddington do today with this witness? Everybody, for that matter. I think we need to do another poll, Wayne, eventually. See where everybody's head is at. No, I'm curious. Yes, we all love Dolly. God rest her soul. Nah. Well, I'm stuck for words.
No need to worry. No need to worry.
Good. He's Batman is back. Thank God.
Dun, 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 dun. So every time I go to the bathroom, Doug, and somebody asks me, "Aren't you going to wash your hands?" You know what I tell them?
No.
I tell them my dad taught me not to pee on my hands.
Right.
I got that from a buddy of mine. Somebody seriously asked him that at a restaurant one time, and he looked right in front of a lot of people. Looked at him and told him that he didn't use as YouTube friendly words as I just did.
Boy.
Everybody was in the back there. They were dying laughing. They said,
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that would be funny in that setting.
Right. I have some Dolly stuff too, but I don't want to try to upload anything else during the break. I'll do it during lunchtime, but not during the break. We don't want no hard crash for a break. Yes, definitely someone should have taken the kids away. So many people failed those children. I agree with that 100%, but she failed them more than anybody else did. So, and I just don't like setting that precedence going forward that, well, it's everybody else's fault for not helping her and not doing this and that and that. Okay, yeah, it's their fault, but you can't lay the blame on her killing her kids on everybody else, man. That's a bit far. Are they guilty of not helping her get the right help? Sure. Are they guilty of strangling the kids and should carry that guilt with them for the rest of their lives? I don't necessarily think so. That's going too far. That's like a guilt shifting or something, blame shifting kind of thing. You know, she's got to be held responsible at the end of the day for what she did. And there should never, ever be an excuse looking back or going forward for that particular act that went down that day. But what a terrible thing that was, man.
Yeah, it's a tragedy. And I don't think the defense is even disputing the fact that she did it, though. So
no,
that's not the question at hand. The question is the psychosis.
Did
This
you
is
know that
all about the psychosis.
that happened mid-trial too, where she agreed that the prosecution didn't have to prove that she did it. She waived her rights that, so basically admitting guilt. So now the prosecution doesn't have to prove she did it. All they have to prove is she's criminally responsible when she did it.
That is the question. And whether or not the psychosis was real and present at the time.
And that happened like during the trial, not before the trial. Like the trial was going on, and then all of a sudden, okay, I'll say I did it, but I'm not responsible because I was whacked out of my head, basically. I didn't know that, but and the judge sat there and asked her the questions like, that you're giving up your right to this, and she's like, yep. So she agreed that she did it. So, but a lot of people say she does because he told her that she did, but that's too far of a bridge for me to get across. But I mean, I just don't think you get to use any psychosis, this, that, and the other. I mean, you just don't get to use those reasons, excuses, whatever you want to call it. It's at the end of the day, no matter what state of mind you're in or whatever, if the devil himself took over your body, or you think God told you to do it, or whatever else, if you do that act, you got to be held accountable for that, some shape, form, or fashion. In my opinion, just being found legally responsible and put in prison for the rest of your life is a merciful thing, because to me that's too light of a punishment. Check my email.
Check that email in.
Let's see what she says. Read that for me. Can you read that?
At We Investigate, check your email. There's something there that will be aesthetically pleasing to break this down.
Nice
I
word,
like
by the way.
Pleasing. That is always nice.
That's a great word. Oh,
All right, you got to stop with that.
she's always got these fancy things going on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, we're back in
We're
court.
back.
Y'all.
All right,
Be
I'm gonna
reading.
hush my bumblebee.
10-4, brother.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Thanks for being up here.
I ain't going nowhere, but yeah, I'm gonna mute
Thank you,
so
Mike.
we can hear ready.
Copy.
All right, jurors entering.
My daughter is a trip.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when we left off, I believe the question was that, and you agreed, the sudden drop can cause significant GABA dysfunction. Recall that question where we broke off talking about the gamma? And you're familiar with the concept of, in that regard, talking about the gamma aminal butyric acid and its effect on the progesterone and its effect on the brain synapses, is referred to as breaks, B-R-E-A-K-S. You've heard of that term, right?
No.
You aware, sir, that when you get to the point where you have that precipitous drop in the progesterone and the allopregnanolone dropping precipitously, that in fact it constitutes and causes significant neurotransmitter malfunction, referred to as broken brakes.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Can you tell me what a neurotransmitter in the brain is?
You're asking what is a neurotransmitter?
Sure. I don't know.
Neurotransmitters function in the brain and have responsibility for not only aspects of mood, but also psychosis. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that is significant in terms of psychosis. When it's too high, we need it. But the neurotransmitters function in a number of different ways, number of different pathways. When we think about psychiatry, we really think about the mesolimbic pathway and not just dopamine, but also serotonin, norepinephrine. And so depending on the disorder, there are different medications that can be helpful in treating those disorders. So really, from the standpoint of psychiatric illness and brain dysfunction, medication can be very helpful in regulating the neurotransmitters and difficulties.
Have you heard of the broken brakes hypothesis as it relates to the impact of the precipitous drop of progesterone in the enhancement of the GABA activity? Have you heard of that concept?
No.
Would you agree, sir, that when a woman is in that position of the precipitous drop of the progesterone after ceasing the breastfeeding activity, the enhancement with the GABA...
You mean prolactin?
Prolactin. The enhancement of the GABA activity, that that would be a dysfunction in the brain, right?
Certainly, mood symptoms can be significant.
Would you agree, sir, that the dysfunction in the brain caused by those two items is consistent with intrusive and hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior? Would you agree with that?
I would say that's possible.
And that would relate to the capacity of a person to conform their conduct. If, in fact, because of the GABA and the progesterone and all that we just talked about, the intrusive, hard to control thoughts and highly impulsive, uncontrollable behavior would address itself to the issue of capacity to conform one's conduct, right?
No, it depends on the timing. If you're talking
Is the answer no?
at 8 months,
Yeah, hold on. You gotta let doctor finish. Did you finish that answer?
yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead, next question.
So did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself? Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that?
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect, okay. And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with a broken neck and slashes and slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment? What did you do?
No,
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
not on that call.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up, that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay, so let's put the witness testimony from Patrick aside for a minute. And you listen to the 911 call. Are you telling this jury that she had a conversation that you could discern what she was saying?
Not on the 911 call.
No. Would you agree that they were all grunts?
Yes, from what I heard.
So Patrick goes in the house, relates the fact that he found the children, and you told the jury that his office door was closed, is what he said. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did you get that from?
I believe Patrick told me that.
Is that in your report?
Yes.
And when he told you that, when was that conversation that you had with Patrick?
When I interviewed Patrick Clancy.
Okay. So you read the grand jury minutes, right?
Yes.
You read the police report, right?
Yes.
You know that Patrick went up the stairs, and when he went up the stairs, the door was locked, right? Meaning the bedroom door, not the office door.
Correct.
And then he was able to open the door, right?
Yes, with a key.
And there was blood on the doorknob, right?
There was blood in the room on the
Describe the room
on the floor.
Certainly, you already talked. We'll talk about that. But there's blood on the doorknob, right? Was there blood on the doorknob? If you know,
I don't recall.
do you recall there being blood drops in the area of the door itself, like where you have the threshold? But what appeared to be blood, because nobody tested it, we don't know what it is, but it appeared to be blood.
I don't recall the specific. I know that there was blood that was observed.
Okay. And you would agree that there was a lot of blood drops, drips on the mirror, drops on the floor, drops on the nightstand, right?
That's my recollection.
And you looked at the photographs in your investigation and looked at the testimony, third-party collaterals, as you testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
And you told the jurors that one of the things that was of interest to you is the fact that there was a glass or a wine mug or something that had crushed narcotics or I think he used the word antipsychotic drugs crushed up inside that cup. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
Wine tumbler.
Thank you. How do you know they were antipsychotic drugs?
I don't recall saying that they were antipsychotic drugs.
Oh, did you say they were drugs?
I thought I said medications.
Medications. All right, so drugs, medications, and they were crushed up?
There was evidence of powder on the tumbler that Patrick told me about, and I went back and looked more closely at the photographs and saw that.
Did you look more closely at the NMS laboratory or the state police crime laboratory or any testing that was done on the powder?
Yes.
And was there a report that said that indeed it was crushed up medication?
They wouldn't.
I mean, there is.
They didn't indicate whether or not they were pills or.
Did they ever? I'm not asking about pills or powder. Did they ever test the residue?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we know that that's even drugs or medications or whatever word you want to use?
It was Patrick Clancy's observation.
So basically, when you're testifying, sir, and you're waxing on about all of the facts of the case that you took into consideration prior to your opinion for the DA in this case, you're getting a lot of it from Patrick, is that right?
That aspect he brought up to me, yes.
Okay. So the crushing of the pills, was there a pill crusher found in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there any residue found anywhere in the bedroom?
Not that I'm aware of.
So if someone's in a psychotic state and they're going to kill themselves and they're taking the pills, yesterday you said the fistful of pills, and then the DA said after a painful questioning that they were crushed, you agreed that they were crushed. Wouldn't there be a residue?
A residue?
Yeah, you know what a residue is, right?
Yes.
Was there a residue on the table, on the nightstand, anywhere?
Not that I saw.
So there's no pill crusher, right?
Not that I saw.
There's no investigation by the police to determine what was in that powder, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no indication that there's any residue on or in the actual nightstand next to the bed, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Does it seem appropriate, sir, that a person would be in a psychotic state after slashing their wrist and slicing their throat and ready to propel themselves out a window would neatly put the bottles into the drawer of the nightstand? Or would they just scatter them around the bedroom floor, not caring?
I'm not aware of the exact sequence of the events in terms
Well,
of.
if I tell you, sir, that a couple of days after this incident, I went into the home with Patrick and I was able to locate in the bedroom, right next to the bed, with all the blood all over the place, this drawer, and inside this drawer would be a lot of medication bottles. Does that refresh your memory on your investigation as to what happened to the bottles? They're all empty.
Yes.
Okay, so how'd they get in the drawer?
How did they get in the drawer? I don't know.
You can fingerprint them, right? Did anybody do any testing at all in this investigation? If you know, you told the jury yesterday you read all the stuff, grand jury minutes, police reports, lots of witnesses.
Yeah, I did not read that.
Is it your understanding, sir, that a person can be in a state of psychosis and I guess misremember something?
Yes,
Or have a false memory?
it's possible.
Did Lindsay tell you that she slashed the screen with the big turkey knife?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, did she tell you that she slashed the screen with the knife before she went out the window?
Yes, that's what she told me.
But the screen wasn't slashed, was it? Do you think she was malingering and lying to you at that point, sir, when she told you that?
No.
Because one of the things you told this jury is that what stood out to you is, I think you made reference to the fact that Lindsay betrayed her family by misleading her family. Remember saying that to this jury yesterday, sir?
Portrayed?
Betrayed is what you said.
No, I said portrayed.
So Lindsay portrayed and misled her family, is what you said to the jury?
Yes.
How she mislead her family?
Well, in text messages, for example, in the days prior to the event, her parents had visited over that weekend, and the communications that she was providing did not give a sense of her state of mind regarding suicidality.
You kidding me? They stayed up in their house to help them.
Sustained.
They stayed at the house, didn't they?
Yes.
Why did they stay at the house?
I'm sorry.
Why did they stay at the house?
They were visiting.
They were staying at the house. They weren't just visiting.
Objection.
Overall.
Sleep over?
As I understand.
Okay, as you understand. How long did they stay at the house and sleep over?
I think they came up for that weekend. They weren't there constantly.
No.
They came back and forth.
Back and forth. Well, they stayed about 4 days, 3 nights. They stayed continuously and stayed at the Clancy home. You knew that from your investigation, right?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Answer's yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So they're staying at the same time. You're telling this jury that she's sending text messages basically saying, I'm okay, I guess. Is that right?
Following their departure, there were the photographs that Lindsay Clancy sent to her mother.
She didn't send her mother photographs showing that she was smiling or happy with her family, did she?
I think there was a photograph of her and the children by the snowman.
No. Is that a bad thing to do that and send a picture of you with your kids making a snowman to your parents?
No.
Is that something, in your opinion, Dr. Sadoff's opinion for the district attorney, that a person who is involved with postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, wouldn't take a picture of the snowman and their kids, send it to their mother?
Given the prior text that you showed to her mother in terms of being in terrible distress, that she was able to do that, that was not what happened when she sent the picture with her children, the snowman, and so did not raise concerns from the mother, as I understand.
Did you talk to the mother?
Pardon me?
Did you talk to the mother?
No, I tried to.
Did you review police reports or statements? You tried to? How'd you do that? What'd you do? Call her up and say, I want to talk to you?
No.
Did the district attorney call him up?
I asked Ms. Clancy who would be good for me to speak with, and she said her husband and her family.
Okay. So based on that, what did you do?
I contacted the district attorney, and I...
Which one? Which one of these two?
Ms. Sprague.
Ms. Sprague. Okay. You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did you say to her?
Sprague.
Was it?
Attorney Sprague.
You spoke to Jen Sprague, and what did she tell you?
Attorney Sprague.
She told me that she would reach out and attempt to see if I could interview Mr. Clancy and Ms. Clancy's family.
Okay. So did you do that? Did you reach out to her mother?
Did I reach out?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, did someone tell you that she wouldn't speak to you?
Yes,
And when was this, sir? About 2 months ago?
it would have been probably June 5th.
This is August, right?
Pardon
This
me.
is August. We're in August right now, right?
Yes,
You called to speak to the mother in June, right? Yes? Come on.
yes.
Okay. And when you called the mother, did she say,
I did not call the mother.
Okay, so the
I did
answer
not
is you
call
did
the
not
mother.
call the mother. Who told you that you couldn't talk to the mother?
Ms. Sprague.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Right. Attorney Sprague.
Now, when Attorney Sprague called you and said you cannot talk to the mother, did it ever occur to you to reach out to me? You're being objective and all.
No,
Did you know, sir, that Lindsay had signed repeatedly every and any HIPAA form that was needed by the DA or the cops to get access to every single medical record that she had? Probably going back to when she was in grammar school. Did you know that?
I know she's been open to it, and she told me that she would like for me to speak with them.
Right. And she's been open to pretty much anything and everything that was asked of her as far as signing documents, getting medical records, doing interviews, videotaping, making appointments to talk to guys like Mac in Helbrunn and you in Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All of your investigation, sir, led up to the fact that you were going to meet with Lindsay 2 months ago, 2 months prior to our beginning this 5-week triple murder trial. Is that fair?
That's true.
And you told this jury that you wanted to establish a rapport with this kid?
Yes.
Do you think for 1 minute, when you're trying to put her in jail for her life, that she
Objection.
wants to talk to you and have a
Sustained.
rapport?
Sustained. Next question.
Did you establish a rapport?
I believe so.
She was cooperative.
Yes,
She was polite.
yes,
She was pleasant.
yes. And I asked her at the end if there was any question that I had asked that made her feel uncomfortable, and she responded in a positive way.
One of the things that you told the jury is that you felt that she was malingering, or basically lying. I guess you were telling the jury, in your opinion, that she was making stuff up to make herself look like she's crazy when she killed the children. Is that what you told the jury?
I didn't use those words.
No, you're a little more finesse than I was. But nevertheless, sir, you're talking about malingering, right?
Yes, the statements about the auditory
Answer is yes.
hallucination.
Excuse me.
Yes.
The answer is yes. You were talking about malingering is my question. Yes or no, right? That's all.
Yes,
Okay. And when you're talking about malingering, sir, basically that would be when a person finds it in their interest to basically exaggerate or lie to an investigating psychiatrist, right?
correct.
And that would be because it's in their interest, like I want to pretend that I'm crazy so a jury thinks I'm crazy and I don't have to pay for a crime. That would be in a criminal sense, right?
Yes,
Workman's comp cases, you know, a guy gets hurt in the truck and then they end up having interviews by guys like you to make sure to see if in fact they're legitimately hurt for a workman's comp claim, right?
yes,
Or a civil case, like an auto accident, right?
yes,
And there are tests that can be administered to people to see, from a psychiatrist standpoint, whether or not there is objective indicia of the fact that the person is indeed malingering.
yes.
And what are those tests?
Well, I'm not a neuropsychologist, but there's a test called the SIRS, also the TOMS test of memory. So there are certain tests that can be given by neuropsychologists to assess malingering about certain aspects, certain issues.
You've also heard, I imagine, of the MMPI, which is the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test, right?
Yes.
And that's one that has different scales that you can examine to determine if somebody is lying or malingering or exaggerating or anything like that, right?
Correct.
And you know that Dr. Helbrun administered that very test to Lindsay about, I don't know, 2 months before you got there, right?
Yes.
Which would be about 4 months from now, where we stand now, right?
Something like that.
And would you agree, sir, that even though it would have been perhaps better to actually meet with Lindsay within the first 6 months after the incident, or a year even, or maybe even 2 years, but nevertheless, it still has reliability and validity, does it not, when it's administered to her?
The MMPI does, yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that she, in fact, had no impact on the scales at all, with the exception of likelihood of suicide.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Indicating that as far as that test that was administered to her by Dr. Helbrun did not have any evidence at all. This kid was lying, exaggerating, suppressing anything. She was being truthful, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
About the questions that were on the MMPI, yes.
And those questions, sir, pertain to personality traits, they pertain to her recollection, they pertain to all of the investigation that Helbrun was conducting, right?
No.
Okay. So when the tests were administered and the results were provided, would you agree with me, yes or no, that specifically the test indicated that she was not malingering?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned one of the other things that you were concerned. Oh, by the way, would you agree with me that Dr. Philip Resnick, as you indicated, is like a world-renowned person on filicide, or the killing of your children? He's also a person that is in the forefront pretty much worldwide on malingering, right?
Yes, he has written about that.
He's done more than write about it. He's basically given hundreds of lectures and many, many, many learned treatises, all about people that lie to psychiatrists to try to get away with something, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, sir, that Dr. Resnick examined Lindsay, and one of the first things that he did was determine whether or not, in his opinion, she was malingering, lying, suppressing, exaggerating, or doing anything like that, right?
Yes.
In his opinion, sir, when you read his report after all the testing or his examination, is that she was not lying to him at all. Isn't that right?
Yes.
One of the things that you referenced, sir, was you felt that Lindsay was lying about standing at the refrigerator and making chicken McNuggets or whatever, and carrots or peas or something. And you felt that that wasn't right because the child had already had a bowl and was eating, I think you told the jury, chicken nuggets and vegetables or something like that, right?
Green beans.
Green beans. Have you looked at the photograph, sir, that's in evidence in this case about that bowl?
Quite some time ago.
Does that show any residue of chicken nuggets or green beans in the bowl?
Not that I recall.
No, it shows like sliced up residue of a cucumber, possibly a carrot, like vegetables, right?
Not that I recall.
So there are 3 kids, one of which is an infant who obviously pretty recently got finished breastfeeding, is on the bottle, so he's not going to eat chicken McNuggets, right?
Right.
So we have 2 young children that have to be fed, correct?
Yes.
You have 2 young children that Lindsay indicated that she was at the refrigerator getting the chicken and the vegetables so that she could feed the kids, correct?
Yes.
Told you that she would not give the kids chicken McNuggets and vegetables in a bowl, that she would have a plate, right?
Not necessarily.
So when she was at the refrigerator, sir, it's your understanding that she was not being truthful? Telling you that? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I think what I said was very inconsistent with what she had told Dr. Spinelli.
So when she's at the refrigerator and telling you, your interview, I know you imported Dr. Spinelli's report, you imported Dr. Resnick's report, you imported Dr. Zeisel's report. When you were talking to Lindsay, did she tell you she was getting food for the kids out of the fridge?
That's my recollection.
Now, with all of the understanding in your testimony, sir, about the voices, correct me if I'm wrong. You're telling this jury and Dr. Satov's opinion, based on your experience and all of your writings and everything, that when one hears voices, they would be internal or external? To be legit.
They can be either.
Really? I'm sorry, I thought you said that they had to be a particular type, like not internal. If they're internal, they're probably lying. But that's not true, I'm wrong?
The voice that Ms. Clancy told me about during the time of this event, she said was external.
Okay. And is that consistent with your understanding, sir, of the research on auditory hallucinations?
Well, some auditory hallucinations can be internal.
So
for people who are psychotic.
And you were aware, sir, that Philip Resnick, Dr. Resnick, did publish the article in the International Journal of Law and Psychiatry in 2014 in conjunction with Simon McCarthy-Jones. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Treatise, yes. And would you agree with me, sir, that in fact, just if some doctors might feel that hallucinations auditory must originate from the exterior as opposed to interior, would you agree, sir, that in this article, claim number 1, doctors may say, voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Would you agree with that?
That was not my recollection of the research. That
okay.
I understood that it was a minority of.
No, excuse me. It doesn't matter what you.
Oh, hold on. Good. Next question.
I'm going to approach you with the article. We've already established. Know who authored it, read it, all that.
It was quite some time ago.
Sure. So, if we can share that?
You want me to say it?
No, I want you to share it. Put it right here so I can look at it. Would you agree, sir, that it says voices are typically heard? This is a claim number 1. In other words, doctors feel voices are typically heard as coming from inside the head, with the corollary that voices heard as coming from outside the head are atypical. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does atypical mean?
Atypical means unusual.
All right. And this article is saying that there are psychiatrists that feel that voices heard outside of the head, auditory hallucinations, are indeed not legitimate. Is that fair?
That was the old original way of thinking. That was the way it was taught at one time, that they had to be external for someone to actually be experiencing psychosis.
Okay, so we agree then, as Dr. Resnick indicates, that the research evidence does not support the claim that internal located voices are emblematic of genuine AVH,
Auditory verbal hallucinations.
and externally located voices are atypical. recites a particular word, correct?
Yes.
For example, that says, the largest study on this question, Kathy Jones, was in 2012. That's what you're referring to as the old research, right? Oh, one other thing, you were in med school and we talked about too.
Yeah, I was speaking about very old.
Okay. Basically found that of 199 psychiatric patients, 81% who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, 38% heard both voices coming from inside and outside their head. Did I read that right?
You did?
So when Lindsay indicated to you that she indeed heard a loud auditory hallucination, voice, deep male, commanding her to do what she told you, that was external, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any issues with that. In other words, that is very likely could be legitimate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you take a young woman who, as the evidence has shown, is suffering with her medical condition and psychiatric condition and seeing doctors and being prescribed medications and reaching out to people for help and suicide hotlines and people down in Rhode Island and McLean Locked Wards Institute. If I hold an opening statement, sir, would you agree that in her efforts to maintain control, she, meaning Lindsay, withheld?
Form of the question?
Yeah, if we could approach.
Sure.
Sidebar.
What was that?
What was that? We are rolling.
Gloves came off, Wayne.
It tends to happen with him, especially. Looks like they're going back in the courtroom, but it tends to happen with this guy. He can only hold back for so long, dude. He's like, okay, let's fight.
Yes, sir.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Seeing we got new viewers coming in. Thank you. Or if you're just listening, thank you as well. We appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you so very, very much. And I think we're just a tad bit behind because of a pause we had earlier. So, with that being said, here they come.
Oh, we're back.
We'll catch up. We'll catch up in real time at lunch.
Based on your investigation,
Yes, sir.
police reports, statements of witnesses, grand jury, photographs, videos, interviews of Lindsay, review of witness statements, all of that you told us yesterday that you reviewed. That in fact, on January 24th of 2023, Lindsay made a calculated decision. She was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder for her to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Continuing on, sir, she chose to manipulate her providers, seek out a quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious, and when she didn't get what she expected, she chose the alternate route. She would seek a different doctor. She would change medications after days. She disengaged from treatment that she didn't like the plan, and after only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her too. Would you agree that the evidence, in your opinion, supports that contention, sir?
Well, there's a lot in that.
Yeah, it is. Do you agree that it would support your contention, sir, or it would not?
I think that statement that you read really minimizes what she was going through.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Fanny Pack, and welcome in AZ Sunshine. I appreciate you coming over. Shout out to Double Dog 88. Appreciate it.
Sir, you were asked during cross-examination about your work as a forensic psychiatrist for the Bureau of Prisons and for the prisons in Virginia. And about that work and kind of minimizing what your experience was there. What was your work there? What did that entail?
Well, I continue to work there, and I continue to teach students in that system. Seeing patients who are inmates in a number of different facilities, men's and women's facilities over the years, and doing assessments, evaluations, making determinations about treatment, and the like, gathering information. So really, treating these inmate patients as patients who have significant mental illness and really require the best treatment that we can provide in the system.
And during the course of your many, many years working in that system and treating these patients, have you treated patients with psychosis?
Yes.
And does that include treating women with psychosis?
Yes.
And how often have you done that?
I'm going to object. I didn't ask about who. He said two already. He's already said twice. Overall, she may have it. Go ahead.
Since 1992.
Yes.
So 34 years.
How many patients have you treated in the prison system, women patients dealing with psychosis, approximately?
Several hundred.
And are there certain common signs or symptoms that these women display who have psychosis?
Yes.
And what are those?
Well, some have delusions, fixed false beliefs about certain things. So they can present as being psychotic that way. Also, they can present with hallucinations, what we call perceptual disturbances. And generally, they are, in most cases, auditory hallucinations, auditory verbal hallucinations. And they also can present with disorganized thinking, having words, making up words that have special meaning, really having a great difficulty communicating.
And you also mentioned that you all worked for a state hospital for, I think you said 15 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you treat patients with psychosis during those 15 years?
Yes.
And did those include women with psychosis?
Yes.
And in terms of your treatment of women with psychosis, were you responsible for diagnosing them with their underlying mental condition?
Yes.
Diagnosing psychosis as being one of their symptoms?
Correct.
And then treating the underlying condition and the symptom of psychosis for those women?
Yes.
And you did that for approximately 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned two specific patients, females that you dealt with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you learn from treating those two patients?
So those are the two patients that are mentioned in the case reports.
Which case reports?
The case report about postpartum psychosis that was written.
On the medication interaction?
Yes. Are you asking how those patients presented?
Yes.
Okay. There were, as I recall, it's been a while since I looked at the paper, but one was an 18-year-old woman who had delivered her child and had decided not to take, or that she did not want to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, also called Parladel, was given. And we found that within, I think, just a couple of days of the time that she was given this medication, she became convinced that she had to kill her child. And I believe that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, and she was so distressed about that that she wanted to kill herself and was suicidal. And that was how she was brought to our attention. In evaluating her, we removed the Parladel, the bromocriptine, and she responded and resolved her symptoms, her psychotic symptoms, and we were able to discharge her back to her family. The other case, I believe, was another female, a bit older, maybe mid-20s, and she was also given this medication and also became psychotic. For her, it was more a manifestation of mania. She was hypersexual with her husband. She, I think, was quite hyper-religious, and she was...
Doctor,
sorry.
in terms of her delusions, those were more of religious delusions?
Pardon me?
Her delusions regarding her child were religious delusions?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And once that medication was removed from that woman, did her symptoms subside?
Yes. I think in that case, she was also given, she was so disruptive on the ward, taking her clothes off, et cetera, that she was also given antipsychotic medication for a period of time, and her symptoms resolved.
And going back to the first patient that you described, you said that she had voices instructing her to harm her child. And was it as a result of her feelings of guilt for about those thoughts and voices that she was suicidal?
Yes.
So she wanted to kill herself instead of killing her children, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked by Attorney Reddington about your curriculum vitae and focusing in on terrorism, and is that your sole focus? And you said no. What has been your focus over your career?
Well, from the time that I finished my residency, I've been very interested in public psychiatry. And so upon realizing the seriousness of mental illness within the prison system and the value of teaching psychiatry to students within the system, I began doing that while I was also doing work with the state hospitals, seeing patients, whatever. So I would say that of all the things that I do and consider myself, what is most important to me is working with patients. And it's the value of also being with students and having them learn from these patients is going to make them better doctors, even if they don't choose to go into psychiatry. So I see my identity actually as a clinician, and I have patients I'm scheduled to see. I was supposed to see some yesterday, and also I'm going to see patients on Friday.
And Doctor, defense counsel asked you about the onset of postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, and you had said that the DSM-5 lists postpartum onset within 4 weeks, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you about other organizations going up to approximately a year, correct?
That's right.
Are you aware that the World Health Organization has a clinical descriptions and diagnostic requirements for behavioral and neurodevelopmental disorders that has a section on mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the puerim, P-U-E-R-P-E-R-I-M, which does that mean during or after birth?
Yes.
And that in that section by the World Health Organization, they state that mental and...
Objection. She's not going to read that to him, and then he's going to agree with it. She can ask him if he's read
Well, let's hear the question first, and then I'll assume there'll be an objection.
Are you aware that in that section it states that mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the purpurium are syndromes associated with pregnancy or the purpurium commencing within about 6 weeks after delivery?
Objection overruled. I'll allow that if you know that, Doctor.
Yes.
And are you also aware that there's a section talking about mental and behavioral disorders associated with pregnancy, childbirth, or the purpurium with psychotic symptoms that says onset of a syndrome involving significant mental and behavioral features occurring during pregnancy or the purpurium, i.e. up to about 6 weeks following delivery, is required for diagnosis?
That's my understanding.
And that's from the World Health Organization, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about whether blood testing would be appropriate for a patient, and you said that it would depend on the history of the patient, the symptoms, the medication. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything in the records about Lindsay Clancy that would have required blood testing?
No.
You were also asked about thyroid function and how sometimes you might want to test thyroid function in a postpartum woman. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you, are you aware that, reading from Exhibit 222, I believe, that Ms. Clancy's thyroid levels were checked when she visited the South Shore Hospital emergency room on November 16th, 2022, and her levels were within normal limits?
Yes.
I just moved to submit this page from Exhibit 222, showing the thyroid levels.
All right, so that's in. It's just a follow-up of a sheet that's in. I'll allow that.
And doctor, just for the jury to know, in that page that's just been marked in as exhibit, the thyroid levels would be marked by TSH, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about Lamictal and the serious rash that could occur. You said that the serious rash is rare. How rare is it?
Approximately 1 in 1,000.
And you mentioned that millions of people take Lamictal with no problem at all, correct?
That's right.
And is there anything that providers do to be aware of the potential for the rash and to explain that to patients and to try to just basically keep an eye out to see if the patient's developing that symptom?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a medication that needs to be started at a low dose, 25 milligrams, and only gradually moving up. Finally, after a number of weeks, to a dose as much as 200 milligrams, perhaps even more. When the medication is given in a what we call titrated, slow process, the potential for this serious rash is greatly decreased. So it really is a medication that requires a slow titration. So the patient needs to be patient with that process, but it's now one of the most used mood stabilizers for bipolar disorder. That it really is a very important, valuable medicine for bipolar disorder.
And you said that it's important to start at a low dose. Did you say 25 milligrams?
Correct.
And do you recall what dose Dr. Tufts wrote the prescription for Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
And what was that?
25 milligrams. And
do you recall from the records whether the plan was, if she were to take it, to titrate in the manner you described?
Correct.
And putting aside whether or not someone chooses to take the medication because of a rash, is there any significance to the person, to a patient, being prescribed a medication and then not telling that provider that they chose not to take it?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, it really limits the provider in making other decisions. If a decision is made that a patient is not going to take a certain category of medication, it's helpful to let that provider know and say, I've decided against it. What are some other alternatives?
Doctor, you were asked about lack of sleep potentially causing psychosis, correct?
Correct.
And sleep was definitely an issue for Ms. Clancy in the fall leading into December of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And looking back to the McLean records, would it be accurate to state that her sleep got progressively better while at McLean?
Yes.
And then directing your memory to the text messages that Ms. Clancy had with her mother from January 7th through January 22nd of 2023, would it be accurate to state that she told her mother she was sleeping better during that time?
Yes.
Defense counsel asked you if by all the evidence and witnesses that the defendant was a happy wife, mother, daughter, all of that, and you said no. What were you referring to when you said no?
Well, I was thinking about the paper that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, in which she expressed some of the concerns that she had, significant anxiety, but also, as I recall, insomnia was a concern of hers. And it was followed up with Jennifer McAllister, who worked with Dr. Tufts. And I think in Ms. McAllister's note, Ms. Clancy mentioned that she had waning confidence in being able to take care of her children as they were growing up. And that, I think, in a note of Dr. Tufts noted that she said that she found that Callan needed more attention, and that as the kids were growing older, that she was finding them more challenging.
Did she give any information did Ms. Clancy give any information about why it was more challenging as the kids got older?
I'm going to object. This is pretty far afield.
Yeah, sustained. It goes beyond cross.
So, Doctor, defense counsel asked you about Dr. Tufts and her treatment of the defendant, and mentioned repeatedly how she'd only been in the practice on her own for a few months. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In reviewing Dr. Tufts' treatment of the defendant and the medications she prescribed and the methods she used in prescribing those medications, did you have any issues or concerns about the approach she took or what she prescribed?
No.
And what were your thoughts about her approach to treating this defendant?
Well, possibly because Dr. Tufts was new and had just come into practice, she was more available. And so I think she was able to see Ms. Clancy over video 14 times. And for example, when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean, the request from McLean was that she needed immediate outpatient follow-up. And so Dr. Tufts arranged it the following day. And so there were some weeks where Dr. Tufts saw Ms. Clancy more than once a week. And I will also say that when Ms. Clancy decided to go to nurse practitioner Paul and then saw Nurse Gelada, I think early December, it might have been December 1st, she then went to Dr. Tufts, and Dr. Tufts wrote a note saying that she felt uncomfortable making prescriptions while Ms. Clancy was going to another provider. But in that note, suggested that Lamictal could be helpful. So Dr. Tufts was very responsive to concerns of Ms. Clancy in terms of seeing her. Was seeing her weekly and saw her on the 23rd of January, and then had another appointment the next week and had talked about future treatments, possible treatments, esketamine, as well as TMS. So perhaps the fact that she had just left her residency meant that she could be more responsive to seeing patients quickly. And she did that.
And speaking specifically to the prescribing, prescribing which medications she's prescribed, which doses, what different options she tried. Did you have an opinion based on your training and experience of Dr. Tuff's method with prescriptions?
Yes.
And what was that?
I felt that the prescribing was very reasonable.
How so?
Well, back in 2013, 2014, Ms. Clancy had taken Prozac and SSRI, and it was helpful. She also took Wellbutrin and propranolol. After Dawson was born, Ms. Clancy had some significant anxiety and actually went to a doctor and was prescribed Zoloft. So this would have been in 2019. But then decided, 2019, early 2020, but then decided not to take the Zoloft. Her anxiety symptoms resolved. It's a difficult time, particularly as she got older because of COVID, but she decided that even though she had the prescription of Zoloft, she decided not to take it. The anxiety that she experienced after Callan's birth was more significant and lasted longer. And so she went to Dr. Tuff's, who got a history of Ms. Clancy having taken the Prozac and done well on it, having seriously considered Zoloft to the extent that she got a prescription for it, decided not to take it. That Zoloft at 25 milligrams, which is the lowest dose, starting that, would be a reasonable choice. Really, perhaps the most reasonable choice of an antidepressant, given Ms. Clancy's history up to that point. I believe that there were only 7 pills taken. Ms. Clancy was directed to take 25 milligrams for a week and then increased to 50 milligrams, two tablets, but had, I think maybe after 5 days, taken that increase and increased from 25 to 50 milligrams, and then had the adverse reaction of insomnia, very significant insomnia.
And in terms of after seeing the effects from the Zoloft and stopping that prescription, the various prescriptions that Dr. Tuff's tried with the defendant, did you have an opinion based on your training experience about whether that trial and error process and what she prescribed and what she tried with the defendant, whether that was reasonable?
No rules.
Yes.
And was it reasonable?
Was it reasonable?
Yes.
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Ms. Clancy, after having the insomnia, was very upset and concerned, as anyone would be. I think that was around October 21st. And so Dr. Tuff's assessed her and told her to stop the Zoloft and started her on Ativan, I understand, and Benadryl. And that medication was helpful for a while. But Ms. Clancy was concerned about Ativan, benzodiazepines being addictive, and concerned about getting hooked on these types of medications. And that is a concern over the long term. And so part of the process was to see if she could be treated effectively by decreasing the benzodiazepines or maybe giving her a longer acting benzodiazepine. The medication buspirone, was prescribed by Dr. Tufts, but Ms. Clancy, in a note.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can I have a standing objection to the rambling answers? This is redirect. I object.
All right. We can see counsel. I just want to put something on the record. Counsel.
Let's see, counsel, I want to put something on the record. Okay, put this on the record. I'm ready for lunch, is what he's going to say. Hello, Yankees fan for life. Welcome to Ash's channel and Angel's channel. And like I said, this is Braves country here, but you're more than welcome to subscribe to We Investigate as well. We'd love to have you. We accept different teams, different opinions, different views. We welcome it in. Full stop. 100%. I hope the microphone is sounding good still. We will see you shortly. Jody Woo. Come on back. Hope everything goes good. What you face planting for? Bad Ash, what you face planting for? Not this right here, I hope. That's right, Braves country. Keep on chopping, y'all. Can't stop the chop. You gotta make me break out the chant, because I'll do it. I will do it. Oh, oh. Told you I'd do it. I wasn't lying either. Loud and clear. Thank you, 3-3B. I know who you are, but your secret is safe with me, 3-3B. It's like a nursery rhyme or something. 3-3B. Yes, Your Honor.
And so, Doctor, if you could continue your answer.
Just for a second, I just wanted, so members of the jury, we're going to go a little past the 1 o'clock, the usual time of the break here for certain scheduling reasons, okay?
It's a miracle. It is a miracle.
If you could just summarize briefly what you said, that you thought that Dr. Tufts' approach was reasonable. If you could just summarize briefly why you thought her approach was reasonable.
According to the notes and also the emails, communications with between Dr. Tufts and Ms. Clancy, I found Dr. Tufts to be very responsive to Ms. Clancy's symptoms and concerns.
Fanny, can you hear me, Fanny Pack?
Really trying to make adjustments according to how Ms. Clancy was doing.
Can you hear me, Fanny Pack?
Thank you. And you were asked by defense counsel about her visit to Women and Infants Hospital and about the defendant. I believe what defense counsel asked you was that every time a doctor told the defendant to do something, she was on it immediately. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in the Women and Infants records that they offered her 3 programs: an inpatient hospitalization, a partial hospitalization program, and an outpatient program, and the defendant said that she would talk to her provider for guidance about those programs?
Yes.
And do you recall reading in the notes and records of Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, that she never discussed those 3 programs with her doctor or her nurse practitioner, correct?
That's my recollection.
Now, in terms of the calls to Aspire, to the hotline for the suicide hotline, you were asked about where in the records you saw that. And I would just like to approach, also from Exhibit 222, the note from December 8th, 2022 of Letitia Dukes. And if you could just review
Hey,
this note.
Fanny Pack, go
here,
go
and
Braves,
let them hear from you.
go Braves, Fanny Pack.
Doctor, is this the record that you were referring to that gave you the information about the defendant's call to the suicide hotline?
Yes.
And reading from this page from the exhibit, page 45, it states that patient contacted Aspire Crisis Support. She met with an Aspire clinician virtually and was told that she did not meet the criteria for inpatient treatment due to not having an SI plan. That's a suicidal ideation plan, correct?
Correct.
And then reading again, Aspire clinician recommended that the patient attend a day program. The clinician said he would be sending the patient resources. Clinician informed the patient that it would be beneficial to attend an IOP or a PHP to help the patient build coping skills and build community. What's an IOP and a PHP? Do you know?
PHP is partial hospitalization program, and IOP is, I believe, an inpatient program.
And so when the defendant called the suicide hotline, she told them she was having suicidal thoughts, correct?
Correct.
But she told them she did not have a plan, correct?
Correct.
And they didn't just hang up on her. They sent her resources and recommended a day program and a partial hospitalization program or an inpatient program, correct?
Correct.
Move to submit these two pages, 45 and 46, is the next exhibit. They're apart from exhibit 222.
All right, subject to the same objection, I'm going to, that may be admitted.
197. You were asked a lot of questions about hormone changes after pregnancy and if that can affect, and stopping breastfeeding, and if that could affect someone's mental health. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said something about the timing matters. Why does the timing matter?
Well, after lactation and a postpartum period, and it may be the decision for a woman to stop lactation can occur at various times, not just during a circumscribed 1 month period. But stopping lactation causes a decrease in prolactin levels and an increase in estrogen and progesterone. And it really depends on when someone decides to stop breastfeeding. Those significant hormonal changes that are tied to breastfeeding or lactation. And so that's why timing and the time is important to see at what point did breastfeeding stop and at what point are we seeing symptoms.
And doctor, with the defendant, the breastfeeding stopped sometime in October, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking ahead to January 24th, 2023, would you still be expecting to see hormonal problems from stopping breastfeeding in October in January, that many months later?
No.
Now, you were asked about the statements Patrick made regarding his interaction with the defendant when he found her outside in the snow. And is it correct that he told you he found her and said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself"?
Yes.
And did he then say, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "They are in the basement"?
Yes.
Did he then tell you that he then called 911?
I don't recall exactly when he told me that he called 911. What I recall is his statement about what she said to him.
And that was her statements to him when he immediately found her on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that at some point he made a 911 call, correct?
Yes.
And during that 911 call that you listened to, you didn't hear the defendant saying any words at that point, correct?
I did not.
And as a physician, are you aware that someone who's been injured can deteriorate over time?
Yes, particularly after an overdose.
And can they be speaking in one moment and then unable to speak moments later?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked about the crushed up pills and whether there was any residue on the nightstand or anywhere in the house that the police saw, correct?
Yes.
And there was no residue in the photos, correct?
Not that I saw.
But you don't know when she crushed up the pills, do you?
I don't.
If she had crushed them up earlier in the day, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
Correct.
If she had crushed them up days before and put the empty bottles in a drawer, there wouldn't necessarily be residue, correct?
It's sustained. Yes.
There were many texts between the defendant and her mother in January, correct?
Yes.
And from January 7th until January 22nd, when Ms. Clancy's mother and father visited her at her home, the text messages clearly indicated that they were in two separate locations, correct?
Yes.
And in those text messages, the defendant repeatedly told her mother that she was doing a little bit better, sleeping's a little bit better, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about Dr. Resnick and how many articles and how many books he's written and how he's well known in this area, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Dr. Resnick's teachings about malingering and about psychosis?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that Dr. Resnick teaches others that one of the red flags to look for in malingering?
You can ask him what he's read. I tell him what she wants him to say.
No, hold on. Let me hear the question first.
Are you aware that one of the red flags that Dr. Resnick teaches to look for in malingering and faking hearing voices is that someone automatically obeys a command?
Yes.
That's stricken at this time. Can I see counsel?
He is now seeing counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Doug, do you have anything to add?
Nope.
Are
Surprise,
you sure?
surprise.
Otherwise, everybody's going to hear my chip bag. Yeah, surprise, surprise on that. Never, ever, ever have seen a judge need to sidebar attorneys so often. Seriously, like that. But he stays there. Oh, she heard me. The microphone must be working good. This is called RUT or UTZ, UTZ. I think it's Lutz. Is that the way you say that? So yeah.
Utes.
Anyway, they're rippled potato chips. That's a name brand that I've never heard of before until the last few months. And I found these and they're incredibly reasonable and delicious. Yeah, Utz. You got it. Maybe they're new here in the South or something, but I stumbled across them because they're like 2 bags for $6, if you can believe that. And they're friggin' delicious, and the bags are full of chips. And I was trying to sneak in a little sandwich since he said we were going past lunch break today. But, of course, he hit me with the sidebar, so here I am. That's okay, Judge. I'm going to learn how to work around you, dude. Mm-hmm. He doesn't allow me to have very many breaks or anything because he takes too many. When he takes breaks, I don't get a break. Michelle says they don't have those chips there. What do you I mean, Three Little B, what do you have over there?
Members of the jury, that last answer, I think,
They're back.
was stricken. Okay. Yeah, come on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Last comment stricken.
Now, you were asked about trying to do collateral interviews with the defendant's family, correct?
Yes.
And you had requested of our office to make arrangements to interview the defendant's parents and her sister, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that an email was sent to, I'm sorry, were you aware that a phone message was left for Paula Musgrove asking if she and her husband would be willing to meet with you on June 11th, 2026, and that they did not return the call?
That's my understanding.
And are you aware that an email was sent to Allison Ozga, the defendant's sister, requesting that she meet with you? And her response to that email was, I am awaiting a response from Kevin advising me on participating in Dr. Saftoff's assessment. I will respond once I speak to him. Were you aware of that?
That was my understanding.
And were you aware that she did not respond after that?
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You weren't aware that Kevin was on a month-long federal trial during that period of time either, were you? That'd be me.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it?
You could say, maybe get a little closer to the microphone. I had problems.
Aware, sir, that during the time that Ozga, her sister, said she's waiting to hear from Kevin, and I'm the Kevin, that I was on trial on a month-long federal case out of my office. You didn't know that, did you?
I did not know that.
Did you ever think to call me directly or at my secretary, my office manager, to ask about me reaching out to these people?
No.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Let me
Thank
sit
you.
down. Thank you.
Man, I really thought his last words would be way more than that. You know what I mean? I thought he would go hard on his last few words.
Members of the jury,
I agree, yeah.
Commonwealth has now rested their rebuttal case. So you have.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
And so at this point, what I'm going to do is excuse you till tomorrow morning. All right. And tomorrow morning, you should be ready. We're going to have closing arguments and the legal instructions in the morning. And then
Cape Cod chips.
the jury will begin deliberating. All right. So that's tomorrow. So I would suggest go home, rest up, and be ready for tomorrow.
He said go home.
So
Go
They
home.
have
now you've heard all the evidence. For the first time I can say that. You've heard all the evidence. But you haven't heard the arguments from the attorneys. You haven't even heard, like I said before, the law that you're to apply. So you still have to keep an open mind. All right? So those instructions that I gave you the last 4 or 5 weeks, they're doubled down today. All right? Don't read anything. Don't talk about this. Don't watch anything. Don't discuss this with anyone. And keep an open mind. All right, come this far with that open mind. Bring it with you tomorrow.
But that heart's beating
So
now.
get a good night's sleep. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we will get as soon as we can. Sometimes there's a little delay when we get to this next section, so we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can tomorrow morning. But if there's a little bit of a delay, as you probably already know, it's probably on me, right? But we'll try and get you out here as soon as we can, get you right back into this. So again, thank you so much for all your work, all your commitment, all your dedication, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay.
Court, all rise, please. Jury.
All rise. Doug, have they been going home? I thought they were sequestered.
I thought they were too. He made it sound like they were going home though.
They really did. Interesting.
She don't look very happy.
I think her sphincter is tightening.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. I mean, if that's a thing still. My bad. Not really my bad though. Sorry. So he said 9 o'clock in the morning, Doug?
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
try.
What I thought we'd do
We're
is
gonna
maybe
talk- we're gonna look at-
I'll hear from the defendant in regards to any motions at this point. Then we take a break
The judge
until
said
about
that.
2:30. Come back to the charge conference. Before you leave, I had that draft so you could impose on your lunch hour. You could be looking at my instructions. With that, Mr.
Charge
Reddington?
conference coming up.
I know it's not crafted by learned hand, but nevertheless, I did file a motion for required finding that I have to renew. So I'm renewing it and we're arguing.
Okay.
We didn't have to do the motion.
All right. The motion at this point is denied. All right. And so
Denied.
we will be in recess till 2:30. And if council can just wait, and I'll get those copies. I should have brought them out with me. They're in my lobby. And then we'll be in recess. All right. All right. Thank you, everyone.
He basically asked the judge to, I'll rise real quick. He asked the judge to throw it out before it makes it to the jury for lack of evidence. The judge said denied. Charge conference. We'll explain more what that is as we get closer to 2:30, but charge conference at 2:30, which probably means 2:45 if we're lucky. And I see that Justine and Pretty's been texting each other after hours. That's cheating. How long for the jury to make a decision? Friday evening, I say. That's my first guess, but I'll throw a poll up here later. It'll take days, if not. Oh, there's Doug's answer right there. I don't even have to ask you on live, Doug. You've already put it in there.
I agree.
Right. It could be. It could be that long for real. It's a complicated case.
I think it's gonna have to. It's gonna be a hung jury, so it's gonna go at least days, in my opinion. I don't think there's gonna be a quick unanimous decision. I just too much evidence to go over.
I had to agree with you on the hung jury part. I don't see them getting there. Are we gonna show my graphic? Oh yes, we are gonna show your graphic. Hey Doug, I got something for you to read.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Hey, and I was just asking you, did the judge say 9 in the morning? I wasn't asking you, could you be here at 9? Until I start paying you, I can't ask you questions like that.
Gotcha.
Let's see here. Would it be an image file, y'all? Dun, 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 dun.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Right. I was really just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Today at 11:51, this was shared with us. And it's popping up over here. I'm going to add that to the stage. I'm going to make that big time on the screen. And then I'm going to ask our good friend Doug, would he mind going over this chart with us while I finish scarfing down the rest of this little ham sandwich and having some of these?
That's a big chart. Thanks,
big
Justin.
chart. Very big chart.
I'm just waiting for it to come up on my other screen.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of these banners so it's easy to read.
Try to dig into this the best I can.
Thank you, brother. We'll get rid of that, and it should be full screen. It's not quite full screen, is it? Let's take it to right here, and then that should give you a little more ability to read it. Thank you, kind sir. Just take your time, man.
All right, so this is Lindsay Clancy. The charges, potential sentences, and jury outcomes. Massachusetts versus Lindsay Clancy, the accused in the deaths of her 3 young children. The charges and potential sentences. First being 3 counts of murder in the first degree. The statute law is Mass Gen Laws, Chapter 265, 1. The description. The unlawful killing of another human being with premeditation and intent. The potential sentence, if convicted, life in prison without the possibility of parole, mandatory. Number 2, 3 counts of murder, second degree. Mass General Laws 265, 1. The description, the unlawful killing of another human being without premeditation, but with malice after the thought. And the potential sentence is life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years, mandatory minimum. Number 3, 3 counts of manslaughter in the death of a child. Mass General Laws 265, 13D. The description, the unlawful killing of a child under 14 by a parent and or other person responsible for the child's welfare. Potential sentence, if convicted, up to 20 years in state prison per count. Number 4, 3 counts of assault and battery on a child, Mass General Law 265, 13M. The description, intentionally causing serious bodily injury to a child under 14. Potential sentence, up to 10 years in state prison per count. Number 5, 1 count of endangering a child by means of a controlled substance, Mass General Law 11953A. Description, allowing a child to be placed in a situation where they are endangered by substance use. Potential sentence, up to 1 year in jail or 2.5 years in prison and or a fine per count. Number 6, 1 count of keeping a house of disorder, Mass General Laws 272-7. Description, maintaining a dwelling that is a public nuisance or disorderly. Potential sentence, up to 1 year in jail and or a fine per count. If convicted on all counts, Lindsay Clancy faces multiple life sentences, including life without parole, plus additional consecutive sentences on other charges. The potential jury outcomes. Juries can find the defendant guilty, not guilty, or guilty on some counts and not guilty on others. Convicted on all counts, jury finds Lindsay Clancy guilty on all charges. Result, multiple life sentences plus additional time on other counts, effectively a life sentence. Estimated likelihood in similar cases, 50 to 70%. Convicted on some counts, jury convicts on some charges, e.g. manslaughter instead of murder, or not guilty on lesser charges. The result, still faces substantial prison time, but less than multiple life without parole, 20 to 30% of the time. Acquitted on most or all counts, jury finds her not guilty on most or all charges. Result, she is released unless other charges apply, 50 to 15% of the time. Hung jury on some counts. Jury cannot reach a unanimous decision on one or more of the counts. Result, mistrial declared on those counts, prosecution may retry, 5 to 10% of the time. Note, there are estimated ranges based on similar cases and national data. Every case is unique and depends on evidence, witnesses, and jury composition. How these cases are generally decided. National conviction rates in child unaliving cases looks like over 90%. More than 90% of child homicide cases brought to trial in the U.S. result in conviction. Source Bureau of Justice 2022 or 2020 report. M conviction rates. First degree M, 85 to 95% of conviction rate. Second degree M, 70 to 85% conviction rate. Source, National Registry of Exonerations, BIS, and Legal Studies. Factors that influence jury decisions. Strength of forensics and digital evidence. Credibility of witness testimony. Defendant statements or behaviors. Mental health defenses. Emotional impact of the case. And the key takeaway, I cannot read because it's mostly blocked by Wayne's banner. And I think that concludes our aesthetically pleasing breakdown given to us by Pretty Little Clues. Thank you, Justine.
Dude,
That was awful.
That was awesome, dude.
Was that good?
Good job, dude. That sounds so professional, man. I'm not lying.
Well, thank you.
That was awesome. Key takeaways I can see up on the big screen because I got rid of the comments. So
Oh,
let's
I
see
can
here.
see it now.
Based on
I'm going.
national data. Oh, you can go ahead and read it. You probably read better than I do.
I can't because there's two sides on the other phone. You read it.
Okay. Based on national data and similar cases, the likelihood of conviction in Lindsay Clancy's case is high, especially given the serious nature of the charges and available evidence. I see a timeline at the bottom of the screen, but I don't think that that's a legitimate timeline. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pretty Little Clues, because it's actually got her fleeing the country and convicted. So I don't think that timeline is correct. So I'm not going to read that until I get confirmation that there's something legitimate with the timeline case down there. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. So I'll leave it up on the screen for a little bit. We can chew the fat over it a little bit. I don't think I got nobody backstage. Hey, Jim, by the way, what's going on there, brother? Jim Survival. And like Doug said, shout out to Pretty Little Clues, Justine. Please give her a like and a follow. She is working and helping us at the same time over here. She is awesome sauce. Does anybody say that anymore? So shout out to her, Justine, for giving us this awesome chart here. I love it. Lindsay Clancy, the charges, potential sentences, and jury outcomes. So I'm down there in the where the caution symbol is. As far as what I think it should be, if I was a juror, that's where I would go. But having given my unbiased opinion now, there's a lot to go over there. So 3 counts, first degree. There's the law, case number, and stuff like that. Premeditation and intent. Life in prison without possibility of parole. That's mandatory, by the way, guys. We're talking if she's convicted, that's mandatory. Life without. Interesting. Second degree, that's not on there, is it?
What's not, Lane?
It's not on there, right, Doug?
What's not?
Second degree.
Yeah, it's the second one. 3 counts of M, second degree. So the first one's first degree. The second one's second degree.
Right, but I don't think the jury in this case can. I think she's just telling us what the law is in Massachusetts, but I don't think that the jury is considering this because the judge denied that getting put on there. So I don't think they can. Yeah, they can't
I'm not
do
sure how that would work.
or manslaughter. So I don't know about those. The rest of those down there.
If their only choice is first degree, I don't see how this is. There's no way it's going to be resolved. In my opinion, it'll almost automatically be a hung jury.
It'll be hard to get 12 people there, man. We can't even get 3 people there.
Yeah. I mean, second degree would have been a lot easier. And obviously with the option of manslaughter. But I think it will probably be one of the top 3.
Right.
But if they're not even options, this prosecution did not give beyond a reasonable doubt to prove first degree. There's just no freaking way, in my opinion.
See, a lot of people have your opinion and they see the things like that, to where I don't necessarily, because I guess you call me a hard ass or whatever. Eye for an eye kind of thing, guy. If you take a life, you don't deserve a life kind of thing, especially innocent lives. And I don't accept any excuses for that. Like I said, some people do, though. Psychosis, postpartum, drugs, lack of, psychiatric treatment. The doctors failed her, the husband failed her, the parents failed her, everybody failed her. A mixture of drugs, this, that, and the other. I just don't accept it. If they could prove that he messed with her drugs, I could get in the camp of just putting her away for the rest of her life. I could maybe even get to second degree or something a little less than that there if he toyed with her medication and stuff. But otherwise, I think that it's merciful just to put her away for the rest of her life in prison, in my opinion. But that's me. I mean, Doug's got that. But as far as what the jury will do, looking at it realistically, even though I want what I want and think what I think, I don't see 12 people getting on the same page with this, y'all. It's going to take some pretty big persuading going on in that jury room. What you think, Doug?
I agree.
Sorry about that. And Tyson had us a Dolly Parton song. What time did that guy say he's coming back? 2:30?
2:30.
Awesome. Let's I got some little housekeeping I'm doing behind the scenes before I turn my camera on.
Okay.
And I don't mean literally.
But hi, Brenda. Hi, Cindy. Good to see you all.
Nice to see you folks.
Take a poll.
Okay. You tell me what the poll should be and I'll type it in, but give me just 1 second. I'm leaving. I'm doing something behind the scenes right quick.
Yeah.
And then we'll do a poll. You start thinking about what the question needs to be and what the answers need to be. And you can ask the chat to help you if you want to get that. There's John DePietro, by the way, he's on. Shout out to John. We watched him earlier. If y'all hadn't followed John's channel, go over there and do that. He was out at Nancy's house forever. He was out there for a long time. I just got one little thing to do. Passing out tools.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Wait a minute. That's the wrong channel, y'all. I think I have the right channel now. Where did you go? Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
What do you think, chat? What's the question and what's the answers? In case anybody wants a special answer involved.
I think the question is about the first degree counts. And do we think, with the description, the unlawful killing of another human being with premeditation and intent, explaining the first degree counts, did the prosecution reach beyond a reasonable doubt? 1 for guilty, 1 for not guilty, and 3 for undecided.
Dun, dun, dun. What's it going to be,
right,
y'all?
I think.
And they can talk about how long it's going to be. I'm going to have to exit all the way out of what I'm trying to do and then come back in.
Oh,
but it's
I'm sorry,
okay.
Wayne.
No, you're good. It ain't you, brother. It's me. It's me and my
StreamYard
devices I got running. But that's okay. We're making things happen over here, y'all. Things are happening. I finally found what I was looking for. How did y'all like
it? It's me, Doug.
It's Doug, y'all.
Just Doug.
What'd I say?
I don't know. I interrupted you, so I didn't hear.
Oh, you're fine, brother.
I was talking to your chat room.
Oh, thank you, man. Dun, dun, dun. I just about got done what I needed to get done. And there it is. Okay. Now, got that done. Got that done and out of the way. We can get back to what's really going on. Y'all don't let me forget 2:30. Because
Nope.
I will forget. And they will be in there. Looks like I got another case too, by the way.
Another case? Oh, great.
Yeah, I know. It's one I came across last night. Everybody look up Caitlin Goble, like Noble, but Goble. Goble. Is that how you say that?
Yep.
State of Georgia versus Caitlin Goble. Check that one out. They're on day 2 right now. So we won't be really late for this trial. You talk about some freaky stuff, man. Just watching what I watched last night was like, whoa, with this one here. Oh boy.
What is the outline of it? What is it?
She
is it an M case?
Yes. Disappeared and dismembered. And she's into like the crazy stuff with the pentagrams and all that stuff, and she made TikTok video of it, and she's got the blood on her face and all this stuff. It's crazy, bro. When I tell you it's crazy, it's crazy. It freaked me out right before bedtime. I was just like, what in the world is happening here? So, and it's in the state of Georgia too. So I could possibly run over there to the courthouse and get a little live coverage. Maybe have somebody run this channel for me, or I could pop in or something.
So this is on in jury part of the case?
Yeah, they're on day 2 of this trial right now.
Oh, okay. The trial's ongoing. And when did it happen?
Don't know the answers to that. But we can find out. It's law and crime is also, yeah, and everybody give law and crime trials. They got law and crime and they got law and crime trials. Give them a like and a follow and stuff, y'all, because that's where you're going to get your good stuff at. And they forced court TV to go start running without commercials and stuff. So I love law and crime. Y'all get over there and give them a follow and a like. But come back here and watch the trial, though. Yep. Okay, we were doing a poll. This is a good time.
Yeah.
This is a good time to do polls, by the way.
Let's do a poll. Yeah, see where everyone's head's at.
Okay, new polls coming up. All right, I'm going to type your question word for word. What you got?
All right, to 3 counts of murder of the first degree.
Okay.
And the answers should probably be guilty, not guilty, undecided. And applying the description of the first degree, the unlawful killing of another human being with premeditation and intent. Because as I'm understanding it, that is the jury's only option.
Okay, so 3 counts of murder in the first.
Yep. Guilty, not guilty, undecided.
Now remember, they had guilty but not legally responsible as a choice.
Right, so that would probably be undecided, I would imagine. I think you can only give 3 though, right?
No, I can.
If you want that to be the third one, guilty but not reasonable, not legally responsible.
Okay, I like what you're putting down here. All right, not guilty. I'll add the third option here. Guilty, but not. Legally. All right, y'all, it's RSP. Y'all know what that means. It's responsible. And then the fourth option is hung jury. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'm going to create this poll. It's coming in hot. I'm going to start it, and I'm going to show it. I wish we could do secret ballots because I know not everybody's comfortable with everybody else seeing their vote. But it is on the screen. All you got to do is drop your vote in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Just the number alone. Don't put your reasons and all that stuff with it. Just put the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, or the number 4 as your vote of what you think the jury will do. Not what you want them to do, but what you think they will do. And then we'll do what you want them to do later if y'all want to do that. Dun, dun, dun. So what a great thing. Yeah, so the poll should be up on everybody's screen if you can see it. And that was a great it's a great chart she showed us there. And I don't think that we're wrong. They're only going to consider the top one right there. And it has a skull on there, y'all. Convicted on all 3 accounts, 50 to 70%. I don't see how you get some accounts in this case, and that would be 20 to 30%. Acquitted is only 5 to 15%. I have to agree. And a hung jury on some counts is only 5 to 10%. That seems rather low for this one. I mean, it seems like a hung jury would be up there like 75 to 80% in this one, in my opinion. Uh-huh. national conviction rates is over 90% on child homicide. You know what I mean? Cases brought to trial. I don't know how you say that word without saying that word. Child unaliving cases brought to trial in the U.S. result in a conviction over 90%, y'all. And the source of that is the Bureau of Justice Statistics. That's always a fun word for me. Statistics. Yeah. There you go. Say it, Doug.
Statistically speaking, Wayne.
Statistics. I swear I'm hooked on phonics, y'all. Anybody remember that? First degree, 85 to 95% conviction rate. Second degree, 70 to 85%. And usually if there's an option for second degree, that's what most of them always drop down to, that because nobody wants to be too hard on nobody. And that's why I keep saying life without is merciful, because they've taken the death penalty off the table.
We've never had it in Massachusetts. We are a non-death state.
You know what we call the electric chair in Georgia?
A conclusion?
It's got a name. We got a name for it. It's called Old Sparky.
Old Sparky. Okay, yeah, I've heard that.
Boy, that's pretty crazy. And I mean, that's a crazy thing to do. And I hate that anything has to result in being that, because it's not very, humane or anything like that by any stretch of the imagination. But I think that needs to be in the back of everybody's mind. If you get to that point, and I want that to be your last thought before you make a decision to take somebody else's life, is let that be in your head. If I take this person's life and they convict me, then that's gonna be the end of mine. And I know it's what a lot of people want. That's what she wants, according to her. And if I had my way, I say, well, let us help you out. Only God can judge you, but we can set up the meeting. But yeah, on the bottom, let's see how many votes we got going on here. So we got, it's right now the hung jury is winning out at 50%. Guilty is coming in second at 43%, not shabby. And we got guilty but not legally responsible popping in at 7%. I think I know who that might be. What will they do? I'm torn between 1 and 4, y'all. Especially after seeing this beautiful chart that's been made out and put out here for us. What a great help she is to all creators. Justine helps people out, man. She'll be sending over information to 857 and Patriot Pride, anybody else that's doing lives and stuff. She's boom, right, real time. And Jessica's been helping out too a lot. Same thing, getting me videos and that type of thing over in real time. It's crucial for a content creator to have that going on in the background.
Big help for sure.
Especially if you're trying to eat a sandwich or something. Let's see what it looks like if I put us up on stage. Let's see if the poll still stays visible, which is also a wireless service in Arizona. Visible, spelled visible, backed by a criminal network. It don't show me, but it shows you.
Nice.
Let's see, y'all. Done. He said, nice.
The little D is at it again.
Did you hear me talking about your little D yesterday? You wouldn't hear it. They were like, what happened to Doug? I said, he's over there on another channel. I said, I saw his little D.
Yeah.
People were laughing about that. It was a little bit funny. It was a little bit funny. Dun, 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 dun. What about here? Oop. Now I hid part of your little D with the poll.
That's all right.
He said, that's okay, guys. It's no big deal. Let's see what it looks like on the big screen. And Fat Redall had us some Dolly Parton stuff going on, but he's not with us at the moment, I don't think. If you are Fat Redall, please come up. With a real Fat Redall, please come up. Quick pop to hit TC. Oh, let's see what he says. I'll put him up on the screen right here, y'all. Quick pop in, hit TC all. Okay, said hi, and even the. Yeah, you almost caught me there, Ash. I almost read that word right out live. Yep.
Yep. Hi, Ash.
What's going on, Ash? 4, this is a mess, says my daughter. It's kind of a mess. I just still hadn't decided. I'm gonna give myself another 5 minutes or so to throw my vote in there. I'm thinking hard if they're gonna get there or not. If I could see the makeup of the jury. Sorry, guys. People are texting. Yes, right. Four, she says. There's Jaylene. Hey, Jaylene. What's going on, girlfriend? Blue Eyes. Hi, chat. Hey, Blue Eyes. Good to see you. What are you saying no to, Jaylene? You can't just come in and say no. No. What do you think that no is for? Where?
I'm pretty sure she's talking to Jim about the email.
Oh, spelled visible. That's right, Fanny Pack. Fanny Pack knows what I'm talking about. Spelled visible. Backed. Oh, yeah, she's got a big, long conversation going on. That happened so fast I didn't even see it, y'all. Anticipated guest appearance of the entire trial, right? That's what we all tuning in for, to see what they will say. I wonder what it's looking like outside the courtroom. That's where I wish Law and Crime would get a little bit better on jumping outside and checking out what was going on instead of just showing the seal the entire time. I've seen them out there one time in this trial, and that was early Monday morning. They were outside for a minute. Hey, Jaylene. Yup. Okay, I'm going to throw this over there in the chat one more time. Anybody want to come up? Promote your channel, talk about the case, talk about Dolly, talk about anything you want to talk about. And we're going to go on Verdict Watch. May have Verdict Watch and the other trial having like a simultaneous thing going on. We can fall back and watch day 1 and day 2 of the other trial. We can speed through that so we don't have to sit and wait on sidebars and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, then we'll be caught up by the time we get a verdict in this one, and then we can drop back into the other one live.
Now you got me interested, and I'm still just not even sure what it's about, but that it's shocking and there's a lot of blood, and
the
sounds interesting.
I'll tell you, the girl tripped me out, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, man, do I even want this on my TV or in my bedroom?
Did the girl become the victim? Is that
no?
She's the victim, or she's the person under?
She the perp.
Okay, she's the perp.
She's on trial, y'all.
And who was the victim?
That's a great question. I would have to get over here to my telephone to be able to tell you that.
Okay.
I could give you the name though.
Yeah.
Let me give you the name.
Like, was it random? Was it a friend?
Right. I believe it was a friend. She moved here to the state of Georgia and didn't know anybody, is what I remember. Let's see. Here we go. Her name is Caitlin, spelled Katelyn. Last name is Goble, like Noble, Goble.
And that's the perp or the victim?
That's the girl.
That's the girl. Okay, so she's the one on trial for the unaliving of.
Right. I don't know yet. I did know his name last night, but like I said, it was late. So let me look her up.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I thought that's what you were doing.
Oh, I was, and then I got another text message.
Yeah.
We put a stop to that. So it's Newton County, Georgia. I'm gonna just read this out to y'all right quick. Dun, 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 dun. Gruesome details in the Newton County trial. Woman accused in missing teen's murder. Newton County, Georgia. Prosecutors say Caitlin Goebel did are the things, what she did are the things in a horror movie. 30-year-old defendant was just 19 back in 2016 when she met Morgan Bauer, just 19 herself at the time, and who had just moved to Metro Atlanta from South Dakota. Investigators say the women were trying to make a living as exotic dancers, but on a night in February of that year, prosecutors say Goebel lured the victim to a home in Newton County. Then she shared her boyfriend. A boyfriend was shared, Alex Warren, where prosecutors say the pair strangled Bauer to death. So, two dancers lured him in and strangled him. More news, y'all. But it didn't stop there. Over several days, they mutilated. You know that word?
Yeah. Yep.
They did that to his body. Or they did that to her body. Excuse me.
So it was the boyfriend and girlfriend did it to the friend from South Dakota.
That sounds right. And they that the head on her shoulders, no more there.
Mm-hmm.
And all of her members of her body gone. During the trial's opening statements on Tuesday, the defense said Goebel helped dispose of the victim's body but had no part in the murder, and only took part in some of what followed because she was afraid of her boyfriend. After Bauer, here we go again. After Bauer was not heard from in the weeks following her murder, she was considered a missing person and the case went cold. The defendant's lawyers say the victim's remains were finally found, with the facts coming out in 2022 because Goebel came forward. The person who brought all this information out was Caitlin. The body that was found when police went to search the home, they found because of Caitlin, defense attorney. Oh, he's got a crazy last name. Mide is his first name. Mide Alola. Olaloye. He told the jurors. Goebel's co-defendant, Jonathan Alex Warren, was sentenced to life in prison in 2024. Goebel's malice murder trial is expected to go into next week. So it may not be that long of a trial, guys. FYI. Because she came forward and gave up the information and that kind of thing. So, but what did I say she was on trial for? It gives us the
I'm not sure what you said.
Me either. That makes two of us that's not sure. I think it was the dismemberment. Disappeared and dismembered. So I'm not sure exactly what the charges are. I'll have to look that one up.
Sounds like accessory after the fact.
But
to some degree. Yeah.
Let's see if we can. Let me go over here and just see, y'all. She's crazy looking, in my opinion. But she was doing these videos and stuff, man. You know, and they were showing the videos last night. So, but if she came forward, it may not be as intriguing as I once thought it was. Let's see if I can bring something up right quick. Dun, 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 dun. Well, there's a lot going on there. Oh, they got this stuff in nice, like categorized and everything. Is that part one right there? Let's see, 20 hour. I believe it is. Let's let Young Wayne see what he can get going on here. So evidently, I watched 10 minutes of it last night. 10 minutes and 38 seconds, to be a matter of fact. There it is.
And it happened in 2016, you said?
I think so.
Jeez.
9 years ago. Yeah. Sometimes these media players have a mind all of their own, my friend.
And the boyfriend has already been convicted of first degree. Is that what the charge was?
Don't know the answer to that either, but I didn't have time to dig into it too hard and heavy.
Yeah, right. That's why we're going to have to just watch it. I have questions.
You do. You have lots and lots of questions. It's okay, though. It's what we want. We want people to have questions. Did we miss anything in the chat? Blue Eyes is here. Hey, Blue Eyes. Like I said, Venomous Truth is over on one of the Badass or Angeliza's channel. Hello, Venomous Truth. Never did see Yankees fan come and say hey to me. But that's okay, Yankees fan. We're going to chop it up. Tampering with evidence, says Blue Eyes. We're going to keep cruising down through here. I'm filling you in at Williams. See, Blue Eyes is filling me in, Doug. You didn't even tell me.
Oh, yeah. Felony, aggravated assault, tampering with evidence.
Is everybody happy with the chart being removed now? Boom. Boom. That was a great chart, by the way. Shout out to Pretty Little Clues, Justine.
Awesome chart.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome chart, wasn't it? I'm going to add this guy to the stage. Let's see if we make that big right there. All right, guys, I'll tell you the result of the poll. I'm just going to stop the poll for now, and then we'll start it again later. Widget. Stop the poll. That way it gets it off the screen. It's hard to believe we only got 39 minutes left. Welcome into everybody. Oh, hide. You got to hide it. You got to stop it and hide it, by the way.
Stop it and hide it.
That's right. Otherwise, it just sits there on the screen and nobody can vote, which wouldn't be very cool. All right, all right. I'm going to add it to the stage now. If I hadn't already added it to the stage, good on that.
I do have to say it's telling that so far the majority of people that voted think that the outcome is going to be, statistically speaking, the least likely of all the ones that were on there. The 5 to 10% range, and that's what most people think. So, oh, I wasn't ignoring you, Blue.
All right, I'm gonna hit play. We're just gonna watch just a little bit of this, y'all, and then we'll stop it and see how everybody feels about this case right here.
Let's do it.
There she is.
Ready? Got it? Yes, sir. We read the jury in. You can bring the jury in. Not sure the makeup is here. She is, isn't there? When she's in, so what they're coming.
All rise with the jury.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Terrific Tuesday. Sure, you all can be seated. First thing I need to do, I mean, you've already taken so many oaths, you're gonna feel like I'm attacking you with oaths, but there is one more oath that I need to give you. If I can ask you all, you can stay seated, just raise your right hand and listen to this oath and respond appropriately. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Caitlin Grace Goat, who is charged in count 1 with malice murder, in count 2 with felony murder, count 3 with aggravated assault, count 4 tampering with evidence, and count 5 concealing death of another?
Sorry. I didn't know my mic was still on.
According to the evidence presented to you, so help you God.
Hey, Disney girl, by the way. Hello. Sorry, I missed you earlier.
That being said,
Hey,
what
hey,
I'll
Disney
do
girl.
initially is give you some preliminary instructions about what we're going to be doing. We'll talk about what your job is, what my job is, what the attorney's jobs are. And the bulk of this will be for you because you have the biggest job of everyone in the courtroom. And so what I want to do is cover some basic principles of criminal law. I'll explain, again, my role, your role, the lawyer's role. And finally, I'll tell you how the trial will proceed generally. You, I know, based on the surveys that you responded to, have not served on a jury before. So hopefully it'll help you understand how the trial will proceed and what's expected of you during the trial. Obviously, there are a lot of moving parts. Sometimes the cogs don't always meet together, so there may be a hitch here or there. And if there is a hitch here or there, just blame that on me, and we will move forward. No one else has a whole lot of control over that. But you've now been selected and sworn to trial the criminal case of the state of Georgia versus Caitlin Grace Noble. The indictment that I read from earlier was returned by the Newton County grand jury. And I'm not going to read it to you at this point. When we get to the final charges, I'll go over each one of those crimes that she's charged with in detail so that you'll know what the elements are. And you'll have the indictment out with you when you begin your deliberations. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty, and that makes the issue which you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way that the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the state of Georgia and gives her the basis upon which her attorneys can prepare the defense. They need to know what she's charged with and how she's charged with committing those acts in order to be able to prepare their defense. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty, though, are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or not guilty based on the not guilty plea. However, the defendant is presumed to be innocent until she is proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption stays with her until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime or crimes charged. You may not convict the defendant of any crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state to prove every essential element of the crimes charged in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove her innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It's a doubt that a fair-minded, impartial juror who's honestly seeking the truth finds. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It doesn't mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it's a doubt for which you can give a reason based on consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. After considering all the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that's a doubt of the law, and you must find the defendant not guilty. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your minds of the defendant's guilt, then you may convict the defendant. If the state does not prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it is your duty to find the defendant not guilty. Now, your role is to determine the law. My role, is to determine the law as it applies in this case. Then I will instruct you on the law that you must apply to the facts in reaching your verdict. I'll give you some of those instructions now, and I'll give you more detailed instructions at the end of the trial. Obviously, the jury has the most important role. You must decide the facts of the case from the evidence presented, and then apply the law that I give you to those facts. Evidence is a fact, or is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence may be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people that take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. However, questions that the lawyers ask of the witnesses, those questions are not evidence. Exhibits, documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during the trial, that is evidence. The object of this trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, I may admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. And those rules are designed to aid in discovering truth by making sure that you consider only the best and highest evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure.
Everybody feel pretty comfortable about knowing what the case is about, who's on trial, what the charges are, that kind of thing, so we don't have to continue to listen to the judge now. I think everybody's kind of up to speed. If not, they can get up to speed more later. But now we can go to opening statements if everybody's cool with that. You cool with that, Doug?
I'm cool with it, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let the opening statements roll, guys. I listened to it last night, so I will be right back. But I'm gonna let the opening statements roll. It's pretty crazy. Y'all talk about it, man. It's kind of the girl freaked me out, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, everybody. Truly appreciate it. Hey, Max, I'm glad I saw you before I took off to the big boys' room. Everybody say hello to Just Max in the chat, saying good morning. Good morning to you, Max. We about 2:10 here on the Eastern Standard Time. But that's our good friend Max is in the chat, guys. Say hello to Max, please.
How's it going, Just Max? Good to see you, bro.
One of our favorites.
Be ready. Yes. The defendant, Caitlin Goebel, befriended Morgan Bauer. She befriended her, and then she lured her back to her home so that the defendant and her boyfriend, Alex Warren, could kill her. Once she got Morgan back to her home, they strangled her and killed her. But it didn't stop there. Over several days, they mutilated Morgan's body. They beheaded her, they dismembered her, and Alex had sex with her body throughout all of that. And then when they were done with her body, they took her to the woods, burned her body, and left her there. Morgan Bauer, she was 19 years old when she died. She's from a small town in South Dakota. She moved to Atlanta about 2 weeks before she died. When she got here, she began dancing at clubs. That's when she meets the defendant, who was also 19 years old, dancing at clubs. The defendant had been here for several months. She had moved down to live with her boyfriend, Alex Warren. They're living here in Porterdale in a beautiful plantation home. It's Alex Warren's parents' home. They're staying on the first floor in a bedroom that has an entrance and exit to itself. You can enter and exit from the porch area and go straight into that bedroom. That bedroom also has its own bathroom, and that's where they're staying. The parents are also home. And you're going to hear from Alex Warren's parents, Judy and Dr. Warren, and they're going to tell you that they didn't know about any of this going on. They didn't know Morgan came to their home. They didn't know about this happening. They only knew about this later when Morgan's remains were located on their residence. But they are going to give you some insight as to what they did observe about the relationship between Alex and between Caitlin. And it's while they're dancing that the defendant leaves Morgan. You're going to learn that Morgan died probably around the time period of early morning of February 26th of 2016. We know that because that's the last time she interacts with her cell phone. And that evening, she had been auditioning at the same place that the defendant was auditioning at. But the night before, Morgan was having problems with the hotel or motel that she was staying in. She had made a 911 call, which is also reflected in her cell phone records, and that someone had been banging on the door. It wasn't safe for her to stay there anymore. And so the defendant offered for Morgan to come back to their house in Porterdale with them and to stay in the room with them, in the bedroom that they were staying in, a safe place for Morgan. But what you're going to learn is it wasn't safe for Morgan. Because they drove from the club, Alex, the defendant, and Morgan. They got back to the residence. And shortly after getting back to the residence, that's when they strangle and kill her and keep her remains in this bedroom for 3 days. They move her body to the bathroom that's attached to this bedroom. And that's where her body is in the tub.
Hey guys, sorry about the volume. It's just hard to hear it in the courtroom. It's nothing on our end. It's just the courtroom volume. Hopefully they'll get that fixed. As the trial goes on, people will complain about it to them and they'll get it fixed.
And then when they're done with the body, they take it out to the woods. You can pretty much see the woods.
Chocolate, Jaylene, chocolate.
They light it on fire and they just leave Morgan there. And what do? They go on, living their lives. They're a happy couple. Alex and the defendant, posting it on social media, acting like none of this ever happened. But Morgan's best friend, Taryn, who's still in South Dakota, had been talking with Morgan about her big move to Atlanta, her big plans. And had been in touch with Morgan the whole time, getting updates from Morgan. So on the 26th, when she doesn't hear from Morgan, she's concerned. But Morgan's living a new life, she's having fun, right? So like one day, that's not a big deal. But then she doesn't hear from Morgan. And that's not like Morgan. So she starts to get worried. And then she's telling family and friends. And no one has heard from Morgan. Where is Morgan? They're all worried. And about a week or two later, they end up making a police report with the Atlanta Police Department. Because that's where they thought Morgan was. She had moved to Atlanta. That's the last place people had seen her. So there's a missing person report with the Atlanta Police Department. Now, a lot of this trial is going to focus on what happened when Morgan got to the house in Porterdale, and less about the missing person search. Because ultimately, we learned she wasn't missing at all. She was in the woods, and that the defendant had put her there. But they're worried. They're looking. They're looking for Morgan. Friends, family. You're going to hear from other people that joined in the search for Morgan. Because from 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 2023, people are looking for Morgan Bauer, while the defendant knew exactly where she was. And it's in 2023 that everyone else learns that Morgan is dead, she was murdered, and her remains are in Porterdale. Like I said, in the meantime, the defendant is living her life. Her and Alex end up breaking up about 6 months after this happens. While they were together, it was a fast relationship, they were in love. We'll show you how in love they were. But then they break up, and she moves on with her life. She ends up getting married to an individual named David Settles, and you're going to hear from Mr. Settles. She confesses one night to David Settles, her now ex-husband, that she and Alex murdered Morgan Bauer and got rid of her body. So when the defendant and David are going through their divorce, because the defendant had told David not to tell anyone, that he didn't want to know the details. Well, now he doesn't have any allegiance to the defendant, and he comes forward. Like I said, there were other people that began looking for Morgan, and you're going to hear from Terry Feely, and he is like a podcast, hobbyist, producer. And so he was trying to make some sort of documentary about a missing person. He just happened to choose Morgan Bauer. And then he enlists Ashley Durham, who's a private investigator. So while law enforcement and the family is still looking for Morgan, these two individuals are also doing their own search for Morgan. And the biggest thing that Terry Feely does is he stays in contact with all the people that may have been around Morgan around the time that she went missing. That includes the defendant. And he was trying to reach out to David, but David would never respond until they're going through their divorce in April of 2023, and David no longer has allegiance to the defendant, and he responds to Terry. And he responds to the private investigator that's working with Terry, Ashley Durham, and he tells them about what the defendant has told him, the confession. And they've been in contact with Caitlin this whole entire time. We're going to go through those messages, and it's a lot of messages, years of messages of the defendant talking to Terry Feely, pretending she has no idea that Morgan is dead. You're going to see the messages where she's saying, well, if you find Morgan, give her an earful for me. I can't wait to sue. When we find Morgan, I can't wait to sue Morgan and her mother for all this defamation. Meanwhile, knowing that she left Morgan's body in the woods. So Terry Feely confronts her. And it's finally like, witnesses are telling me things about how you were involved, how Alex was involved. They're about to run canines, FBI. This thing's gonna stir back up. You should tell what your involvement is. And so she finally admits that Morgan was murdered and that they had gotten rid of the body. Then law enforcement jumps back in. You're gonna hear from Peoria Police Department, which is from Illinois, where the defendant is from. Because that's where she was living at the time in 2023. So they help and they interview. They're just jumping in the case, but they are awesome law enforcement, and you're gonna see the good work that they did. They're trying to catch up on years of what's been already discovered, like the cell phone records and prior statements They're not as clued into the Facebook, but they're putting it all together while they're talking to the defendant. And you're gonna see how her statement changes over time. But we all know, but what she does tell them is that Morgan's body is at that house in Porterdale in the woods. And they conduct a search. And finally, in 2023, Morgan is found. That is why the defendant is charged in this case. Like the judge said, you're gonna get the indictment, it's gonna go back with you. But I think it's helpful for you to know exactly what she's charged with as you hear the evidence, so you know what the state is going to be proving to you beyond a reasonable doubt. She's charged with count 1, malice murder. Also keeping in mind the context of which she is charged. She is charged as a co-defendant, co-conspirator. Alex is not here, this is not his trial. This is about Caitlin, this defendant, and her involvement, and the terrible things that she did to Morgan Bauer. And the things you're going to hear about, they sound like the things of horror movies. They seem unbelievable. But unfortunately, throughout this trial, you're going to learn that she did these truly terrible things to Morgan Bauer. And that's why she's charged in this indictment. So yes, Alex did terrible things, but this trial is about what the defendant did. And she's charged with malice murder for causing the death of Morgan Bauer by strangulation. What we probably would call a strangulation. And what the state is going to show you, and the judge is going to instruct you on the law, so you'll have more direction on the law. This is just to give you an idea of what you're going to be looking at throughout this trial. That she doesn't have to be the one that put hands on Morgan. If she aided, abetted, conspired with Alex Warren, she is just as guilty as him. She doesn't have to cut off Morgan's airway. She doesn't have to cut off the blood to Morgan's brain. If she helped do that. And we're going to be showing you throughout this trial how she helped do that. She's charged with felony murder, which is just a different way of charging murder, and it's related to the aggravated assault count. Aggravated assault is for the strangulation. If you strangle someone, aggravated assault them, and cause their death, then you also committed felony murder. So it's just a different way, but it's the same actions that we're talking about. And then tampering with evidence and concealing the death of another for covering this up for years and years and years. And concealing the death for years and years and years by destroying the evidence, Morgan's body, and then lying about it for years. And throughout the trial, the state does have the burden of proof, and it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a high burden. It's the same burden that's used in every single courtroom throughout the United States. But it doesn't mean beyond any doubt, doesn't mean beyond all doubt. We're asking you to come in here with your life experiences. That's why we talked about the law and law here. It's your life experiences. We're not asking you to check those at the door. Your common sense, your reason. And apply those life experiences to the facts and the evidence that you're going to see throughout this trial. As the judge said, we're going to give you a lot of evidence, so please take notes. Listen carefully. For some of the interviews, we're also going to give you transcripts. Those are going to be aids to help you because sometimes the volume is not as loud either in this courtroom or with some of the interviews, so to help you follow along. But the interview itself is the evidence, and make sure you're also watching the interview, not just sucked into the page, right? Because it's not just what we say, it's how we say things. There's going to be a lot of evidence, like I said, but we're going to be presenting and trying to present what's relevant, especially when it comes to those interviews, because there's hours of the defendant lying. So we've agreed to some streamlining. You're going to see kind of skips in that, or some of the messages. There might be redactions. No one's trying to hide anything from you. We're just making sure whatever is important is what you're seeing, and we're cutting out the other stuff that's not relevant. So don't be surprised if something jumps, or if you see some blacked out stuff in the messages. And one of the people that I've talked about already, and that you're going to hear a lot about, is Alex Warren. But the state does not plan on calling him. It is our burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did the things that she's accused of. It's our job to prove that. And we've decided that we don't need him to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed these crimes. We are not going to give him a platform to talk about the things that he did to Morgan, that he enjoyed, that they did together. We're not going to turn this into a circus, because you're going to see that throughout the defendant's statements, that's what she tries to do. She shifts it to Alex. It's Alex. It's Alex. We're going to show you that they did this together. And what you're going to look at throughout this trial is how they acted before, during, and after. And that's going to prove to you that she was an active participant in these crimes. She's going to claim that she was coerced, that Alex forced her to do it. And we're going to talk a little bit more about her statements and why that doesn't show that. But what I'm asking you to do while you listen to the evidence is that reasonable? Is what she did reasonable based on what she's describing? Also, what she does after. Because what the evidence will show is that although it doesn't matter who exactly strangled Morgan Bauer, that it was their plan together. This was something that they wanted to enjoy together. That the defendant was the one that took Morgan's phone apart, took the battery out so she could be located, and got rid of the phone, destroying evidence. That she helped cut up Morgan Bauer's body. And that she sat at that fire while Morgan Bauer's body burned. And that she never reported it to law enforcement until she was backed into a corner and she had to. A big part of your job is going to be to assess the credibility of witnesses. Like I said, it's not what you say, it's how you say things too, right? And part of the things you can consider is just body language. And that also includes in interviews, not just from the witness stand. Any sort of motive or bias that person would have. Why are they lying? Or are they telling the truth? And any inconsistencies. Do they make sense or not? Because the biggest person's credibility that you're going to be assessing is the defendant. That's because she gives years worth of statement. Years, starting in 2016. When you listen to those statements, I know that it's going to probably feel like a lot. And like I said, we're going to do our best job to move through these things. But it is important because it's important to hear everything that she says and the timeline in which she says things. Look for the evolution of her statement from 2016 to when she's backed in a corner in 2023 and has to admit the things that they did. How does it change? And the lies that she tells, because every single one of those interviews, she is lying, and you're going to see it. She paints herself as the victim, distancing from Alex Warren. We're going to show you other evidence. Keep that in mind. Is she really distancing? Do her words match her actions? That's what you're going to be evaluating throughout this trial. And when she is lying, does she have any problem with lying? Because what I think you're going to see is there's no hesitation, there's no remorse. And she's very good at giving fake details and feigning emotion to go along with those details. But also look for the bits of truth that she leaves in there and ask yourself, why? Why is she telling that truth? Is it because law enforcement is going to learn this? This is something that they already know, that they could learn, and I got to get ahead of it and distance myself from it. And her statements start back in 2016 when she speaks with Atlanta Police Department within a couple weeks of Morgan being reported missing. Listen to her, that's a recorded statement. You can listen to how she's distancing herself. She gives one version of Morgan came back to the house and then she just left him on a date. Never seen her again. I'm also worried about her. And then that same day, she speaks with Casey McClure, who you're gonna hear from. Casey McClure is kind of an advocate for those that are stripping. She's a woman's advocate, and she assists with trafficking. And so when Morgan's mom becomes concerned, she comes to Atlanta, she needs help, and Casey McClure is kind of boots on the ground and is in the clubs, and so she's going to the clubs and trying to help
2:30 Batman.
mom. And they end up speaking with Alex and the defendant. And the defendant says that they just dropped Morgan off at a gas station and Morgan left. So she's already changing her statement within the same day. And then she reiterates that statement, defendant, to Porterdale Police Department officer comes and talks to her shortly after that. So there's three different people, at least three different people that she talked to in the beginning. Atlanta Police Department, Casey McClure, who's an advocate for women in her position, and Porterdale Police Department. And not once does she say, help me, my boyfriend did these terrible things, I'm scared of him, I'm in an unsafe situation. You will never hear her say that. And then the years go on, and eventually she has that call with Terry Feely. And even within that call, she starts to shift and change once she realized that Terry's serious this time and things are about to come out.
Explain to you exactly what happened in Oregon.
I'm gonna restart that.
What happened? And they, number of individuals that come forward and explain exactly what happened to Morgan.
What happened?
And they are saying that Ellis was involved and that you were partially involved also. And,
I don't understand what happened.
I guess part of the reason I'm calling you is because this is catching up with you very soon here. And I kind of wanted to give you a heads up and let you explain how you were or weren't involved. Give you information before the police come to you and before the FBI comes to you. Give you a chance to tell me the story of what else did and then go from there.
I didn't even think he'd be capable of something like that. I mean, he had a mean streak, but he was stupid.
So did you ever see Morgan's dead body?
I didn't. Like I've been saying, I didn't even know that I just knew that she was gone, like that she had left.
Until he went to Vernon?
I don't know. There's no way that I could think of that he would be keeping something like that wouldn't have alerted me or his parents. I mean, at the time we were sleeping in the same room.
Who was sleeping in the same room?
I was sleeping in the same room as Alex.
All right, what's going on, Wayne? Is this the courtroom paused?
No, you just let me know that I was talking to nobody.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and it's 2:35 now.
Yeah, thank you.
They're
They're still in.
still in recess. I can read. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. I was just sitting here saying a lot of things and had my mic muted. So I appreciate you chiming in and letting me know. That way I can say all that again. We have no control of the volume in the courtroom, guys. We're giving it everything we got on our end, but there's no way it's improved a little bit since they began. The volume's come up some, but it's just going on in the courtroom. I hope that gets better as the trial goes along. These are just opening statements. I now do have the closed caption up on the screen. Maybe you can fall back and hopefully you can see the closed caption up on the screen now. But just fall back and watch the opening statements whenever you get ready. We're going to try to balance these and get to where we're live in this trial, and hopefully they'll have the courtroom volume fixed by the time we get live with this trial. If everybody wants to go to this trial and watch it too, I may actually go to the courtroom itself because it is here in Georgia. So we'll see how we like it. We'll see how it goes, but we're doing everything on our end to try to make everybody be able to see and listen. But like I said, once again, it's only opening statements for now. Get familiar with the trial while we're waiting on the other trial to resume for the charge conference in Massachusetts. All right, I'm going to hit it again. Thanks, Doug, for letting me know, man.
Yeah, but the closed captioning is helping. It's helping me anyways. I think it's probably helping others also.
All right, Brenda sees it on the screen too now.
To mute I go.
To mute he goes. We're doing the best we can, y'all. But like I said, just opening statements only. And this was from yesterday. They're in live court today in this trial, but we're going to try to catch up. This is let me tell you what trial this is.
Caitlin Goebel.
Caitlin Goebel, state of Georgia. Caitlin Goebel. So look that up and get familiar with it. And if y'all like this, we will go from Lindsay Clancy straight into Caitlin Goebel. And we'll keep it going. Like I said, I may actually go to the courtroom. We shall see. What a scary lady to me, though. And not now, but when they show the videos, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, I'm going to mute Wayne, and I'm going to start this video. And I'm watching the other courtroom, and we'll go back inside there when they come back live, guys. Appreciate it.
Now, that's not the statement she gives in 2016. That's in 2023, right before she admits to taking a suitcase out and burning it. But even in this call with Terry Keeley in July of 2023, she acts as if she didn't know what's in the suitcase. The exact same day, and now she does know, and she's going to give details about how she came home. Morgan had been there for about a day. It was just Morgan and Alex together at the house. She comes home, and Morgan is dead on the floor, and she has details that she's going to give you, emotion that she's going to give you. She is already changing her statement within the same day. And eventually, we get the truth, the lie that's closest to the truth. After several interviews with Peoria that are not making sense because they're digging into the cell phone evidence. And the cell phone evidence shows that Morgan died the night that she got to Porterdale Police Department. And they're able to finally confront her with that. She's back in the corner and finally has to admit that she knows what happened to Morgan Bauer and to her body.
And he had put her into the bathtub. The little bathroom there in the bedroom? And that was through a period of like 3 days where I know he had continued to have relations with her and stuff. Her corpse? And yeah. And she was was it the tub? I haven't seen it. It's a small tub. So she's in the tub and he was in there for a couple days, basically kind of face down. Okay, kind of rearing up.
Did you ever witness him having sex with her after she had passed?
He made me watch a couple times. At what point does he decide to now? I mean, I know a lot about human beings when they perish. You know, there's things like lividity and things that the body starts to decom.
Her stomach has started to get kind of
bloated.
Green.
Okay. And is that when he decided that we would probably need to do something here before she started? Did it ever start to smell or anything like that? Okay. What do we do to get rid of this body? What does he do?
He had me hold parts of her while he made cuts. And
do you remember what part you held and
her legs,
okay.
At her like ankle, so he could cut her knee.
Okay.
And her arms at the wrist, so he could take parts off.
Had she gotten stiff by then? Yeah. Was it just a regular?
When she knows that law enforcement knows what's going on and they're going to search again and there might be more evidence, that's when she finally starts to tell us the truth, still distancing herself. But she had been telling the truth through social media the whole time. And a lot of this case is going to be about her statements through social media. The defense wants to make it seem like it's just Facebook, it's just TikTok. And maybe that's true for some people. But in this case, we're not just looking at one post, we're looking at years of posting her statements about what's going on. Also, allowing you to evaluate her conduct. Does her conduct on social media match a person that just went through that? She's going to tell us statements about how she sees herself. She's a siren, someone who can manipulate men. She describes herself as having different personalities. Lilith is what she goes by on Facebook. She even tells Terry Feely in the messages, you can call me Lilith. Well, who is Lilith to her? She says in the message, Lilith doesn't give a shit about anyone except who belongs to her, and she happily hurts others. Lily is similar, but has a good, sweet front and is more manipulative. Her own description of who Lilith is. She's telling us who she is. Her obsession and interest with death, decay, and murderers. That's why we asked about if anyone watches any sort of Netflix documentaries, because that's not what we're talking about. She loves them. She's attracted to them. So as she's sitting there in those interviews telling you that Alex is repulsive, that she's scared of Alex, she's also posting and glorifying serial killers. She has an attraction to extremely violent criminals or a person who has committed a gruesome crime. These are her posts. After they've done this to Morgan Bauer. She tells us about the relationship with Alex. If you just saw the selfies they posted, they're a happy, loving couple. These are after they've done these things to Morgan. A photo in the very bedroom that all those things happened, before and after cutting Alex's beard. Selfie photo, because they eventually end up leaving Georgia after a few months after this. This is them on their way, first day hitchhiking out of Georgia. While Morgan's body is in the bathtub, Caitlin is posting about fighting an ex-girlfriend on behalf of Alex, telling her to leave them alone. Do those actions match the person that was coerced to do these things? That's what you're going to be asking yourself. It's going to contradict what she says about Alex, because she posts things after this happens with Morgan. I love you, Alex. You're so sweet to me. Is he this abusive monster that she's describing and trying to present? And then she's also talking to Terry Feely in these messages about Alex. Although she wants to portray as if she was a domestic violence victim or sexually assaulted by Alex, she's telling Terry Feely before she's back in the corner, he never raised a hand at me, so I don't think woman beating was his thing. Like I said, you're going to hear from Alex's parents as well. And they're going to give you the observations about the relationship. And they're going to tell you what they observed. Understanding that they also just kind of tried to stay away from Alex and Caitlin. They didn't know that this was happening. You're going to see the layout of the house, and it'll make sense as to why. They have their own entrance in and out of the bedroom, and the house is kind of sprawling. The parents stay on top floor, and then there's other areas in the house where they can kind of distance themselves. But when they were around Alex and the defendant, they're able to describe this sort of relationship that they saw between them. And you're going to see that she doesn't try and distance herself from Alex like she tries to portray. In one of her interviews, she said, I avoided him like the plague. Well, Alex goes to California. She goes to California a little bit after they break up with a different boyfriend. Not sure if they run into Alex. But then when she's with David Settles, within the same year that they did this, she's reaching out, trying to find out where Alex is on Facebook, trying to find out where he is in Venice. And they end up meeting up, hanging out on the beach, spending time together. Does that make sense with the person person that is so violent forced her to do these terrible things. You're also going to see that they planned this. That flayed women photo, that was her profile picture. And Alex comments on it, our harem. The next picture of Bob, this is Bob. Bob kills for fun. This is green light, go. She posts this and tags Alex the night that they take Morgan back to their residence. Her social media is going to show us that they were in this together and they planned it. Within 2 weeks after they killed Morgan Bauer, she posts a silly video, and if you didn't know what was going on, you would just think that they're just silly kids, of Alex dancing in the same room. And right after that, she says, death is when the party really started. Alex. You're also going to learn that Alex kept a trophy, and he put it in the vent in the bedroom. Those are Morgan's necklaces that the GBI was able to recover. But you're going to learn that the defendant kept trophies herself, and you're going to see them. They're not physical. They're the type of things that she posted. Her TikToks, her Facebook messages, breadcrumbing. To the outsider, right? She just has a dark sense of humor. She's into dark things. And I agree with the defense, we don't need to hold that against people that are into dark things. But this isn't pretend. This isn't cosplay. This isn't make-believe anymore. When you have taken someone's body and burned it and left it for years, that's not make-believe. Her trophy is posting about it on TikTok.
You've been sleeping for quite a while. I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Because the defendant, she befriended.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did everybody see that? Did you see that, Doug?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to rewind that one more time in case, just a little bit. Brenda said, what the was that? That's what I said last night when I saw this. I said, oh boy, we got one here, y'all. So we're going to back up just a little bit, guys. And we're going to listen to her video one more time. And I believe this was after the deed was done. After the deed was done. So let's check it out one more time. We're just going to go about 10 seconds.
Where is Morgan?
Just let the boy demonstrate I am the one who's gonna piss in your lemonade. You're full of dead bodies.
She killed Morgan Bauer. She
Find you. Wow.
is posting about it on TikTok.
Here we go. First video.
You've been sleeping for quite a while. I think they noticed that you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you. That you never left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
One more time.
Left the building last night. The cameras were searching for you, but they couldn't find you. I have you hidden. hidden too well. I kidnapped you.
Oh my
Who's the defendant? She befriended Morgan Bauer. She lured Morgan Bauer.
But wait, there's
She
more.
killed Morgan Bauer. She defiled Morgan Bauer. She burned Morgan Bauer's body, and then she left Morgan Bauer in the woods for years. For her family and friends to wonder, what happened to Morgan? Where is Morgan?
Kissing your lemonade, you're full of dead body. Call me up, honey, buddy. I'm here to get rid of you.
How did that make everybody feel today? Everybody feeling better? Christina said, "What did I come back into?" What do you think, Doug?
Wild. Can we go back to Clancy?
We could, but they're still in recess.
Oh man.
you
sure you want to cover this one?
I don't know. What do we think, chat? What do you think, everybody? This is some freaky stuff, y'all.
This is just getting started. This is opening statements.
Yeah, this is opening statements.
Dude.
It's let me at least get it off this picture and let the prosecutor say a couple of things, because I don't want that I don't want that staring at me, dude.
That first one. Whoa.
That's her passion, y'all. The great state of Georgia.
Morning, members of the jury.
So how would you like to have this guy's job? Now you got to follow that. That's a great place to stop your opening statement. You agree, Doug?
I agree.
I mean, that's a perfect way to end your opening statement right there. Everybody's like, what's going on here? Yeah. So we got some people that like it.
Shocking.
I like it. This is wild. We still looking over there for Lindsay too, and then they're still in recess, of course. I don't even know if they're going to let us hear the jury charge or not. You know what I mean?
And Michelle didn't say she liked this. She said, like, this is wild. Not, I like this is wild.
Oh, this is wild.
like, wow.
Right? Yeah. Somebody's peeking out from their blanket right now, Brenda. I thought the same thing. This is what I saw right before I went to sleep last night, y'all. I was like, oh, okay. How did this actually get on the screen? Angel, I said, What the hell is wrong with her? Christina said, literally, what is this? Daylene, okay, I'll check it out. I'll go check and accept. I'm not sure. That's probably a conversation. But Michelle said, thank you, Doug, for clarifying that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Y'all got a little while to think about if you want to follow this case or not. They're in day 2 right now. This was yesterday, opening statements. And I feel bad for the guy who's having to follow that opening statement. But yeah, still ain't seeing nothing in the Lindsay Clancy yet. X Streamers prom is 9/18. Really?
I'm going to vote yes. My vote's yes. You should cover it.
We got a vote for yes to cover this trial. What's her name again, Doug?
Analyze.
No. What's her name? The defendant?
Oh, her name, Caitlin Goebel.
Yeah, there you go. Poll. He says do a poll. I can do a poll, y'all. Hold on 1 minute. This will be an easy poll. I'm gonna put this up right quick. Like, don't know about that streamers prom. That's 10 days after my birthday. And where are we talking about? I have to go check that out on X. Who's on X anymore? Anyway, just kidding. Widgets is where the polls are, y'all. So we got guilty on the last one. Guilty 6. Guilty but not legally responsible 1. And hung jury 7. I'm going to go with guilty just to even that score, make it 50-50 instead of a hung jury, but I kind of don't believe that. So, having said that, here comes a new one. Cover the, how you spell her name, Doug?
Katlyn.
K-A-T, no E in there?
Well, that's how you spelled it without the E.
Okay, Caitlin.
And then Goebel, G-O-B-O-L.
G-O-B-E-L. That's right. We're going to call it trial. We'll call it trial. T-R. All right, this will be easy. Yes or no? The majority rules, y'all. Create it. Start and show it.
What's yes? 1?
1 is yes and 2 is no. Y'all vote there in the chat. The poll actually might cover up the law and crime logo right there too. And maybe it won't mess with the closed captioning. So we'll let that poll run. Y'all vote there in the chat, in the chat. Drop 1 or 2 in the chat. Greatly appreciate it. And like I said, I may be able to go out there. Oh, we're getting some no's going on. Angel Eyes don't like it.
I think that was a hard no from Angel too. That was like a hell no.
It felt like a hard no, didn't it?
It did.
I think I get a vote because I had to cover it. So it's in my state too. So I should get a vote just for that. Just for that one, I should get a vote. All right, I'm gonna let that poll keep running, y'all. We'll see if maybe it won't cover up the closed caption. And now this poor guy gets the job of following that opening statement. Don't want to be you, dude.
The state gave you all a lot of information. They portrayed Caitlin Goebel as this killer, as this person who went after Morgan Valley, as this person who planned some type of killing. But that couldn't have been any further from the truth. A lot of what you saw, a lot of what the state presented to you, you're going to hear a lot of testimony going to see a lot of exhibits. You're going to get a lot of information at the trial. But what I'm here to tell you is that a lot of things you just saw was smoke and mirrors. So how did we get here? Caitlin, who was a mother of 2 beautiful children.
Like I said, guys, I can go to this courtroom
That was a
too.
relationship with Alex.
Good chance I can get in there and get close to
2016.
the action.
They meet each other on Facebook and they begin a relationship. And what does she do? She drops everything she has and moves to Georgia. Everything. She has a family here. She has friends here. The only person she has is Alex. Now, during that time, obviously, like most of us, she starts looking for work. She begins to work at a dance club. And during that time, she met another woman, Morgan Bauer. Both of them are about the same age, similarities, both of them looking for work, talking about how to get work, how to get money. They befriend each other for a couple of weeks. So how is it that Caitlin and Morgan, who have no issues, you're not going to hear any evidence of any beef, you're not going to hear any evidence of any fights, of any quarrels, you're not going to hear nothing of that. So how do we go from 2 young women who are working together, who are looking for work together, who are doing things together in the span of 2 weeks? How does Caitlin then get here? How is it that a friend of hers, and now all of a sudden Caitlin is being charged with these crimes, or as a state actually committing these crimes? And you're going to see that the answer is quite simple. She didn't do it. The person who actually killed Morgan Bauer is Alex Warren. So let's actually talk about that day and what happened. Caitlin and Alex left the dance club and they went to pick up Morgan. They picked her up at the hotel, which is about 3 hours away from where Alex lived and from where Morgan was staying, from Caitlin was staying. They go to the home, and what you're going to learn is that Alex essentially wanted a threesome with both Caitlin and Morgan. But they were like, no, that's not going to happen. So what Caitlin does, Caitlin leaves the room. And when she comes back, you're going to hear this. What does she see? She sees Alex on top of Morgan. Caitlin freaks out. And she just kind of leaves the room. Some time passes, she then comes back into the room. And now she goes a little further, stops investigating a little further, and she sees, unfortunately, Alex has killed her. So what does Caitlin try to do? She says, let's try to call the police. Let's call the police. And what does Alex say? No. He tells her, we're not calling anybody. We're going to handle it ourselves. Now, I want you to remember something. Caitlin at this time is a teenager. Alex is 26. Caitlin was scared. And you may hear some testimony about Alex, that he wasn't this peachy guy. Caitlin had every reason to be scared. Now think about it. Caitlin left everything she had. The only person she knew, the only person she trusted, was the person she just watched kill Morgan Bauer. And in those days, you're going to hear testimony. You're going to watch the video. You're going to learn that Caitlin was forced to hold the body as Alex cut it up. That Alex made Caitlin sit down and watch him as he had sex with her body. Now, this is all sad. Because at the end of the day, there was a life that was lost. But it wasn't by Caitlin. Caitlin didn't conspire with anybody. Caitlin didn't plan anything. Caitlin was a 19-year-old who had just witnessed her boyfriend kill someone. She tried to make an attempt. She tried to do the right thing, but she was scared. She was scared of her boyfriend. She was scared of the only person she knew. She had nowhere to go. She had no family. So Caitlin did what she thought she had to do in that situation. Now let's fast forward and let's go through this social media. The state, they're trying to portray Caitlin as this person who was relaying her messages through social media. Now we all know between 2016 and 2022 was the boom of social media, specifically TikTok. Most of you, if not all of you, have either heard about it or used it to some degree. Now, what is this TikTok? You all know TikTok is a platform that billions of people use across the world for all types of reasons. Some use it to tell stories. Some use it to buy things. Some use it for cosplay. There is countless ways that people use this platform. And one of those reasons, as I mentioned, was cosplay. The very thing that Caitlin loves to do. Now, what is this cosplay? This is essentially people dressing up and reenacting characters or whatever it may be. And it's a wide range. You can cosplay as athletes. You can cosplay as cartoon characters. You can cosplay as fairies, or you can cosplay as people who are dark. That doesn't make you a killer. The state wants you to believe that because Caitlin Morgan painted her face and had props and used fake blood, that all of a sudden, that was her message. That was her saying, look at what I did. But that couldn't have been any further from the truth. Caitlin was just expressing herself. And you're going to see the videos. You're going to see the videos. And you're going to be able to look at it, and you're going to be able to judge. And you're going to see that this is simply art. You may look at it and you may say, it's a bit dark. Fine. It's a bit weird to some. Fine. But does that make her a killer? No. Does that mean that she all of a sudden plotted and conspired with Alex to kill Morgan? No. Because there's nothing in those videos that's going to directly tie Caitlin to the killer. You're not going to see no TikTok video where she's mentioning Morgan or she's doing a story time of what happened on nothing. Again, the state is using a lot of smoke and mirrors. So let's fast forward to 2022 when things start to come out. And you're going to learn that the person that brought all this information out was Caitlin. The body that was found, when they went to search the home, you'll learn that they found that because of Caitlin. Now, were there inconsistencies in her statement? Yes, we're not hiding that. The state has said it, you're going to hear it. There were inconsistencies in her statement. But the one thing that remained true, the one thing that remained consistent was that she did not kill Morgan Bauer. The witnesses that would take the stand, none of them are going to be able to say that Caitlin told me that she, in fact, killed Morgan Bauer. Mr. Sellers, who I anticipate will take the stand, he's going to tell you that she never mentioned that she killed her. Only that she helped get rid of the body. And that's something that Caitlin did in fact tell the police. Now again, were there inconsistencies? Yes. We are not hiding it. We got to be very upfront. But the inconsistencies in the statements had to do with what happened before and after, excuse me. Again, the thing that remained true through this entire time was that Caitlin did not kill William. Caitlin did not conspire to kill William. And over the course of this weekend into next weekend, you're going to see a lot of evidence. You're going to watch a lot of videos, some longer than others. And when you watch those videos, I want you to take note. When discussing Alex, when discussing Kate, the witnesses that take the stand, take note of what they say. And again, no one.
All right, guys, going to leave this case and drop back into Lindsay Clancy. Everybody just keep that in mind, please. Please, please, and thank you. You with me, Doug?
I am here, Wayne.
Awesome. I'm glad you're here. We're going to do this as fast and painless as possible. Lady.
That's called jury nullification. Okay?
Oh.
Arrested development.
I don't know how she got there.
That's right. That's what they should call this whole trial. Is arrest. That's right. That's what they should call this whole trial. Is arrest.
Just saying. Bear with me 1 minute, guys. It's a transition that was not supposed to happen. We are gonna get there. Nothing major going on. Yep. See your boy right there. This was nope. It's usually right on top, but today it's not. Somebody must have paid a bigger promotion fee. Somebody paid a bigger one than somebody else did. Let's see if we can find it like this, y'all. There she is right there.
Described involuntarily intoxicated by prescription drugs, we would just ask that you add on the day of the offense to, again, just be clear to the jury that we're talking about her consumption or the consumption of the medication on that day. I did notice it.
It'll be hard to hear here too because she's away from the microphone.
In that first full paragraph where it's the consequences of a finding, it says in the maybe fifth line, it starts, if the court concludes the defendant is mentally ill and that her discharge would create a substantial likelihood of serious harm to himself.
Okay.
It's just a pronoun.
Right. Okay, no, I appreciate that.
As far as the remaining charges, instructions on the charges of first degree with deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty, the Commonwealth has no objection to that. I would just note another typo on page 7. Your Honor lists out the Castillo factors. On the third factor, C and D appear to be on the same line, and there are just some numbers in there that I don't think make sense. This is the manner and degree of severity of the force used.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
And as far as the instruction on involuntary manslaughter, the Commonwealth would object to the involuntary manslaughter, and I would cite to the case of Commonwealth versus Garabedian, which is an older case, 399 Mass 304. It's from 1987, and it says, that the defendant, in that case, the defendant argued that involuntary manslaughter was required because of evidence of involuntary chemical intoxication. That was a case where the guy was he sprayed chemicals on lawns, and he had an interaction with a homeowner and ended up getting into a physical altercation with her, strangling her, falling off the ledge, hitting her with a rock, and then strangling her with a shoelace. So in that particular case, the court held that an unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life and hence could not be classified as involuntary manslaughter. So where it's a wanton and reckless conduct theory, I think that Garabedian is right on point to say that in situations like this, where we have the strangling of the individuals, of the babies, of the kids, unlawful battery is quite likely to endanger life, that it shouldn't be an instruction for involuntary manslaughter. So I'd rely on that case to argue that that is should not be included in the instructions. And one more point. Your Honor, at one point when we were arguing about particular pieces of evidence and duplicative evidence,
Yeah.
Your Honor did indicate giving some sort of instruction about the jury shouldn't consider the fact that there might be duplicative evidence as giving any more weight or importance. And I know you do have a small line in that where it says in the what is evidence section about the strength or proof is not determined by the volume. But I do think, again, based on the particular way in which the evidence came in and how the parties chose to display the evidence, and the fact that we have text messages in several different forms that are presented, some of them full records, some of them condensed records, that some instruction to them that indicates that they're to give no more weight to any one than the other, even if it does appear duplicative in the record. I'd ask that something to that effect be added.
I think it says that on page 11, because I do remember that request. Like, if you look at under what is evidence, in this case, there may be certain documents or photographs that are entered multiple times. This does not mean that that evidence is any more or less important than any other evidence. So, so I put that in there, and I understand the request to maybe put that in a separate paragraph, but I have addressed it that way. I'll consider not whether I give it a separate paragraph. I do understand the request, but at least that's why I put that in there. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to review this stuff, Judge. If I may, just going through your proposed instructions, Roman numeral 1, introduction is fine. Criminal responsibility, paragraph 1 is fine. Going down on page 2, criminal responsibility, you indicate is a legal term. Not criminally responsible with a mental disease or defect, and then you make reference to lacking substantial capacity either to appreciate criminality or wrongfulness of the conduct or conform the conduct. That's fine. And then you define you don't define it, but you talk about mental disease and defect. I understand that the law is pretty clear that the court does not have to define mental disease or defect, but you've given them a framework within which to make that decision, which is acceptable to the defendant. There is one reference in there where, if I may, does not include abnormality only by computer criminal. So you say in that sentence, the phrase mental disease or defect is a
Let me find that.
I'm sorry, it's on page 2.
Yeah.
Second paragraph down after that first sentence.
I got
Okay.
the phrase. Go ahead.
Yep. Mental disease or defect, in quotes, is a legal term, not a medical term. That's fine. It need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. Fine. The phrase, quote, mental disease or defect does not include abnormality. This is what I'm just looking at. Characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. So number one, I just would suggest, I don't think we have repeated criminal conduct here. I'm just wondering if it might just be a little confusing. It is for you to determine, in light of all the evidence, whether the defendant has a mental disease or defect, if the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving that defendant was criminally responsible. So I understand and have no problem with, I would think, all the way from it is for you to determine. My only question is in reference to where you put in the phrase about mental disease or defect does not include an abnormality characterized only by repeated criminal conduct. I don't think that that's based on the evidence, so it might be hypothetical, but I just assume not have that in. Next paragraph, if the Commonwealth has not proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt defendant was not suffering from a mental disease or defect, then you must consider whether, as a result of mental disease or defect, the defendant lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate or the wrongfulness of conduct or conform. That's a fair statement of the law. To establish that the defendant had substantial capacity to conform her conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any disease or defect that may have existed did not deprive defendant of her ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. And then you do indicate that that would relate to the word appreciate, understand, more than merely to know. And then criminality, and then you do get into means the legal significance of conduct, and wrongfulness means the moral significance, which is fine. I would ask that on the next paragraph you add in before wrong in the second sentence, Commonwealth must prove that the defendant knew and understood that her conduct was illegal or it was, and I would ask that you put in there morally wrong in front of wrong. And then the rest of that paragraph is fine from my point of view. Last sentence, the court notes, defendant must have been able to realize in some meaningful way that her conduct was illegal or wrong. And again, I would just ask that you would insert the word morally wrong. That paragraph is fine. Roman numeral 2. A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be because of a mental disease or defect. That's fine, but then the court says all that you need to determine, and I just would ask respectfully that you delete the all that you need to determine. It seems to kind of, and I know that's in some of the instructions, but I think it kind of dilutes the gravity of the issue for the jury. It's almost minimizing the burden for the government. It's unnecessary, so I would ask that that go out. And then you could say the jury has to determine the issue and then go into the rest of the instruction as you put it, rather than saying all you need to determine. Further in that paragraph, where defendant lacks substantial capacity to appreciate, again, that's appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the law solely as, okay, voluntary intoxication. Believe it or not, after 5 weeks, I think we agree. I would ask that the court not instruct on voluntary intoxication. I appreciate the fact that looking at the model charge, and I know when Your Honor is using that as a guide, they do make reference to voluntary intoxication. I just don't see that there's any evidence here of voluntary intoxication that would trigger a pre-existing mental disease or defect. I don't see that there's any issue such as a lot of the cases, as you well know, when you're dealing with a defendant who's snorting cocaine or shooting fentanyl or smoking weed. I know the recent case of Commonwealth versus Aldo Dunphy, D-U-N-P-H-E, is a guy that had a marijuana psychosis, dependency, and we don't have any of that here. We just have prescription medications that were provided to the defendant. So I would ask that the court not reference voluntary intoxication. I would ask, going down to Roman numeral.
So would you ask, Roman numeral 2 on page 2, not give?
Yes.
And Commonwealth, that you would be in agreement with that?
Yes, but I think like 2 also follows with Roman numeral 3.
We even got to 3. So I want to make sure I just kind of want to make sure as I'm going through this, it's kind of dense, as am I sometimes.
Yeah, it is.
So I just wanted to make sure. So Roman numeral 2, both parties are of the position not to give based on the evidence as it's developed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep,
All right.
thank you.
I'll consider that. I'll strongly consider that.
All right.
And then, so that takes us to Paragraph 3.
In paragraph 3, if I'm not mistaken, I did skim it pretty quickly. I think it does also reference voluntary intoxication. And here you're specifying prescription drugs, and if the defendant knew or had reason to know that her intoxication
Check the
would
private
trigger
check.
or intensify a mental disease or defect. I don't think that the evidence supports that. I agree with the Commonwealth. I would ask that Roman numeral
All right,
3.
so by agreement, nobody's requesting paragraph 3, and I'm highly
Thank you.
likely not to give that.
All right. 4 is fine, Judge. Roman numeral 5.
Or it goes to the same thing, it's just a reiteration of the final, so. if
Yeah,
we're
so that would
saying-
go out. Yep.
4 is kind of a trailer to
Right.
3. Okay.
Roman numeral 5 is okay. Paragraph 3, 4. Okay, so again, if I may just say, without skimming them now, anytime it's referencing voluntary intoxication, maybe that could be deleted. Because I see in paragraph 4 on Roman numeral 5 on page 3, it does reference again for voluntary intoxication from prescription drugs and that type of thing. So that would go out. Paragraph 6, talking about in the event that the defendant is indeed acquitted by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. I know the court has the obligation to instruct the jury as to what potential ramifications would flow from that. I believe that's a fair statement of the law. Instructions on murder in the first degree, deliberate premeditation, cruelty and atrocity, those are all fine. Second degree, that's fine. Involuntary manslaughter, I do think certainly the facts as presented and the evidence does justify the instruction as the court.
Let me hear you. What's the argument in regards to the involuntary manslaughter?
Well, the argument regarding the involuntary manslaughter is clearly that the defendant intended the conduct that resulted in the death of the deceased, and the conduct in the event that it was not such that her conduct was as a result of her suffering from a disease or defect, intentional, premeditated, and intended to be cruel and atrocious, that would reduce it down to manslaughter, and it would most certainly be wanton or reckless. I will be addressing voluntary as well, but I think it's clear that on the evidence that if the jury determines that defendant committed an act, defendant, as a result of the act, the victims were indeed died, that there's a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to the individuals as a result of the defendant's conduct, but yet we're not talking about a disease, a defect that rises to the level of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You would then revert to, or default, if you will, to the standard of wanton and reckless conduct. And we know that wanton and reckless conduct under the Lansky case, basically if a defendant does an intentional act that is not just negligent, it would have to rise to the criminal standard or the criminal level of being wanton or reckless. So I think that would in fact justify an instruction on involuntary manslaughter. If you want, I can continue with the voluntary manslaughter that I would ask the court to instruct. And that would relate to the issue of diminished capacity. I know the court is very familiar with Commonwealth versus Gould. I believe it's 300 Mass 672. Supreme Court decision, Patterson versus New York, that talks about evidence of a defendant's emotional or intellectual or mental state of mind that does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but it could certainly rise to the level of extreme emotional disturbance, that would be manslaughter, not murder. And that would be under and consistent with the United States Constitution as well as the Massachusetts Constitution, because in addition to Commonwealth versus Gould, we have case law, as I'm sure I know your Honor is aware, that talks about diminished capacity. It talks about mental disease or defect. If in fact there's evidence of a mental disease or defect, mental impairment, but it does not rise to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, then under all of those cases I just cited, plus Garabedian at 399 Mass 34, as well as my old case of Thomas Toolin, 490 Mass 698, you can have evidence of mental disease or defect that does not rise to the level of of lack of criminal responsibility, but it would mitigate or reduce from the ability of the person to know that what they're doing is in fact cruel and atrocious, to know what they're doing does constitute premeditated malice, a forethought. We all know what the concept of malice is. You get the three prongs of malice. There's no doubt that mens rea is important on the concept of malice. And if a jury says, well, look, the evidence is that she was going to these doctors, that she was getting prescribed medication, she was taking the medication, she was in a postpartum depression stage. I don't buy the postpartum psychosis, but I think that clearly she was over-medicated or had medications that she was involved with, plus her postpartum depression. That would then justify them to say it reduces her ability to think, to react, to know as it relates to malice, which under those cases I cited would reduce to voluntary manslaughter. So that would be voluntary manslaughter. The willful wanton conduct would be involuntary manslaughter. Reasonable doubt obviously is fine. All the rest of the instructions that you gave or that you would give are fine. I would ask that the court consider the prospect, and by way of considering involuntary intoxication. And I did cite a couple of cases, Commonwealth versus Wallace and Darsh, Piantadozzi, as it relates to evidence of involuntary intoxication. And that would apply if, in fact, there's no intentional ingestion of cocaine or some type of illicit drug, but in fact, it's a prescription drug that she was ingesting consistent with the drug instructions, if you will. The drug laboratories and the pharmaceutical companies, they market these products. They have, some of them have black box warnings on them. We've talked about that a little bit in this trial, talked about the age cutoff, but nevertheless, it's scary stuff. You're talking the selective serotonin uptake inhibitors, you're talking about tricyclics, you're talking about antipsychotics. So if in fact this young lady did not have a disease or a defect that rose to the level of lack of criminal responsibility, but as a result of the drugs that she was prescribed, not abusing, not mixing with illegal or illicit drugs, that would allow a jury to determine that it would be manslaughter based upon the involuntary intoxication. And finally, I would ask that the court entertain giving a Bowden charge in this case. We know that the case law under Commonwealth versus Bowden allows the court, upon evidence presented to a jury, of inadequate police investigation. Because if you recall, way back in the day on this case, I did move for a bifurcation, and my argument to the court was that defendants in lack of criminal responsibility cases are really hogtied, if you will, because to have the lack of criminal responsibility, you have to admit involvement in the crime, but yet when you're trying the case with lack of criminal responsibility, the government still has the burden to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of, based on the evidence, that particular crime. And if there's evidence of a police investigation that is deficient, a jury does have a right to consider that as a basis of an acquittal. They can consider that for purposes of finding reasonable doubt based upon the lousy investigation. In this case, it wasn't just a lousy investigation. It wasn't even an atrocious investigation. It was no investigation. In this case, Judge, the police, I think we all would agree, even the government, they basically accepted the fact that she strangled the kids are in the basement, she's guilty, and we move on. They didn't investigate anything. They didn't test the screen. They didn't even take a picture of the screen. They didn't see if there's any blood on the screen. There's no crushers for the alleged crushing of the medications. There's no indication that there's powder that she was crushing the medication to ingest the medication. There's all sorts of questions regarding the blood spatter, the blood. The police never investigated. They come into the court, they talk about their investigation through the crime scene laboratory and state police. And every question that I would ask about the door, about the blood drop on the door, about the siding, They come 6 months later or whatever, they take the siding, it's degraded, they can't even test it. I could go on and on and on with the horrific investigation in this case. So I think it would be fair for the court to instruct them on Bowden. That's it.
All right. Commonwealth, I know there was one, there were two requests I think that were, you may not have been aware of, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to be heard. One is the Bowden instruction. Also, one is the voluntary manslaughter. Before I let you do that, if I'm looking at the instruction that I have as a possible instruction regarding involuntary manslaughter, Mr. Rankin, if we took the word involuntary out of there, doesn't that instruction there apply to the argument that you're making, considering the last paragraph?
I'm sorry, which paragraph?
Yeah, up on page 8.
Okay.
Where it's talking about the manslaughter instruction.
Yes, I do.
It's been in the last paragraph, it talks about the ability to consider evidence from either a mental impairment or consumption of the prescription drugs.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor. If we were to fashion that, I think that instruction would.
So just one instruction.
Voluntary, involuntary, it doesn't really matter.
That's what I wanted. That's kind of what I was thinking, just to go.
I agree with
If
that.
I give it, it would just be one instruction, and I wouldn't name it either involuntary or voluntary. It would just be if I give that. Okay. All right. And I think Trudy Buckingham, I don't know if I know the Commonwealth objects to that anyway, so I'm not asking for the assent on that. But what about the Bowden instruction?
So, Your Honor, we would object to the Bowden instruction. Again, counsel is free to argue whatever he wants about the police investigation in this case, but as far as failures of the investigation that have been identified in the course of the trial, I don't see if there is any. And everything that Attorney Reddington just said about what they didn't test, they didn't test the screen. Well, there's clear photographs of the screen and the condition of the screen, and that was very apparent. That was done on the day of the incident. It was documented. Witnesses testified about that. Witnesses gave statements about the window in and of itself. The blood on the outside of the house was observed. There's been adequate testimony about why it wasn't swabbed on that particular day. And there also has been adequate testimony about subsequent decisions to go back and get information or get the swabs from that area and what testing was done. And that there was testing done to identify that it was the defendant's blood that was on the outside. So I think that the evidence, the claims have been made, but the evidence shows that there has been an adequate police investigation. The only point of contention appears to be the drawer and the pill bottles, and there's been some claims made about things that were not done about those things. But again, I think there's been adequate testimony about why those things weren't flagged on that day of the incident. Police weren't aware of the fact that there was actually an ingestion of medications on that particular day. And when they did notify, or when they were aware, we had prescription bottles that were provided by Patrick Clancy, but those bottles in that drawer conveniently never got produced for testing or further analysis. So I think, again, he's free to argue it. I don't think it rises to the level of an instruction. And just to kind of as a side note on a comment about involuntary instruction, I don't think there is one. So I would ask that the court not consider that, because I don't think there is an actual instruction about it. Again, counsel's free to argue that in the form of intent, in the form of whether, the Commonwealth has met its burden regarding criminal responsibility. But as far as I can find, there's no particular instruction on that. And if Your Honor were to provide an instruction, then according to the case law, if it's raised to that level, then we would have the burden of proving voluntary consumption, which would put all of that back into play that we've now just agreed.
All right. Well, I am going to give a manslaughter instruction in line with basically what's on page 8. I am not going to give a Bowden instruction. The defendant is free to argue that any deficiencies that he feels that are in the investigation, certainly free to argue. I will not give the voluntary intoxication instructions in regards to the criminal responsibilities. So I'll have a better draft in the morning, but I just kind of wanted to let you know what the instructions are so that you can prepare your closing arguments. In speaking of those closings, how much time do you think you may need on that?
I'm usually pretty quick. I would say half hour.
I was thinking more of an hour.
All right, I was thinking of all the testimony, all the exhibits. If the parties want an hour, you don't have to use it all. And like I said, I've seen all three of you try cases, so I know you'll be making progress. So if it gets to 1 hour and 1 minute, I'm not going to push the button. So just so we can kind of have some estimate. All right. Anything else we need to address, you think, before tomorrow?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, Counsel, again, thanks for all your efforts in regards to this. So I'll have a full copy of this first thing in the morning, and we'll do arguments in charge, hopefully as soon as we are ready tomorrow morning.
There is one other minor matter that we've talked about. There is that police report, the security sergeant from the hospital, Brigham and Women's, that we're going to redact and just reduce to like a paragraph. She's the one that I summons, but she's on maternity leave. And we could introduce that, just that one paragraph. And we're missing one exhibit, which is the Infants Hospital in Rhode Island, but we're going to look and see if the government has it.
We don't have it. I thought that, but we'll double check. I thought that defense had decided not to put in anything from that report because he was going to provide a proposed stipulation for that portions of that report, and then he didn't. So I didn't think that, and then we both rested, and then I rested again. So I didn't think that was coming in, but I'm happy to look over what defense is wants to stipulate to.
All right. So why don't we do that? If there's a need to technically reopen the case so that the parties could put in what they thought they put in, if it's by agreement, if it's just in regards to some of those records, I think we could do that. So anything else?
No.
Oh, about redactions, that was the other thing. Was it just that one report, a couple reports we're going to have to deal with?
I believe that everything that required redaction has been redacted.
All right.
So, yeah, I'm not aware of anything we have.
All right, I'm just asking. All right. So thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Now that you see this, please state your name in full and spell your last name for the court's record.
Dennis Sidney West, W-E-S-T.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Good morning, Mr. West. Good morning.
Do you know Kevin West?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
He is my son.
Is that him sitting right there?
That is him sitting there.
Mr. West, Where did you live when Mr.
Judge is killing somebody, y'all. Tell you that right now. Dun, dun, dun. I have never, ever in my life seen a judge come in and out of the courtroom so fast and so many times. Can't even eat an ice cream, for God's sakes. Craziness, if you ask me. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, what were the charge conference? Would you get a whole 20 minutes of a charge conference going on? Lord have mercy. It's damn ridiculous. Damn ridiculous, folks. Let's see if this is that. All right, here goes the StreamYard link in the chat. Anybody want to come up on the panel? Chew the fat. You ain't got to show your picture if you don't want to. Or you can come up and share your picture and not talk. It doesn't matter what you do. Bum, bum, bum. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Trippy. All righty. Looks like I'm going to close this poll out. Doug took off. Doug was said, I got to go. See ya. Would not want to be ya. Doug is out the door. Exit stage right. What did my daughter say? Let's see what she said. The jury is now in deliberation. Nope, they're not in deliberation yet. Chat is now in deliberation about the deliberation. We may not have a law degree, but we have watched approximately 700 hours of this case. Fact. They're going to need it. I'll tell you that right now. Going to need it. Anybody want to come up? Are you back in the line there, Ashley? Bad Ash? Be back later, at Wayne. Thanks for having me on as a guest today. Appreciate you. 10-4. That's a big 10-4. Yeah, not guilty has 0 votes. So we're never going to get there. Wow. Ash, I did not know he was here. I had stepped away from a minute. One of my first videos is talking with him, and it was no coincidence to me that I ran into him at a store when I was doing my first live. And his mom has been missing since 2005, 2006. Brandy Hope Knipe. We're looking to go further into that too. I see you there now, Riley. Good to see you, my friend. I don't get up there to the store as much anymore, and when I do, I don't see you there. He definitely knows the guy who runs this account. He was just saying hi. I'm sure not lost saying hi. He asked how everyone was doing. Good to see you, Riley. Riley Knipe, and we'll go into that Absolutely. And as you can see, I wasn't going to say what store, but he did. I know exactly who you are, Riley. I hadn't seen you in weeks now. What has it been, 3 or 4 weeks at least? Good to see you if you're still in here, my friend. I had stepped away momentarily, but the judge did not allow me to step away for very long. Did we have a tie on the vote? Thanks for covering for me there, Doug. Link for Doug again. I got the link, then drop the link down again. Oh, he hit the wrong button. That's what happened, and he's out of here. Doug, you had one job, dude. You're fired. You're fired. Also, good to see Anonymous Mugshot in the chat today. So very good to see you there today, Anonymous, and everybody that's been in the chat and been on the show today, everybody that's donated today. I do appreciate that very, very much. StreamYard link is right there in the chat. Anybody want to come up, chat it out a little bit? Good to see Riley. Like I said, his mom, y'all look at his mom's case up. The very first live that I did, just testing, went to the dollar store, Dollar General. Excuse me. That's why people need breaks right here. Hold on. So you can get a chance to clear your throat. So I went in and told him what I was doing. He was like, what a coincidence. My mom's been missing since 2005, 2006. Hey, Summer Session. How you doing, Summer Session? So I told him that we would definitely look into that case and need to do an entire show about it, look into it. Hope you guys can join me for that. Brandy Hope Knapp is her name. That's Riley Knapp's mom. She's been missing 2005, 2006, depending on, whose account of the situation you get. He was very young at the time. He has 2 sisters, and they would like to have answers for their mother and what happened to their mother. The case has been on a lot of the big shows, Dateline NBC, 2020, I believe, maybe 48 Hours. I definitely know Dateline for sure. So they would like answers for that case. This guy he works right down the road from me. So let's give that one a look, guys. Please, if you get any information, you can email me over. Any information about Brandy Hope Knapp, please send it right here. It's easy. We investigate 123 at gmail.com. Brandy Hope Knapp. And I believe if I got it right, it's missing out of South Carolina. And I know a lot of our friends that watch and are members, subscribers here are from South Carolina. Well, hello there. What's going on? I see we got a new name now. CLN 520. How you doing, Cindy Newcomer? Good to see you in here. I like it. CLN 520. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Those kind words right there go a long way. They give me motivation, and it helps me keep on keeping on when people say nice things. So I do surely appreciate it. Rest in peace, Dolly Parton. Butterflies, y'all. If you want to put some butterflies in the chat, if you can, for Dolly Parton. Fat Rita was going to come up. Tyson was going to come up and do like a tribute song that he's made for. I think that I may have one myself that we can maybe play out on if nobody wants to pop up. Got another case brewing also. You guys saw about that earlier. Tell you what I'll do while I'm Well, you are fine. Fine as wine. Hello. Yeah, come on. I'm going to change this poll out right here. I'll give you all the results of this poll. We probably just stop it and not remove it. Dun, dun, dun. On the poll that you see on the screen, 7 guilty, 1 guilty but not legally responsible. 7 for a hung jury. That's a dead tie. So we're going to stop that one for now. We'll roll it again when they start doing their closing arguments and stuff. We might even start a new one in case anybody changes their mind after the closing arguments. We'll stop that poll and hide that poll. Then we're going to resume this other poll. We're going to show it on the screen. It's a crazy case right there. That opening statement got my attention last night. I can tell you that. I was like, what in the world's going on? State of Georgia, too, so I can go to the courthouse. Relatively easy. Also wondering where Bruce Davis is. He was on a flight to Taiwan and then from Taiwan to the Philippines. He checked in at the airport on my live. Let us look around the Seattle airport. But he hasn't come on and said, hey, I've made it home. So I'd like to hear from you, Bruce. If you're out there listening or anything, bud, at least just put something in the chat, say home. And we understand you with your family, want to spend time with your family now. But let us know you made it safe, please. Thank you, sir. We do appreciate it. So, yeah, there's a case right there I may cover next, guys. It's in my home state of Georgia. It's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit crazy of a case. Anybody want to come chat it out before I close this? Before I close the deal? Got a mystery guest. Dun, dun, dun. It's Jaylene. Jaylene, say hello to the audience.
Hi.
Hi, how you doing today?
Hello, audience.
Y'all didn't know that she was from the UK, did you? How's life treating you?
Huh?
How's life treating you? Is it better? I'm sorry about your friend.
Fine.
Sorry
What
about your
friend?
friend. Didn't you find out about a friend that had passed away and you didn't know about it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. I'm sorry about your friend. I'm sorry about that. And hopefully your toe and your foot's all better.
I'm not talking about that.
Okay. Well, I don't care what anybody else says. I can still send positive vibes, thoughts, and prayers, and mooches to your foot. Mooches. Did your boo-boo get better, okay? Now everybody else can kiss it if they don't like that.
I don't want to get accused of milking it for attention again.
I know what you're talking about. So we'll leave it alone now. That's fine. But I got to say what I needed to say about it because you know what? This is my channel, y'all, and I can do that right there. Facts. Let's see if I can make us evenly divided here. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. I don't know. I like the background too. Let's do this one. Dun, dun, dun. What about that? I like that. So did you see the other case that I pulled up and had the opening statement for?
Does it keep going?
I got a lot of ones from you.
I know, I'm trying to get it to go.
I stopped it. Oh, you're trying to get the shoulda. Yeah, you only get one vote. It won't go no more.
That's not fair.
Yeah, I know, but it's part of the republic system, you know. You only get one vote. One vote, one vote only. Good try, though. It's a very good try. I think it's going to be a crazy case. It's off to a good start. I can say that much. So I've only watched the rest of the the defense attorney's opening. That's all I've watched too. So maybe we can.
Are they in deliberation on this one?
Not yet. What they just did was the jury charge conference, which is what they're going to tell the jury after they do their closing statements tomorrow. They'll charge the jury with what they can say and what they can consider and what the verdict form is and all that. So this is a conference before they get there. Then they'll do closing arguments tomorrow, and then he'll charge the jury and send them out to deliberations. And then we're on verdict watch, Jaylene. Dun, dun, dun. Yep.
I hope they only take 10 minutes. Guilty.
Right. You and a lot of other people.
Crazy. She's crazy.
She is a wacko, y'all. I'm not going to say I'm not one of those people. I think life in prison is a merciful punishment for what happened.
Man.
You know what I mean? Yep. But according to what Doug was saying, Massachusetts ain't never had the death penalty.
Well, they need to find one. And they need to make her an example.
Right. Jessica says she votes hung jury. And like I said, it's what we think the jury's going to decide instead of what we actually want to happen. So I went ahead and went with guilty. But it's going to be hard to get 12 people to agree. It looks like the way it's split up on social media and that kind of thing. Just it's crazy to me, you know. It is absolutely crazy. Sent myself a couple of emails while I tried to step away.
Linda.
Tried to momentarily step away for a minute, but I didn't get to do that because the judge is like, okay, well, it's time for me to go home. See y'all. So I had to get back at it real quick. And Doug was gone. He accidentally hit the wrong button. So I didn't have nobody to talk to y'all. And then another video started playing on its own for a trial that I don't even know what it was. A firefighter family takes something or another. So I was like, okay, great. Gotta get back on live right now.
Well, go.
Thank you.
I'll sit here a minute.
Oh, you're good. I finished up. I'm getting ready to finish up the stream for the day and everything, and get prepared for tomorrow, closing statements and verdict watch and all that good stuff. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, that's okay too.
Oh no, I know.
You know already, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
What's happening today? Anything?
No, I'm still in school.
Still in school. Bless your heart. Still in school. How much longer?
I have 4 years yet.
4 years. My gosh, what are you doing?
Forensic psychology.
Oh, okay. Forensic psychology, everybody. Nice. So you'd be one of those witnesses on the stand that we've been watching? Crazy. Y'all, we got our very own forensic psychologist, y'all, in case you didn't know. Also got something pulled up here from Captain Kev, man, if anybody cares about it. Just got to figure out what's going on here. Y'all give me just 1 minute. Trying to work some things out, but it don't want to work itself out. Dun, dun, dun. If we can stop it like that, we can.
Oh, hold on a second, man.
Okay, take your time.
Hello?
Hello? Kevin. We're still here, audience, I promise you. We are still here. Trying to make some things work right here that don't want to work. for whatever reason that could be. But we're working it out, though. You vote hung. Jessica votes hung. Put away a long time. Yeah, like never again kind of thing. 10,000% agree with that. All the way. What is going on? I'm going to try something right quick, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put you on mute for a minute, Jaylene. Put myself on mute for a second here in just a second. Share the screen right here. One time. Dun, dun, dun. Add it to the stage. One time. All right, we're going to try from Captain Kevman's Dolly Parton video.
In the hills of Tennessee, where the Smokies touch the sky, a little girl with bigger dreams watched the clouds go rolling by. On a 12 around the table, not much money to their name, but she learned that being rich ain't always measured up in change. With a homemade little guitar and a voice too strong to hide, she carried mountain stories with that Tennessee-born pride. From a coat of many colors, stitched together out of love, she found the kind of treasure you can't ever buy enough. She learned to turn the hard times into melodies of gold, and every scar became a story that the whole wide world was told. Oh, Dolly, you gave the world a reason to believe that kindness is a fortune when you've got enough to give. From Jolene to 9 to 5, you made the whole world sing. From the mountains of Tennessee to every stage and everything. And through every door you opened, every dream you helped come true, there'll always be a million hearts saying, I will always love you. She left those Smoky Mountains with Nashville in her eyes, chasing down the future underneath those neon signs. She wrote the words they couldn't stop. She sang them strong and clear. And a country girl from Tennessee became a pioneer. She stood beside the legends, then became one on her own. Built a road for women singers who were fighting to be known. And when the music crossed the borders, country couldn't hold her in. She showed the world that Dolly could belong to everyone. Then here you come again, like sunshine through the rain, with rhinestones, laughs, and wisdom hiding underneath the fame. She turned the working woman's struggle into 9 to 5, made us laugh about the grind while telling truth about our lives. And on those islands in the street, another anthem found its way. Two voices floating timelessly that people still replay. Through country pop and silver screens, she never lost the thread. That little mountain girl was always somewhere underneath the dress. Oh, darling, you gave the world a reason to believe that kindness is a fortune when you've got enough to give. From Jolene every dream you helped come true. There'll always be a million hearts saying, I will always love you. But the greatest songs she ever gave weren't only made of sound. She put books into the hands of little children all around. Page by page, a dream took flight from Tennessee across the land. Because she knew a child's tomorrow starts with something in their hands. She gave her time, she gave her heart, she gave where help was due. From hometown families needing hope to causes she believed in too. And she proved you can be famous without forgetting where you're from. You can climb the highest mountain and still help somebody up. She could laugh at every rumor, make a joke before you tried. Turn the rhinestones into armor, wear her history with pride. Big hair, bigger heart, and a faith in what dreams can do. Behind every sparkling costume was a woman brave enough to stay true. Dollywood became a beacon in the mountains she called home, bringing jobs and bringing travelers down those old familiar roads. She honored where she started while the whole world knew her name, never trading humble roots for the spotlight or the fame. Songwriter, actress, businesswoman, giver, dreamer, friend, a career built out of courage that just keeps refusing to end. Generations know her music, generations know her smile, and somewhere there's a child opening a book because of Dolly's imagination library. Oh, Dolly, you gave the world so much more than songs. You showed a heart can stay compassionate while standing brave and strong. A coat of many colors became a crown you never needed, because love was always richer than the glitter you were wearing. From Jolene to hear you come again, from 9 to 5 and dreams come true.
Talk to you later, Angel.
Across those islands,
love you.
In the stream, the world keeps singing back to you. And when the final spotlight fades and heaven calls another star, those Smoky Mountain melodies will still remember who you are. The dreamer, the giver, songwriter through and through. And Dolly, for everything you gave this world, we will always love you.
We will always love you, Dolly. Thank you for everything. All the many, many years of great music, great laughter, great voice, great personality, great charitable person. Your name will live on forever. Your music will live on forever. Your theme parks will live on forever. People will always remember you, and they will always love you, little Dolly. Go fly high with the butterflies and the angels, dear. Got nothing but love for you. All right, guys. Jaylene, any last words? Just Jaylene, any last words today?
Not really.
Not really. That's okay. I appreciate you coming up here and hanging out with me for a few minutes.
Thank you.
We're going to shut it down and take a little break. And just in case there's any breaking news or anything, we'll be ready to jump back on and stay on all night if we need to.
All right.
Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Much love to you, and we will see you next time. And I'm getting ready to close her down.
I'll find you in some other chat.
You will. You will for sure. All right, then. We'll talk to you later.
Alrighty.
All righty. Bye. She's always kicking me. So, oh, man, I almost had my chance to kick her back. I was going to kick her out of the studio. It's like, now's my chance to kick Jaylene back. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Another day in the books. You can thank the judge in Massachusetts for giving us these short days. Thank you, Judge. Appreciate you, my buddy. So, one last time on my way out, thanking everybody for being here. Thank you for the donations and support. Thank you for sharing out the stream and the channel out there on all your platforms. And God knows there's a bunch of platforms these days. If anybody's watching in the replay or whatever, don't give nothing if you don't have it to give. Please do not do that. If you have it to spare, we appreciate it. It helps with like paying for some of these apps, StreamYard, that kind of thing. The internet, you know how it goes, electricity, that kind of thing. But I love doing this. Y'all, I promise you, if I was rich, I wouldn't ask for $1. But if you got any to give it. But if you don't give it. And thank you, Ann, this morning, Ann Hurst. Nice $26.14 donation. Appreciate that. Via PayPal. And there's my PayPal as well if you're watching on the replay crew. Any help is much appreciated. You're not obligated. You don't have to. It's a viewer-funded channel. But we do appreciate every bit of the love and support. And most of all, we appreciate your time that you spend here with us. I'll check this one more time. Jet Set JP, I see you over there in somebody else's chat. Bye, Truth. You got to pop up on the panel sometime and say hello. But we'll catch you later on. For sure, for sure. And I think we need to do just a couple of songs on the way out. What y'all think? A couple of songs on the way out. I'm gonna come over here to my media real quick. We're gonna start you out with from the Major. I hate saying the whole thing because it's an Alabama fight song. But since he did make it about the Bulldogs, we'll go ahead and say Major Rammer Jammer with Red and Black Files. We're going to play this one, and then we're going to play Fat Reedall's song, We Baller, and then we're going to say Deuces.
Late night case files on the desk, names on the page, blood on the vest. Wayne hits record, starts to run. He chases the truth, gets the job done. Old court notes, cold phone calls, crosstown rumors, broken walls. One clue, one step, one locked door. He keeps digging, wants the core. Hands on the wheel, eyes on the trail. Every lie he cuts, every cold detail. We investigate, we take the case, never lose a taste. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in red and black. Go down, bring the truth back. Go down. Wayne in the booth with a heart of grin, Georgia on his chest, let the hunt begin. Bleeds that red and black. When the suspects talk, he talks back. A timeline breaks, a witness folds, paper cuts, secret stories sold. He wants the facts, not the smoke. Every episode, another rope. Kick the dust up, light that flame, follow the clues, say the name. We investigate, we take the case, never truth out of the shadows. No cheap talk, no empty heat, just the evidence and the heartbeat.
So, Trish. Ella Arson, 2306. I do apologize if you didn't like the gentleman talking about chips and you didn't think somebody was respectful, that it was too loud for you, rude, and lacks a great deal of professionalism. Sorry you didn't find what you were looking for here. I hope to pray good vibes your way that you'll find it somewhere else. But thanks for dropping by and thanks for dropping a comment today. It's very, very nice of you. Good luck out there.
We take the case. Go God, never lose the chase. What's that coming down the line? It's the mean machine in a red and black. Go God, bring the truth back.
Oh, I meant to put my picture up on the screen when I was reading that too. So, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Trish. We take all constructive criticism. We take it well. Thank you. But people have to eat, you know. It's part of life. So, sorry you didn't like it here, or you didn't like what you heard, or something to that effect. But anyway, it was free of charge, so thanks for stopping by. Now we're going to do one from Tyson Fat Redial. Shout out, Tyson. I hope you get a chance to come up here, man, and play the Dolly tribute you got going on.
Yeah. We investigate. Wayne on the live. Whole crew checked in. You ain't gotta hear about it tomorrow. We watching it happen tonight or in the early morning. Turn that up. Wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Have to watch along to get real-time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Wayne hit live, here come the notification. Another long night with we investigation. Could be at the courthouse, could be out on location. Could be watching testimony with the whole congregation. No polished TV with a commercial every minute. If something happens live, everybody right there in the courtroom on screen. Wayne letting that thing breathe, chat catching details while we watching witnesses speak. Then unique angel sliding like, what's up, Dad? Whole chat knows that's Wayne's little angel in the chat. Family in the building, now the room feels right, but somebody better tell Wayne. We might be here all night because a 10-minute update turns 3 hours deep. Some of y'all got work, but ain't nobody gonna sleep. Wayne says, one more thing. Yeah, we've heard that before. Next thing, the damn sun coming through the door. You see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate. Let the watch along begin. Real-time cases. We ain't waiting on the news. Everybody in the chat got a different point of view. From the courtroom feed to the streets outside. Wayne got the crew and we along for the ride. Angel Eyes got the wrench, keeping watch on the side. Truth Warrior checking chat when the comments get wild. Faradow's name in blue comes in and provides the grooves. Mine's holding down the room while Wayne stacking watch hours and miles. Pretty little clues came through. What's good? Rhythm and clues in the house like you knew we would. Army checking in, Misty came through. Graham in the building, doggy fresh there too. That's the part outsiders probably never understand. It ain't only Wayne talking with a camera in his hand. His names you start knowing, personalities you learn. Somebody misses two names. So when they coming back, I'm concerned. Check got jokes while the courtroom take 5. Then the judge comes back and the whole room goes quiet. 1 second, everybody laughing, emojis getting tossed. Next second, testimony hits and the joking turns off. From the chat to the court to the street, we there. If Wayne's boots hit pavement, you know that camera going with him. Unique Angel, what's up? Minds, hold it down. Everybody checked in? Good. Let's investigate. Good. Let's investigate. Boots on the ground, ain't sitting behind glass. Wayne taking everybody where the story actually at. Walking those locations, letting viewers see what looks different in person than it did on TV. Then it's back to the live when the courtroom starts. Watching real proceedings, now somebody's chopped up parts. No narrator telling you what you're supposed to believe. We're sitting through the hearing, watching everything we can see. And that's why the watch-alongs hit different at night. Everybody sees the same thing and the chat comes alive. Did you catch that? Run it back. What did he just say? 100 people caught 100 details, different ways. That's Wayne's Lane community mixed with the case. Sometimes from the screen, sometimes physically at the place. And the crew keeps growing every time he hits live. Another notification and everybody can ride. Story, while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Courtroom running, whole chat locked in. We investigate, let the watch along begin. Fat we dial, truth warrior, angel eyes too. Pretty little clues, and the rest of the crew. Rhythm and clues, army vet, in for the ride. Mr. Brown, doggy fresh, checking in the night. No, wanna see the story while it's going down. Wayne got the live with his boots on the ground. Unique Angel pops it. What's up, Dad? That's family right there. And the whole chat glad. Real-time cases, everybody inside. From the courtroom to the street, we're along for the ride. When that notification lights up your phone, pull up a chair, you already know. We investigate Wayne and the crew. Wayne and the crew. Courtroom. Open panels. Boots on the ground. In that chat, that's a whole different investigation. Yeah. We investigate. Go Bulldogs! Go Bulldogs.
If you didn't know, now you know. Hey, one last quick question. Anybody care for any chips? Sometimes you're better off just trying out CNN or Fox News or something like that, y'all. If you're looking for something free and cheap, you know what's up. But we do appreciate all your support, all your watch hours, all your time. Everybody that stops by, leaves a comment, leaves a like or dislike, whatever else. You're helping the channel out. You're getting it in the algorithm. So once again, shout out to you, Trish. Appreciate you. Appreciate all the positivity today, because everything except for that very last comment was positive for the most part. So thanks, guys. Much love to you. I'm going to take us out on this little outro. I'll have a better outro later on. Hope everybody has a great evening, has a wonderful night, get a good night's rest, meet back here in the morning, get ready for closing arguments, the charge of the jury, and verdict watch, and then we'll be covering another trial that's looking like the way the votes are going. So anyway, till next time, we're going to go see if we can get us a can of professionalism and have that for dinner. Love you, chat. Love you, stream. I love you people watching on replay. I appreciate you very, very much. Each and every one of you. God bless.